Chapter 1 Shark Hunting Blade, The Star Luo Empire No. 1 Assassin. Chapter 1 Shark Hunting Blade, the first assassin of the Star Luo Empire. Boom! There was an extremely dull rumbling sound in the dark clouded sky, the cold wind blew the fallen leaves and ravaged everything around, and the incessant rain added a bit of depression to the city. Wuhan City, the mountain behind the Pope's palace. The lightning was like a shining blade, cutting through the silence of the darkness and illuminating the girl's angelic face like a porcelain doll. The girl clutched the corners of her clothes with both hands and kept backing away. Her face was covered with fear and her petite body was shaking uncontrollably. "You, who are you?" Qian Rongxiu looked at the young man in front of her with a stern expression and holding double blades. The young man had messy black hair and a blue hood slightly covering his eyes. The hunting blade in his hand was still dripping with blood, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. "I don't have a name. Only code name, Lan." Lan said softly. Lan looked at the little girl in front of him, and a moment of trance flashed in his cold eyes. Is this the purpose of his mission? Lan slowly walked towards Qian Rongxiu. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Qian Rongxiu's breathing became more rapid. You don't want to come over. My father is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He is the most powerful person on the continent. And my two uncles are both titled Douluo. The young Qian Rongxiu kept using her backstage to try to scare Lan away. But Lan's pace did not stop because of this. Because he had been managing Wuhan City for 3 months, he knew every move and itinerary of Qian Rongxiu and the two titled Douluo beside him. Just before the mission, Lan broke the cages of the Spirit Hall's 10,000-year soul beasts, and dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts rioted. Many priests from the Thousand Dao Sect's temple of worship went to suppress the riot. He personally found Jian Sunji to investigate the matter as soon as possible, and the two guards beside Qian Rongxiu were also led out by Lan. The young Qian Rongxiu was left alone in the Pope's palace. But Lan knew Qian Rongxiu is like a bound canary. In prison, my heart longs for freedom. Sure enough, it was just as Lan expected. Qian Rongxiu did not listen to her two uncles and went to the back mountain to play alone. This was a flawless plan. Take time, root, and even people's hearts into account. Thump, Qian Rongxiu kept retreating and bumped into a tree, falling to the ground. Her princess dress was torn, and the bright red blood stained the snow-white dress. Tears welled up in Qian Rongxiu's eyes. It hurt so much that she wanted to cry. But she couldn't cry. Because the emotion of fear had filled her heart. Lan looked at Qian Rongxiu's bruised knee and the tears in her eyes. For some reason, he was in a trance again for a moment. Why? As the number 1 assassin in the Xing Luo Empire, he shouldn't have such emotions, let alone hesitate. His hands were covered in blood, and countless people had died at his hands. Should we let her go just because she is too young, just a child? This is not the case. Lan looked at Qian Rongxiu in front of him. Over the past 3 months, he could always see a certain shadow in Qian Rongxiu. This kind of shadow. Déjà vu. Suddenly, a hint of murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lan's deep and cold eyes. Don't be soft-hearted. For an assassin, the mission is more important than your own life. Lan raised the shark blade in his hand, and the cold light from the shark blade shone onto Qian Rongxiu's dirty face. Just swing the knife. It's all over. Lan slowly closed his eyes, and just as he swung the shark blade in his hand, Qian Rongxiu's voice suddenly rang out. Big brother, be careful. Qian Rongxiu was possessed by an angel martial spirit, and 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose. She rushed towards Lan and pushed him aside. Boom! Just hear a loud noise, a huge ghost tiger pounced over from where Lan was just now, and directly broke the big tree in front of it in half. Lan turned his head suddenly. He looked at the ghost tiger that missed its attack, then turned to look at Qian Rongxiu, who was lying on the ground with a painful look on her face. She actually saved me? Why, I just wanted to kill her. This moment Lan's inner world seemed to be trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, he would not have failed to notice the ghost tiger's sneak attack. His heart was in turmoil. The ghost tiger turned around, its eyes were murderous, its mouth was dripping with blood, and its eyes were full of hatred for humans. Don't think about it, this is exactly the 10,000-year-old soul beast kept in captivity by the spirit hall. Because of Lan, he escaped in the chaos. Ho 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 ho! The ghost tiger roared towards the sky, and the entire back mountain shook violently. Immediately, the ghost tiger attacked Lan and Qianrongxiu. The ghost tiger is a speed-type soul beast. In addition, it is already at the 10,000-year level. Even ordinary soul emperors and soul saints may not be able to surpass it in speed. Lan looked at the ghost tiger rushing towards him, immediately collected his thoughts, turned around, hugged Qianrongxiu in his arms, and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The earth shook and gravel flew everywhere. Lan held Qianrongxiu tightly in his arms and kept knocking down the rubble with his sharp blade. The ghost tiger's roar was terrifying. Qianrongxiu was so scared that she buried her head in Lan's arms, hugging Lan's chest tightly with both hands. Damn it, this ghost tiger should be around 50,000 years old, and I'm only a soul emperor. If we were in the sea, I wouldn't be afraid of a mere 50,000-year-old soul beast. Lan kept running in the woods. His martial soul was an unprecedented shark. Its quality was unknown, but it was very powerful. Lan once killed a soul Douluo level sea soul master in the sea with his martial soul and shark blade. Although Lan was a sneak attack, but being able to successfully launch a sneak attack on a soul master who is far more powerful than yourself is also a kind of strength. Moreover, sneak attack is the assassin's duty and means of attack. Gradually, Lan's strength was running out and his speed slowed down. The ghost tiger continued to launch fierce attacks towards Lan. The shark blade and the tiger claw collided wildly between heaven and earth. In order to protect Qianrongxiu in his arms, Lan can only fight the ghost tiger with one hand. If word spread to the outside world that a soul emperor could fight like this with a 50,000-year-old ghost tiger, it would be enough to cause an uproar. Qianrongxiu in Lan's arms had also seen through the situation. "Big brother, put me down." Qianrongxiu suddenly spoke. Her voice is still a little childish. "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should be an assassin, right?" Lan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that an 8-year-old child could have such a mind. "My death at the hands of a soul beast should be considered as completing my mission, big brother. I can go back and report back. If big brother continues to be distracted from protecting me, we might both die. Instead of that, it would be better to let one person escape." Qianrongxiu's eyes curved, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Lan looked at the smile on the girl's face in his arms. Distracted again. The ghost tiger seized the opportunity and slapped Lan with its huge claws. Lan used his arms to forcefully block the ghost tiger's attack. His internal organs were shaken and shifted a little. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his body flew backwards. But there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, a strange emotion flashed across his face. "Why did you save me? I was going to kill you just now." Lan asked softly. Qianrongxiu raised her head and her eyes met Lan's cold eyes. These eyes are clear and bright, yet with a hint of tenderness. "Because I can feel it. Big brother and I are the same person." Lan's eyes were filled with hesitation, and Qianrongxiu saw all of it. She could feel that the young man in front of her was not a bad person, but fate chose him. Looking at the innocent smile on the girl's face, Lan's pupils shrank slightly. This moment Lan finally knew. What exactly is that familiar shadow? She in prison, my heart longs for freedom. He, although I am in darkness, my heart is towards the light. They are mirrors of each other. Shadow. Just to reflect each other's appearance. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Little Devil, Hide Behind Me. Chapter 2, Little Devil, Hide Behind Meslam Law. A cold wind blew between heaven and earth, and the rain became heavier, like a long river hanging from the sky, falling on the earth. It is raining again. Lan's clothes and hat were soaked by the rain. It always rains every time we go on a mission. This time is no exception. Lan put Qian Rongxiu on the ground. Qian Rongxiu slowly closed her eyes. It looks like he followed his own advice. One death is better than two. Many images flashed through Qian Rongxiu's mind. She is the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and her grandfather is one of the three greatest Douluo on the continent. He was born standing on the top of a mountain. But her childhood was not complete. It could even be called darkness. She was given high expectations from the moment she was born. Her father and grandfather were very strict with her. Until now, Qian Rongxiu still has no friends of her own. And her biological mother had never taken the initiative to talk to her. She could feel that when her mother looked at her, she was disgusted and disgusted. She didn't know what she had done wrong to make her mother so unhappy. She always tries her best to make her mother happy. But the reality is very cruel. No matter how hard she tried, the only response she got was always a cold word from her mother. Roll. But until now she is just an 8-year-old child. At this moment a hint of relief actually flashed through the young Qian Rongxiu's heart. Think carefully. Maybe death isn't so scary after all. But when did I stop fearing death? While Qian Rongxiu was thinking, she felt a sudden pain in her head. Don't be distracted, kid. Hide behind me. Lan's voice rang in Qian Rongxiu's ears. However, this time Lan's voice was not as cold as before. Qian Rongxiu covered her head and looked at Lan's back. What does he mean by this? Before Qian Rongxiu could figure it out, the ghost tiger has launched its final attack. I see. The ghost tiger's huge body became blurry and illusory, and instantly split into three. This is ghost tiger's innate soul skill, shadow clone. 3 ghost tigers attacked Lan together, with terrifying pressure running rampant. Lan's expression remained calm. He slowly raised the shark blade in his hand, quietly feeling the torrential rain raging between heaven and earth. Ho ho ho! 3 ghost tigers leaped high into the air and rushed towards Lan with their bloody mouths opened. Qian Rongxiu looked at the indifferent Lan, her little hands nervously clenching the blood-stained hem of her skirt. Lan's words just now kept echoing in her mind. At this time, Lan moved. He raised the shark blade, and a water-blue shark suddenly jumped out from behind him. The shark opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth instantly pierced through the ghost tiger's body. The ghost tiger's eyes dimmed instantly. Time seems to have frozen. The rain stayed in the air. Qian Rongxiu opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief, and her purple gemstone-like eyes imprinted this scene deeply in her mind. Thump! The ghost tiger's body fell to the ground. A black 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the ghost tiger's body. Along with it, there was actually a 10,000-year-old soul bone. This surprised Lan very much. Lan put the 10,000-year soul bone into his pocket, and the shark martial spirit behind him dissipated. It was the rainstorm that helped him. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill this 50,000-year-old ghost tiger with one blow. Looking at the fallen ghost tiger, Qian Rongxiu's heart was in suspense again. Before she could speak, Lan's voice came. You go. Before I change my mind. I won't leave. A look of determination flashed across Qian Rongxiu's tender face. If I don't die, Big Brother's mission will fail and he will definitely be punished. How about you join our spirit hall, Big Brother? Our spirit hall is one of the most powerful forces on the continent. With my father and grandfather here, no one will bully you. Qian Rongxiu tries to persuade Lan to join the spirit hall. But the only response she got was still a single cold word. Go. A tear fell from the corner of Qian Rongxiu's eye, and she looked extremely aggrieved. She didn't even cry when she faced death just now. But one word from Kei Lan completely broke her heart. Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu took out a small knife and put it on her neck. Lan looked calm after seeing this. You want to threaten an assassin who wants to kill you with your own life? What a stupid thing to do. Hearing Lan's words, Qian Rongxiu smiled slightly. An assassin let his target go. Isn't this even more stupid? Lan was silent. The sound of raindrops around them was getting louder and louder, even drowning out the voices of the two people. Lan looked at Qian Rongxiu, a complex expression flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Aren't you afraid of me? I have killed many people, many people." Qian Rongxiu shook her head, "I'm not afraid. Big Brother didn't kill Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu can feel that Big Brother is just like Xiaoxiu." "What's the same?" Lan asked. "I am equally afraid of being alone and of not being able to see freedom." Qian Rongxiu's voice echoed quietly in Lan's mind. He couldn't imagine what kind of grief and despair the little girl in front of him had experienced to make her say such words. Suddenly, Qian Rongxiu exerted a little more force with the hand holding the knife, and the tip of the knife cut Qian Rongxiu's white neck, and bright red blood flowed down the blade. Xiaoxiu doesn't want to see Big Brother being punished when he returns, and doesn't want to lose Big Brother, even if it means sacrificing her life. The scene seemed somewhat dreamy. It has only been half an hour since the two met. But she could have given her life for him. Lan is also a person in the dark. He could understand. If people live in endless darkness for a long time, as long as there is light, even a ray of light, they will chase after it and grab it regardless of the consequences, even at the cost of their lives. But what he didn't know was the moment he decided to give up the mission and stand in front of the girl, he had become a ray of light in the girl's dark world. Lan took a step forward and his body instantly moved behind Qian Rongxiu. He knocked Qian Rongxiu unconscious and placed her next to a big tree. Qian Rongxiu leaned quietly against the tree, with two undried tear marks on her dirty face. Lan gently wiped the stains off Qian Rongxiu's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile from the heart. "Little ghost, live well. It will protect you." Lan placed the shark blade in his left hand on Qian Rongxiu's hand. He stood up and walked slowly into the distance, the blue scarf around his neck fluttering in the wind in the rainy night. His life has been shrouded in darkness. But her life shouldn't be like this. "Little devil. I hope you can live well with my freedom. Big Brother. Big Brother. No, don't leave Xiaoxiu." Qian Rongxiu suddenly sat up from the bed. Her breathing was extremely rapid. She had just had a dream. A dream about sharks. In the dream, Qian Rongxiu was drifting alone on the boundless ocean. Countless sea soul beasts wanted to eat her, but whenever her life was in danger, there would always be a shark that stood in front of her, and drove away all those who wanted to hurt her. "Young master, are you awake? Go and inform His Holiness the Pope that the young master has woken up." On the side, two middle-aged men looked very excited. They were Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise, the two men responsible for protecting Qian Rongxiu. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The rain seems to have stopped. Chapter 3 The rain seems to have stopped. Snake Spear Douluo hurriedly called out to Qian Rongxiu. Their duty is to protect Qian Rongxiu. If anything happens to Qian Rongxiu, they will lose their heads. Qian Rongxiu looked at Snake Spear Douluo and said anxiously, "Uncle Shi, have you seen a big brother? Black hair, wearing blue clothes." When Snake Spear Douluo heard Qian Rongxiu's words, he was confused. When they arrived at the scene, apart from the corpse of a 10,000-year-old ghost tiger, was there anyone else? At this time, a middle-aged man in golden armor walked into the room. He came to Qian Rongxiu's bed and asked with a worried look on his face, "Xiaoxiu, are you okay? It's my fault that I couldn't be with you, otherwise you wouldn't have suffered such a disaster." Qian Rongxiu shook her head. "My father is the Pope of the Spirit Hall and is busy with official duties every day. This is inevitable. Xiaoxiu understands everything. Seeing that his daughter was so sensible, Qian Sunji felt a lump in his throat and hugged Qian Rongxiu in his arms. Immediately, Qian Sunji found several healing soul saints to check on Qian Rongxiu's injuries. Qian Sunji finally felt relieved after confirming that Qian Rongxiu was fine. By the way, Xiaoxiu, can you tell Dad what happened to you in the back mountain? Also, what is this? Kyung Sunji took out Lan's shark blade and placed it in front of Qian Rongxiu. The moment Qian Rongxiu saw the shark blade, her heart suddenly trembled. This is Big Brother's weapon? Qian Rongxiu took the shark blade, and her originally depressed mood suddenly became brighter, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Big Brother actually gave me his weapon? Do not know why I feel so happy. Kyung Sunji looked at the ant's smile on his daughter's face and always had a bad feeling in his heart. When they found Qian Rongxiu, there was the corpse of a 10,000-year-old ghost tiger next to her. Something is obviously wrong. The most crucial thing is that the 10,000-year-old ghost tiger had its throat stabbed by a single blow. Even a soul master at the soul Douluo level might not be able to kill a 50,000-year-old ghost tiger with one strike. At first, Qian Sunji thought that an elder passed by and saved Qian Rongxiu. But there are too many unreasonable things. First of all, if it was really an elder of the spirit hall who saved Qian Rongxiu, then how could he leave Qian Rongxiu alone in the back mountain? Secondly, all the titled Douluo level elders in the spirit hall were sent by Qian Sunji to suppress the soul beasts, leaving only some soul Douluos and soul saints in the spirit hall. Basically, these people do not have the strength to kill a 50,000-year-old ghost tiger with one blow. Moreover, all the secret guards guarding Qian Rongxiu's bedroom were killed. This only shows that an assassin from the spirit hall has been here, and the target is most likely Qian Rongxiu. It is estimated that this soul beast riot was also the work of that assassin. A sharp light flashed in Kyung Sunji's eyes. Who on earth could have fooled the entire spirit hall and almost cost his daughter his life? He had to figure it out. Facing her father's questioning, Qian Rongxiu did not reveal anything about Lan. She adapted the story slightly. Basically, after she was frightened unconscious by the 10,000-year-old ghost tiger, she knew nothing. Qian Sunji was not stupid either. He naturally saw that Qian Rongxiu must have been hiding a lot of things. But it's okay. As long as his daughter is okay. As for the assassin, he will also continue to investigate secretly. There was no way he would allow a potential danger to continue to threaten the spirit hall. In the next few days after Qian Daoliu learned that Qian Rongxiu was injured, he immediately brought the priests from the worship hall to visit Qian Rongxiu. Her mother never showed up. Qian Rongxiu stood in front of the window and looked into the distance, holding the shark blade in her hand, and a hint of tenacity flashed across her young face. Big Brother, Xiaoxiu will definitely find you. Wait for me. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. A dazzling ray of sunlight shines through the clouds and onto the earth. The rain seems to have stopped. The border of the Xingluo Empire, Hailan City. Somewhere in an underground prison. The fiery red whip lashed at Lan's body mercilessly, and every time it fell, it dragged along fresh flesh and blood. Lan's hands were handcuffed and he silently endured the severe pain in his body. His face was extremely pale and he had not eaten for many days. Not only did you expose your martial spirit, but you also lost your blue shark fin. Hehe, you are the #1 assassin in the Empire, but you can't even handle a little girl. Your Majesty has trained you for nothing all these years. The burly man swung the whip in his hand and hit Lan hard on the chest. Lan kept groaning in pain. He is the chief assassin secretly trained by the Xingluo Empire and has the most powerful killing weapon. Never failed in carrying out the mission. This is the first time. Lan was born in a small village near Hailan City. He was an orphan adopted by the village chief. No one knew who his parents were or where he came from. One day, a group of pirates broke into their village. Those pirates burned, killed, and looted. In order to protect the village, Lan broke through his own limitations and forcibly awakened his martial soul. Lan's martial spirit is a shark named Breath of the Deep Sea. This is a shark that has never been seen before. It can control water sources and has extremely strong attack power. Even without the spirit ring amplification, it still killed 3 pirates with its own strength. Kellen is always just one person. It didn't take long before the entire village was massacred by pirates, leaving only Lan. Just when Lan was about to die tragically at the hands of pirates, the Xingluo soldiers stationed in Hailan City arrived. They killed all the pirates and rescued the seriously injured Lan. The Xingluo commander took a fancy to Lan's talent and took him under his command. "Boy, that's a really good look. Just follow me from now on." So far. Lan then began a bloody road into darkness. Lan was brought to a killer organization secretly trained by the Xingluo Empire. It was very difficult to train a qualified killer. Talent, martial spirit, and the instinct for assassination are all indispensable. Ever since the Douluo Empire established its assassin organization, it has never produced an assassin that could satisfy the Douluo Emperor. Lan's appearance broke this deadlock. The talent and strength that Lan displayed in the killer training camp far exceeded everyone's expectations. He broke through to Soul Sect at the age of 12, Soul King at the age of 15, and Soul Emperor at the age of 18. Lan broke the records on the continent again and again. I have carried out no less than 100 missions and never failed. But Lan's martial spirit is a shark, destined not to belong to land. In the Douluo continent, the sea has never been important to them since ancient times. What they care about is always the territory on the ground. Otherwise, with Lan's talent, why would he be trained only as a killer? The Xingluo Empire is a force with clear rewards and punishments and strict military laws. Lan is a killer. As a killer, no matter how good you are before, if you fail once, you will be punished, or even lose your life. The moment Lan decided to let Jian Rongxiu go, he had already given up on himself. Life, or freedom. Dong dong dong. There were footsteps outside the cell, and finally stopped in front of Lan. "Unlock him." "Yes, Commander." Lan raised his head slightly, his long black hair covering his eyes, and he could vaguely see the hazy figure in front of him. "P.S. A new book is launched, please collect it, vote for it, and read it again." End of this chapter. Chapter 4, Contract? Freedom. Go to Poseidon Island. Chapter 4, Contract? Freedom. Go to Poseidon Island. Wells and Lan sat at the table, which was filled with food and drinks. Lan said nothing, just sat quietly at the table. "Let's not talk about work today, let's talk about our personal feelings." Wells looked at Lan, who was silent, and smiled faintly. Then he picked up the wine glass and poured wine for Lan himself. As he poured the wine, he said, "Lan, do you hate the teacher and the empire?" It was Wells who put him on this path. With Lan's talent, he should have blossomed on the mainland's stage, enjoying the spotlight and becoming a shark galloping freely across the sea. But because of his words, Lan spent the first half of his life in a dark cage. Training, endless killing, no exposure. This is too cruel for a child. Sharks are supposed to swim in the ocean, rather than being confined to a gutter. Wells also felt very guilty towards Lan. He also spent some time with Lan. He knew that Lan Yuan was not as cold and mature as he appeared. No hatred. "It was the empire that saved me, and you, teacher, gave me a new life. If it weren't for the empire and teacher, I would have died at the hands of pirates along with the people in the small fishing village." Lan's voice was exceptionally low. "But you should have had a better childhood." Wells suddenly spoke. Lan shook his head after hearing this, with a flash of pain in his eyes. "Teacher, I don't want to talk about this." "Okay." Wells' voice was a little hoarse, and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes reflected the years. "He is old. But Lan is still young. Such an outstanding young talent should not die in this dark and damp cage. He pondered for a long time. Wells looked at Lan. Lan, do you want freedom? Suddenly, Lan's heart trembled violently. Free. These two words were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. This was what he had always longed for, yet it was out of reach. Then, Wells took out a contract from his arms and pushed it in front of Lan. I have applied to His Majesty to give you a chance to escape from the Black Ice. But you must complete one last mission for the Empire, no matter when or where. 1 year, 10 years, maybe even longer. Until you complete the last mission given to you by the Empire, you are still a member of Black Ice, a killer of the Empire. Wells groaned for a moment, then a smile flashed across his face, but before that, you can live the life you want. As long as the mission is completed, you will no longer be the Black Ice killer, Lan. Lan, are you willing? Wells's voice echoed quietly in the cell. Lan's numb body shook violently. He picked up the contract tremblingly and looked at it carefully several times. His Majesty's seal. This contract is authentic. Lan, I am willing. Lan signed his name on the contract. The moment Lan pushed out the contract, he actually felt a sense of relief. He was free. It all happened so suddenly and so dreamy that Lan thought he was dreaming. Wells put away the contract, put his hand on Lan's shoulder, and said with a faint smile, "Live well, the world is big, and there are many beautiful things that you need to discover with your heart. Also, the teacher hopes that if the Empire is in danger one day in the future, you will be able to stand on the side of the Empire. Teacher knows that you don't want to talk about your childhood because of the Empire. But this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Without the cruel law of survival, there would be no Empire today. Even His Majesty came this way in the beginning." Wells sighed slightly. The competition among the Xingluo royal family is far more brutal than that among the Black Ice. After all, the enemies standing before them were their beloved relatives and friends. Lan also had a short childhood. He lived under the same roof with many children of his age, playing and laughing together. Until one day, the nightmare came. The Empire put these children in a cage and let them kill each other. Only the last one alive can enter the Black Ice. And Lan is the last child alive. His hands were stained with blood, including his childhood friends. From the moment the contract was signed, the strongest assassin of Black Ice was already dead. Died in childhood memories. As for the last mission, for Lan, it was just killing one more person. Lan had long been accustomed to killing. Lan bowed deeply to Wells. Turn around and leave. Wells looked at Lan's back and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Lan. Live well. For myself. Lan walked out of the underground cell and returned to the surface. The dazzling sunlight made him look dazed for a moment. Come to think of it, this seemed to be his first time to truly come into contact with sunlight. Lan looked at the people walking in the streets. Some of them were in a hurry, some were comfortable and at ease, and some of them had their own things to do. Lan was a little uncomfortable. This feeling of sudden freedom. It's like being suddenly fired by the boss of the company. I wonder if the little ghost is okay. Qianrongxiu's dirty face suddenly appeared in Lan's mind. Why did I suddenly think of that little kid? It must be because I am too idle. Looks like I need to find something to do. Immediately. In the next 6 months, Lan embarked on a journey alone, traveling all over the country, and saw the flowers on the road flourishing and withering. This benefited him a lot. The scenery and interesting things along the way made Lan feel the meaning of life for the first time and also made him understand many truths. It turns out that life without killing can really be so beautiful. There is no way without killing. Lan also encountered many pirates during these journeys. But now Lan he is no longer the weak boy he used to be. He easily dealt with the pirates. But he couldn't go back to that summer. Back to the day that changed his fate for some unknown reason. During the 6 months of traveling, Lan's cultivation speed was several times faster than before. Now Lan's soul power has reached level 70. He only needs to obtain one more soul ring and he will be able to enter the Soul Saint realm, a 20-year-old soul saint. This talent has already surpassed the current continent's #1 genius, Tang Hao. However, Lan, who lurks in the darkness, is destined to not enjoy the attention that belongs to him. Even he has forgotten. Today is his 20th birthday. Happy birthday! Lan set off for the sea. His martial soul was that of a shark, so the soul ring he needed would preferably be from a sea soul beast. Lan's breath of the deep sea martial soul is very special. When it just awakened, it was still a young shark. As Lan obtained soul rings, the improvement of its soul power also gradually changed. Moreover, Lan has an inexplicable affinity with the sea, as if the ocean is his relative and partner. Therefore, when Lan absorbs soul rings on the sea, he can basically absorb them painlessly, or even without any hindrance. This also resulted in the age of all of Lan's spirit rings exceeding the limit. Only Lan himself knows this secret. Lan took out a map from his arms. The map depicted the routes on the ocean, and the end of the map was a place called Poseidon Island. He seized this map from a pirate. Lan is a soul master. Practicing and becoming stronger is what every soul master desires. He is also included. Poseidon Island, I hope it will be a good journey. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Demonic White Shark? Evil Killer Whale. The War of Races. Chapter 5 Demonic White Shark? Evil Killer Whale. The War of Races. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. Qianrongxiu's boudoir. Qianrongxiu stood in front of the windowsill, her long golden hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her beautiful eyes as crystal clear as purple gemstones never left the shark blade in her hand. Although only half a year has passed. But the girl has grown a lot taller, and her face has a maturity that does not belong to her age. It's been half a year and I don't know how my big brother is doing. Qianrongxiu's long eyelashes trembled slightly. My heart sways with the leaves outside the window. She knows Lan is an assassin. An assassin who fails in his mission will definitely be punished by the organization, or even lose his life. She is afraid of losing. In the past 6 months, she could always see a figure standing in front of her. And his voice. It always lingers in her memory. Little devil. Don't be distracted. Big brother. Qianrongxiu suddenly came to her senses and looked around quickly. She looked surprised and anxious. Just like bamboo shoots longing for rain. Just. When I looked back suddenly, he was nowhere to be seen. The breeze outside the window made the leaves sway, rustling. It turned out to be the sound of the wind. Qianrongxiu didn't know how many times she had heard hallucinations, how many times she had hoped, and how many times she had been disappointed. Zioxiu, are you thinking about him again? A steady and gentle voice came from behind her. Qianrongxiu turned around and looked at the figure in front of her. Grandfather. Qiandaoliu looked at his granddaughter's sad face and hugged her in his arms with heartache. Since the Soul Beast riot half a year ago, Qianrongxiu often stood alone on the windowsill in a daze. She always holds the shark blade. Later, under Qiandaoliu's questioning, Qianrongxiu finally told the whole story. Because her grandfather Qiandaoliu is the person she trusts most in this world. Qiandaoliu learned of Lan's existence. At first, Qiandaoliu was furious when he heard that Lan was here to assassinate Qianrongxiu. It was not until later, when Lan rescued Qianrongxiu and gave her his weapon, that Qiandaoliu slowly let down his guard. As one of the 3 greatest Douluo in the continent, he naturally knew how deadly this was to an assassin. But Qiandaoliu also didn't want Qianrongxiu to be interested in an assassin. After all, assassin is a high-risk profession and one might die one day. And from the perspective of the other party's assassination of Qianrongxiu, the other party is either Tiandu or an assassin secretly trained by the Xingluo Empire. It was destined to be impossible for him and her. Even friends can't do it. But in the past 6 months, Douluo suddenly discovered that his granddaughter seemed like a different person. He couldn't describe the feeling. It's like a sunny day after a rainy day. In life, Rongxiu is much more positive than before, and even works harder in her cultivation. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Needless to say, Rongxiu's change was also due to that assassin. This is exactly what makes Douluo worried. Because of that assassin, Rongxiu seemed to begin to love life. But he also didn't want to see Rongxiu shed tears of pain in the future. Douluo gently stroked Rongxiu's head and smiled, "Xiaoxiu, don't be sad. If that guy is really as good as you said, their organization would not be willing to kill him." According to Rongxiu, the young man killed the 10,000-year-old ghost tiger with one strike. His strength was definitely no less than that of a soul sage, or even a soul Douluo. Looking at the continent throughout history, there has probably never been such a genius. Even Rongxiu, who has an innate full soul power of level 20, may not be able to do it at his age. Oh right, Grandpa has some clues about him. Hearing Douluo's words, Rongxiu immediately raised her head, and a hint of excitement flashed across her beautiful face. "Really? Grandpa?" Douluo felt a slight soreness in his nose and felt extremely bitter when he saw his granddaughter caring so much about a man. It is said that girls should not be kept when they grow up. But his granddaughter was kidnapped by that bastard when she was still so young. If he ever caught that bastard, he'd have to teach him a lesson. Douluo nodded gently, looked at the shark blade in her hand, and said, "The weapon he left for you is called the dark blue shark fin. It comes in a pair and can cut iron like mud. It was made by Lu Gao, one of the 3 greatest craftsmen in the world. It is said that Emperor Luo spent a large sum of money to hire Lu Gao to build it. Plus the never-before-seen shark martial spirit. Grandpa speculated that he should be a killer secretly trained by the Luo Empire, and was born in a remote sea city. I didn't expect the Luo Empire to act so quickly." Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a sharp look in his eyes. The Spirit Hall has always been regarded as a thorn in the side of the Star Luo Empire. If it were not for the Spirit Hall's checks and balances, the Star Luo Empire would have long since crushed the Tiandu Empire and unified the continent with its strength. It is no wonder that the Luo Empire sent assassins to assassinate Rongxiu. The young man who assassinated Xiaoxiu was no ordinary person. Rongxiu's identity information is top secret. I'm afraid that Rongxiu's discovery is also related to that young man. What's more, he could even ask Emperor Luo to customize weapons specifically for him. Luo Empire, remote sea city. There was a gleam of light in Rongxiu's eyes. And she ran out happily, jumping and skipping with the shark blade in her hands. "Hey, thanks Grandpa. I'm going to practice. Big brother, you must wait for me. Xiaoxiu will find you soon." Douluo looked at Rongxiu's jumping back and a smile appeared on his face. On the sea. Lan did not look for a boat to cross the sea. Instead, he summoned his martial spirit and transformed it into a shark, galloping across the sea surface, riding the wind and waves as if walking on flat ground. For Lan, returning to the sea is like returning home, as the ocean can perfectly unleash the power of the breath of the deep sea. Ordinary ships are far inferior to Lan's breath of the deep sea in terms of speed. However, Lan had been training and carrying out missions in black ice for these years. Except for coming to the sea when he needed a spirit ring, he had no chance to come into contact with the sea at other times. Speaking of which, this was his first time to sail so freely on the sea. Lan likes this feeling very much. Lan's soul ring configuration is yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. The first 2 yellow soul rings faintly reveal a hint of purple. These are the soul rings that are about to break through the 1,000-year mark. The age of the other soul rings is also far beyond the soul ring limit. Lan has an invisible blessing when absorbing spirit rings in the sea. he can at least absorb limit spirit rings that are 50% of his own strength. Not only that, these spirit rings seem to grow with the growth of the martial soul. From the very beginning, Lan's first 200-year spirit rings were just extremely ordinary 100-year spirit rings. As Lan's strength grows, his martial soul state and the age of his soul rings all increase. Although the growth is extremely slow, this has completely broken the theory of spirit rings. This also means that Lan's upper limit will be very high in the future. Also a titled Douluo. A titled Douluo with ordinary spirit rings is as powerless as a baby in front of a titled Douluo with 9 red rings. This is the absolute suppression brought by the spirit ring. All the titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring on Douluo continent are the most powerful ones. According to my speed, it should take 2 days to reach Poseidon Island. Hey! What is that? Lan gazed into the distance. I see. The sea was covered with dark clouds, with violent storms. Red lightning struck over the ocean, and surging waves rose hundreds of feet high. It was like the end of the world, depressing and heavy. What caused this doomsday scene was actually hundreds and thousands of soul beasts biting each other. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Walking on the Waves Without Leaving a Trace, Killing People Without Being Seen. Chapter 6, Walking on the Waves Without Leaving a Trace, Killing People Without Being Seen. Evil tiger, you are so bloodthirsty and murderous, constantly provoking wars on the sea and affecting the order of the ocean. The Lord of the Sea will definitely punish you, the evil killer whale clan. A white-gray shark was furious, and behind her were hundreds of her fellow sharks who looked similar to her. Order? Ridiculous. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. I am stronger than you, so I can kill you. Not to mention your demon soul great white shark clan, sooner or later I will massacre the entire sea god island. A huge evil killer whale as big as a mountain stands above the ocean, emitting a bloodthirsty and violent aura all the time, and a terrifying sense of oppression spreads over hundreds of miles. Evil tiger, you. Well, then let's settle the century-long feud between our two clans all at once. My fellow tribesmen, for the sake of our homeland, we must fight to the death with the evil killer whale tribe. The momentum is overwhelming. Hundreds and thousands of demonic great white sharks rushed towards the evil killer whale king. The evil killer whale king sneered and said contemptuously, "A fight to the death. Just you. My men, follow me and tear them into pieces." The evil killer whale king roared to the sky, and the earth-shaking roar stirred up the surrounding waves. The sky and the earth lost their color, and the blood-red murderous aura seemed to turn into a substantial weapon. Hundreds of evil killer whales rushed forward unwilling to be outdone. The entire ocean was in chaos. The sky and the earth were dark, the wind swept away the clouds, and the sound of the tsunami never stopped. Although the evil killer whale clan is not as numerous as the evil soul great white shark clan. However, the combat power of the evil killer whale clan generally exceeds that of the demon soul great white shark clan. One evil killer whale can fight against 2 demon soul great white sharks without being at a disadvantage. The evil killer whale king even single-handedly defeated the demon soul great white shark king and her brother. The evil killer whale king's huge body weighing thousands of tons jumped out of the sea. Its tail condensed soul power and shot towards the king of the evil soul great white shark. Sister, be careful. A demon soul great white shark immediately rushed forward to block the attack for the demon soul great white shark king. Boom, the powerful aftermath stirred up waves thousands of feet high, and the demon soul great white shark flew backwards hundreds of miles, spilling blood into the ocean. Younger brother. The king of the demonic soul great white shark made a heart-wrenching sound. What? He's not dead yet. The evil killer whale king was a little surprised when he saw the dying great white shark. Xiaohu, you are looking for death. The demon soul great white shark king was furious and rushed towards the evil killer whale king again. The battle between the 200,000-year soul beasts made the ocean tremble. It turned out to be a fight between 200,000-year-old soul beasts. Lan was slightly surprised when he saw it. It is already extremely difficult to encounter 100,000-year soul beast, and it is even more difficult to see 200,000-year soul beasts fighting each other. Not only that, the two major races fought fiercely, resulting in countless casualties. Nearly 100 soul rings were floating on the entire ocean, including no less than 10 black 10,000-year soul rings. The evil killer whale and the demon soul great white shark are both top-level soul beasts, and are very compatible with Lan's martial soul, breath of the deep sea. To be honest, it would be a lie to say that Lan wasn't moved. But the threat posed by those 200,000-year-old soul beasts was too great. In the ocean, although Lan's strength will increase dramatically, it is still far from enough in front of a 100,000-year soul beast. Even if they both suffer losses, Lan cannot afford to provoke them. So, Lan gave up the idea of picking up a bargain and prepared to move away from this sea area to look for other opportunities. Just as Lan turned around and was about to leave, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Human, help us!" Lan became alert instantly, clenched the shark blade in his hand, and kept looking around. "What sound?" "Human, don't be nervous. I am the demon soul great white shark who is fighting against the evil killer whale king." Demonic great white shark, is it that 100,000-year-old soul beast? Lan looked at the demon soul great white shark king in the distance. Was she sending a message to him? "Help you? Why should I help you? You are a soul beast and I am a human. Don't you think it's ridiculous that a soul beast would seek help from humans?" After saying that, Lan was about to leave. "No, human, we, the demon soul great white shark clan, do not hate humans. We coexist with you humans. I used to be the mount of Lord Poseidon. Moreover, our demon soul great white shark clan has also been guarding Poseidon Island for generations. Please believe me." The tone of the demon soul great white shark king was a little anxious. She already had a vague feeling that she would lose. If they were defeated, more than half of the thousands of demon soul great white sharks on the field would definitely be killed or injured. Her younger brother will also die at the mouth of the evil killer whale king. Poseidon Island, Poseidon? These two words instantly caught Lan's attention. The purpose of his trip was Poseidon Island. However, Lan did not directly believe the words of the demon soul great white shark king. For an assassin, the only thing they believe in is the blade in their hands. Lan's gaze lingered on the younger brother of the demon soul great white shark king for a few moments, then he transformed into a shark and dived into the seabed. Is he gone? The demon soul great white shark king felt bitter. But this was also within her expectations. After all, how could a human being risk his life to save a group of stranger soul beasts? Ziobai, stop struggling. Today, all of you demon soul great white sharks will become food for our demon killer whales. The evil killer whale king roared for his final attack. The evil killer whales rushed forward and bit the evil soul great white shark madly. The azure ocean was stained with blood red. "No, brother, run." The demon soul great white shark king suddenly realized something. "I see." Her brother was surrounded by 3 evil killer whales. Elder sister. Its body had already reached its limit after enduring the attack from the evil killer whale king. The 3 evil killer whales rushed forward and opened their bloody mouths. "Do not!" The demon soul great white shark king let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. Boom! Scarlet lightning slid down from the sky and landed on the sea level. A dark blue figure disappeared in a flash, like a ghost. Swish! The sword flashes. The bodies of these 3 evil killer whales stiffened instantly. Their bodies slowly split into 2, and 3 10,000-year soul rings quietly floated up. This moment the whole ocean was terribly quiet. All the soul beasts, including the king of the demonic great white shark and the evil demon killer whale king, all fixed their eyes on Lan. People, human beings, Lan stood on the ocean with his feet on the waves. A dark blue shark shadow appeared behind him. The long blue scarf around his neck fluttered in the wind. A scarlet light flashed in his deep and cold eyes. The hunt begins. Lan stomped the waves with his toes, and his body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the group of evil killer whales. First soul skill, breaking waves. A soul ring rose under Lan's feet, and his speed suddenly increased several times. The naked eye could not catch Lan's figure at all, and only a series of splashing waves could be seen on the sea surface. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, Deep Sea, You Will Not Be an Exception. Chapter 7, Deep Sea, You Will Not Be an Exception. Lan's figure shuttled back and forth over the sea, leaving no trace on the waves. For thousands of years, the evil killer whales had no power to fight back in front of Lan. In just a few breaths, Lan had killed no less than 20 evil killer whales. This sudden change instantly reversed the situation on the battlefield. Great, this human didn't leave. Xiaobai was very excited. What shocked her even more was Lan's strength. He is clearly just a soul emperor, but he can kill a 10,000-year-old evil killer whale in seconds. Even the 7 holy pillar guardians of Poseidon Island, at the soul emperor stage, would never be able to kill a 10,000-year-old evil killer whale in an instant. Such peerless style. She had only seen it on the sea god tens of thousands of years ago, before he became a god. The evil killer whale king watched his people fall one after another and suddenly became furious. He turned over and instantly set off a huge wave. Xiaobai, you actually asked humans for help. This really brings shame to us soul beasts. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are useless. Killer whale territory. The ocean was instantly shrouded in a strong red light, and the roar of the evil killer whale king, accompanied by a powerful mental attack, attacked all the evil soul great white sharks. All the demon soul great white sharks were restrained by this powerful mental attack, and the evil killer whales in the area became even more powerful and murderous, and the situation on the battle turned around again. Damn it, this is the domain of the evil tiger, targeting mental power. Xiaobai showed a look of pain. Even though she was at the 100,000 year level, she was not completely immune to the domain of the evil killer whale king. The weakest point of soul beasts is their mental strength. A big part of the reason why the evil killer whale clan can dominate the ocean comes from the territory of the evil killer whale king. Ha ha ha, Xiaobai, just watch with your own eyes as I swallow your brother and your people into my stomach. The evil killer whale king's hideous laughter echoed quietly in the sea. Xiaobai blamed himself extremely. As the king of the demon soul great white shark clan, if she was strong enough to defeat the evil killer whale king, then their demon soul great white shark clan would not have encountered such a disaster. The best way now is to abandon some of the tribe members and preserve the demon soul great white shark clan. As for that human being, Xiaobai was already very grateful that the other party was willing to risk his life to help them. She couldn't let Lan follow the demon soul great white sharks and be killed by the evil killer whale king. Just when Xiaobai was about to try his best to fight for a chance for Lan to escape, Lan's voice suddenly came. If I break the domain of that evil killer whale king, what are your chances of winning? Lan's voice echoed in Xiaobai's mind. Xiaobai's pupils shrank slightly after hearing this. Destroy the evil tiger's territory. He is just a soul emperor, how is that possible? Xiaobai himself certainly didn't believe that Lan could break the evil tiger's territory. But in this situation, Xiaobai believed that the other party would not joke about his life. At least 50%. If you can help my people deal with the rest of the evil killer whales, I'm more than 60% sure. Xiaobai responded to Lan. The demon soul great white shark clan is also a dominant existence in the ocean, and has the advantage in numbers. The main reason why they are defeated by the evil demon killer whale clan is due to the territory of the evil demon killer whale king. Once the killer whale territory is broken, Xiaobai was no longer afraid of the evil killer whale king. Although he was no match for the evil killer whale king, he could definitely fight to the point of mutual destruction. Ah! Lan walked steadily on the surging waves. At this moment, his figure seemed to completely overlap with the sea. The evil killer whale king looked at Lan, who was slowly walking towards him, and a look of disdain flashed across his face. Court death. The evil killer whale king stirred up a huge wave and smashed towards Lan. Suffered. Xiaobai rushed out to protect Lan immediately. But the next moment a shocking scene appeared. The huge waves that were thousands of meters high actually stopped above Lan's head. Stay still. Lan slowly raised his right hand, and the shark blade in his hand emitted a blue light. Wave. Disperse. Boom, the huge waves covering the sky and the earth collapsed in an instant, turning into water droplets all over the sky and returning to the sea. The evil killer whale king was stunned for a moment, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. This is impossible. He is just a sole emperor, how can he control the sea? Not to mention the evil killer whale king, even Xiaobai was so shocked that he was speechless. In her life, she had only seen two people who could control the sea. Poseidon Island's high priest Poseidon, and the legendary Poseidon. Poseidon's power to control the sea was also given to her by the sea god. Theoretically, only Poseidon can control the sea. Poseidon is the master of the sea. This has been true for thousands of years. But today, she actually witnessed a miracle that broke her cognition. A sole emperor controlled the sea. Who is he? In the dark, a majestic figure appeared above the ocean. His gaze turned toward the sea and fell on Lan. Lan took a step forward, and a blue shadow flashed in his eyes. Deep sea area, open. Boom, an unprecedented strong pressure descended upon the ocean. It was as if the sky suddenly collapsed and pressed heavily on the sea. The entire ocean was instantly squeezed into turbulent waves and tsunamis. Like a blue hell, the evil killer whale king's territory was broken in an instant. No. My domain was actually broken. The evil killer whale king's tone was filled with fear, and his previous leisurely and contempt had all disappeared. The field was broken. The demon soul great white shark blew the horn of counterattack. Xiaobai even rushed forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the evil killer whale king. The two sides bit each other, blood and flesh flew everywhere, it was extremely brutal. The evil killer whale clan was beaten back step by step. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the evil killer whale king quickly ordered a retreat. But Xiaobai was not willing to let the evil killer whale king escape. The hatred between the two tribes that had accumulated over the years completely erupted at this moment. Xiaobai bit the back of the evil killer whale king tightly. The evil killer whale king kept rolling over and over trying to throw Xiaobai out, but even if it tried its best, it couldn't break free. Xiaobai fought with the evil killer whale king with the determination to die together. Didn't wait long. The evil killer whale king's physical and soul power were exhausted. The same is true for Xiaobai. Okay, if that's the case, then forget about living. Suddenly, the aura of the evil killer whale king began to rise. Xiaobai realized something instantly. Oh no, the evil tiger wants to self-destruct. Xiaobai was horrified. The evil killer whale king is a real 100,000-year-old soul beast. If it were to self-destruct, no soul beast in this sea area would survive. This guy actually didn't even care about his own people. Ha ha ha, all of you should be buried with me. The body of the evil killer whale king began to twist violently, and the soul power in his body continued to expand. Just before its power was about to condense and explode, Lan's figure appeared quietly, his eyes were extremely cold. Hunting, lock on. Fifth soul skill, execution. In an instant Lan's figure instantly passed through the back of the evil killer whale king's head, the shark blade in his hand was dripping with blood. You. The evil killer whale king stared at Lan, his eyes full of resentment. Many have fallen before me, and you will not be the exception. Lan put away the shark blade. Boom. The huge body of the evil killer whale king fell into the ocean. Heaven and earth lose color. Then, an extremely scarlet 100,000-year soul ring slowly rose from its body, End of this chapter. Chapter 8, Cut off the old shackles, the seventh soul ring is completed. Chapter 8, Cut off the old shackles and the seventh soul ring is completed, the dark clouds gradually faded away. A ray of brilliant sunshine shone on the sea, sparkling on the surface of the sea, shining like a morning star, and falling on land's icy face. This is the assassin. Lurk in the dark and hunt in the light. At the most critical moment, give the enemy a fatal blow. Xiaobai looked at the figure in front of him with dull eyes, as well as the corpse of the evil killer whale king under the feet of that figure. We won, we won. We killed the evil tiger. The remaining hundreds of demon soul great white sharks were all cheering. The century-long feud between the demon soul great white shark and the evil killer whale clan ended here. Lan looked at the 100,000-year soul ring in front of him and his mind moved. The calm sea surface suddenly spun violently, forming a whirlpool. The body of the evil killer whale king was instantly sucked into the whirlpool, and Lan also turned into a shark and jumped into the whirlpool. Sister, what is the benefactor doing? I haven't thanked him properly yet. Xiaobai's younger brother Bai Ling looked confused. Xiao Bai's face was slightly solemn, and he slowly said, he wants to absorb the evil tiger's spirit ring. What? My benefactor is only a soul emperor. How could he absorb the 100,000-year soul ring of the evil tiger? We have to stop our benefactor quickly, otherwise he will explode and die. Bai Ling's tone was extremely urgent. They, the demon soul great white shark clan, have always been grateful for what they have received, otherwise they would not have established friendly relations with the Poseidon Island. After hearing this, Xiao Bai shook his head. He dragged the corpse of the evil tiger into the sea to prevent us from attacking him while he was absorbing the spirit ring. If you go now, it will only make him more alert, and it might backfire. Don't worry, he won't do anything he's not sure of, like breaking the evil tiger's domain. Let's just wait for him here quietly. Bai Ling nodded. He could understand Lan's caution. After all, my family, its heart must be different. Nearly half an hour later, Lan carried the corpse of the evil killer whale king and dived to 6,000 meters in the deep sea at an astonishing speed. It was pitch black all around, you couldn't see your hand in front of you, and even light couldn't penetrate. The world is so eerily quiet, almost no soul beast can survive in this environment. Including the demon soul great white shark and the evil killer whale clan. The pressure brought by the 6,000-meter deep sea is enough to crush a 10,000-year-old soul beast in an instant. Even a top-level sea soul beast like the evil killer whale king, which is 100,000 years old, is unwilling to stay in the deep sea 6,000 meters below. But for Lan, the pressure of the 6,000-meter deep sea had no effect on him at all, and he even felt a little comfortable. His martial soul is the breath of the deep sea. An unprecedented sea martial spirit. Completely immune to the pressure brought by the deep sea, it can be said that the deep sea is his home. Lan's innate domain, the deep sea domain, possesses the characteristics of the deep sea. In the deep sea, the opponent's strength will be greatly weakened, and at the same time they have to bear the pressure brought by the deep sea. The power of the deep sea domain is extremely overbearing. The killer whale domain of the evil killer whale king was shattered by the pressure of the deep sea. Of course, Lan's deep sea domain can only fully exert its power in the ocean, and its effect on land will be greatly reduced. Not only that. As for the deep sea area, Lan has only developed a little bit of the surface. But Lan has a hunch that if the deep sea area can be truly fully developed, perhaps in the future he will be able to fully demonstrate his full strength on land. Of course, these are all for later. This is it. Lan sat cross-legged on the corpse of the evil killer whale king and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. For Lan, absorbing spirit rings of higher levels has long been a common occurrence. In the deep sea, Lan's absorption of spirit rings is twice as effective. However, this time, the soul rings spanning across levels of 100,000 years were too old, so even Lan was not completely confident. But the opportunity is here. Being timid all the time will only limit his strength and growth. Moreover, assassination is a high-risk profession. Lan had long been accustomed to the darkness. Without the pain of nirvana, how can we be worthy of the beauty of rebirth? Lan did not hesitate and immediately began to absorb the evil killer whale king's 100,000-year soul ring. With the help of the deep sea field, Lan's absorption went relatively smoothly. But the evil killer whale king's strong resentment continued to impact Lan's spirit. Lan frowned, a trace of pain flashing across his face. He is fighting against the resentment left by the evil killer whale king after his death. Haha, what? Aren't you just like me? You have killed countless people and are extremely evil. You even kill your own friends. The teasing voice of the evil killer whale king kept echoing in Lan's mind. Lan saw a picture. In the killer training camp, the sharp knife in the black-haired boy's hand pierced through the body of his childhood friend. Bright red blood flowed along the tip of the knife, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. No. No. I didn't mean to, I didn't want to use the knife. Lan let go of the knife handle and a look of fear flashed across his face. His hands were stained with the blood of his companions. Why kill me, Lan? Aren't we good friends? A flash of resentment crossed his partner's blood-stained face. No, I didn't mean it. Lan's emotions were out of control. He wanted to explain something, but the words came out. It was as if countless black tentacles were slowly pulling him into the dark abyss. Lan continued to struggle. He is afraid of the dark. Killing his childhood friend with his own hands is a shadow that Lan has never been able to face. He always evades this matter. Gradually, Lan's movements became quieter and quieter. I'm so tired. Lan slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to face it, even death. Never mind, I owe them my life. It might be a good thing to end it like this. He had had the same dream countless times. In the dream, the companions and people he had killed would come to seek revenge on him and torture him over and over again. He is really tired. Tired of killing. If possible, he is willing to give up everything he has now, his martial arts soul, his identity, and his strength, in exchange for a lifetime of peace. In a trance, Lan seemed to see a figure slowly walking towards him. With long golden hair like a waterfall and an angelic face, she was looking at Lan with a puffed-up face. Kid. Lan murmured. She raised her hands gently and hugged Lan tightly. Big brother. Did you forget it? You told me to live well. But you have to live well too. A smile appeared on Qian Rongxiu's face. Her voice lingered in Lan's ears. Lan's expression became dazed. Time seems to stand still. A warm light emanated from the girl, dispelling all the darkness around her, and the abyss disappeared. Call. The scene changes. 5 young men stood in front of Lan, all with smiles on their faces. Lan, don't blame yourself. We never blamed you. I hope you can live well with our freedom. We are good friends for life, forever and ever. Next moment the world turned into tiny dots of starlight and gradually disappeared. Qian Rongxiu looked at Lan quietly with a smile on her face. Finally, her figure disappeared along with the world. Thank you, little one. This moment Lan seemed to have found the ray of light that he had been searching for in the darkness. Lan suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful aura swept around. An extremely bright red soul ring condensed on his body. 7th Soul Ring, done. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Sunji and number 039, S Fall, a test never seen before. Chapter 9 Kyungsunji's Fall, a test never seen before. 3 hours passed, the sun set in the west, and the night sky over the sea was already twinkling with stars. Sister, why hasn't our benefactor come out yet? Could something have happened to him? Bai Ling said in a worried tone. Wait a little longer. If he doesn't come out, I will go to Poseidon Island to ask Lord Poseidon for help. Xiao Bai said. Suddenly the calm sea surface was stirred up by surging waves, the azure-blue water swirled violently, forming a whirlpool, and Lan slowly walked out of the whirlpool. He succeeded. Xiaobai felt the changes in Lan at the first moment. Lan not only greatly increased in strength, it seems that my mood has changed a lot. Lan looked at the demon soul Great White Shark clan waiting for him with a calm expression. After absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring of the evil demon killer Whale King, Lan also absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone that exploded from the evil demon killer Whale King. What exploded from the evil killer Whale King was a left leg bone, a 100,000-year soul bone that came with 2 soul bone skills. One is a single target attack skill called Killer Whale Demon Axe, and the other is a group attack skill called Killer Whale Shattering Fang. Either alone or in a group, the destructive power is extremely terrifying. The enormous soul power brought by the 100,000-year soul ring and the 100,000-year soul bone directly made Lan's soul power level leap to level 76. Lan's current strength is at least several times stronger than before. It seems that you have successfully absorbed the 100,000-year spirit ring. It's getting late. How about I take you to the Sea God Island? That's where you human spirit masters live. Xiaobai looked at Lan and spoke. Lan looked at the wounds on Xiaobai and Bai Ling's bodies and nodded slowly. Poseidon Island was originally Lan's destination. The other party did not leave immediately after being injured, but instead waited here for him to come back. At least for now, he can be trusted. And if the demon soul Great White Shark clan had not fought desperately to injure the evil demon killer Whale King and left him on the verge of death, Lan would not have had the opportunity to obtain such a good soul ring and soul bone. Lan looked at Bai Ling and his mind moved. Clear out the soul power he left in the other person's body. When Lan rescued Bai Ling, he injected a strand of his soul power into Bai Ling's body. If this group of demon soul Great White Sharks go back on their word, he will have a way to counterattack. This is very necessary for a professional assassin. Then, Lan sat on Xiaobai's back and headed towards Poseidon Island. What on earth was that voice? Lan looked solemn. In the deep sea when Lan was about to leave, he suddenly heard a roar. That seems to be the cry of a whale. But the aura it exudes is extremely terrifying. According to Lan's speculation, the owner of that voice is far more powerful than the evil demon killer Whale King. When Lan was on his way to Poseidon Island, an earth-shattering event happened in the entire Douluo continent. The current Pope of Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, has fallen. Killed by Tang Hao, a disciple of Haoshan sect. The news spread across the entire continent in an instant, and for a time, the situation on the continent fell into chaos. Wuhan City, the Pope's palace. The atmosphere in the magnificent and sacred papal palace was extremely heavy. All the elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall gathered here. 9-year-old Qian Rongxiu knelt in front of Qian Sunji's coffin, crying bitterly. Her eyes were red as blood and her voice became hoarse. Her father is dead. There is one less person in the world who loves her. The one she loves. Damn Haoshan sect. Great priest, let me lead the troops to destroy the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao actually dared to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He really doesn't know his own limitations. The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, was extremely angry. Killing their Spirit Hall Pope, what's the difference between this and riding on their heads? Qian Daoliu felt heartbroken when he looked at Qian Sunji's coffin and Qian Rongxiu kneeling on the ground in pain. The white-haired man sends the black-haired man. This is undoubtedly one of the greatest sorrows in the world. However, once the Pope died, the Spirit Hall was left without a leader. At this time, a figure stood out. The Spirit Hall cannot be without a leader for a day. We will definitely avenge the Haoshan sect with blood. Right now we need a new leader to lead our Spirit Hall. I think this person is none other than Her Royal Highness the Saint. Then, figures jumped out one after another. In addition to the worshippers in the worship hall and some senior elders, nearly 3/4 of the people in the entire Pope Hall shouted Bibi Dong's name. This moment the power of the court is overwhelming. Qian Daoliu looked at Bibi Dong, a complex look flashing in his eyes. He knows the truth of the matter. Perhaps out of guilt towards Bibi Dong, or perhaps because of the young Qian Rongxiu, he did not stop Bibi Dong from becoming pope. The extremely powerful Bibi Dong ascended the throne as emperor. A faint smile flashed across Bibi Dong's beautiful face, and she began to make some inspiring statements. The look in the eyes of 9-year-old Qian Rongxiu when she looked at Bibi Dong changed from incomprehension at first to hatred. Why is this woman not sad but seems happy when her father passed away? After the ceremony, Qian Rongxiu locked herself in the house and refused to come out. In the past 6 months, Qian Rongxiu asked Qian Daoliu to check all the sea cities on the border of the Xingluo Empire. But there was still no news about Lan. It's like a needle dropped into the ocean, with no response. Qian Rongxiu was already sad, and with the sudden death of her father, her world was once again shrouded in darkness. At this moment, she wished that figure could be by her side. "Big brother, where are you?" Zioxiu is so scared. Qian Rongxiu curled up on the bed, hugging the pillow tightly in her arms. The pillow is embroidered with Lan's image. Gradually, Lan's face became blurred. A few days later, under Xiaobai's leadership, Lan successfully arrived at Poseidon Island. Because of Xiaobai, Lan came to the core area of Poseidon Island very easily, and Lan also learned a lot about Poseidon Island from Xiaobai. This was also the first time Lan really understood God. Xiaobai and Lan easily jumped across the sea and came to a huge stone pillar. "Lan, you really don't want to have some fun on Poseidon Island first? It takes a long time to take part in the trial assessment." Xiaobai looked at Lan and spoke. "Need not." Lan walked towards the holy pillar, his eyes calm and firm. His purpose is clear. Just become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he truly control his own destiny. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of the holy pillar. Seahorse Douluo looked at Lan and Xiaobai behind him, slightly surprised. "You will actually bring people to participate in the assessment in person?" Hearing what Seahorse Douluo said, Xiaobai curled his lips and said, "I am also curious about what level of assessment Lan can get." "Oh." Seahorse Douluo was a little surprised. The young man in front of him was no simple person, as he could attract the interest of 100,000 years level newbie. Immediately, Seahorse Douluo then input soul power into the holy pillar. Boom! A dazzling golden light descended from the sky and wrapped Lan tightly. In an instant the sky and the earth were filled with wind and clouds, and the light and darkness flickered. A tall figure stood between heaven and earth. "This is Lord Poseidon." Seahorse Douluo and Xiaobai immediately knelt on one knee. In the temple of Poseidon, a beautiful figure looked towards the direction of the seahorse holy pillar, and shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. "It's the breath of Lord Poseidon. Who on earth could actually draw out Lord Poseidon?" In front of the seahorse holy pillar, a card descended from the strong golden light. There are strange patterns carved on the cards. Seahorse Douluo was stunned when he saw the content of the assessment. "What level of assessment is this? Why have you never seen it before?" Seahorse Douluo can be sure that the assessment in front of him does not belong to any of the yellow, purple, black, red, or top-level assessments. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Confrontation with Poseidon. Chapter 10, Conversation with Poseidon. Boom! A sacred golden light descended in front of the seahorse holy pillar. A white-haired woman holding a purple gold scepter slowly walked out from the golden light. With every step she took, she exuded an extremely strong pressure that made people tremble. Lan looked at Poseidon walking in the air, and his pupils shrank slightly. How could the aura of this white-haired woman be so terrifying? Titled Douluo, even stronger. Poseidon glanced at everything around her, and finally her eyes fell on Lan. "Young man, what's your name?" Poseidon said softly. "Lan." "Lan, what is your purpose in coming to Poseidon Island?" "Become stronger." Lan didn't hesitate at all. Poseidon nodded, then she looked at the colorful card in front of the seahorse holy pillar and said softly, "The content of your assessment is unprecedented. It was tailored for you by the Lord of the Sea personally. And I will be the prosecutor of your assessment trial. During the assessment, you can freely choose to withdraw from the assessment midway. This is a right granted to you by Lord Poseidon." Hearing what Poseidon said, Heba, Douluo and Xiaobai instantly lost their composure. It was already extremely shocking that Lord Poseidon personally customized the assessment for Lan. Not only that, Lan actually has the ability to quit the assessment midway. This is simply unprecedented. All soul masters who participate in the Sea God's assessment must complete the assessment within the specified time, otherwise they will lose their lives. This is the rule that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. After all, passing the assessment can earn you extremely generous rewards, improving your soul power level, soul ring age, and even a God-given soul ring. Where there are rewards, there are also punishments. If you fail to complete the assessment, you will die. But Lord Poseidon actually gave Lan the right to withdraw from the assessment. Could this Lan be the illegitimate son of Lord Poseidon? Xiaobai murmured in his heart. Assessment without restrictions is no different from simply giving money to others. Just like the top red test, after passing the test, the reward is extremely generous, and you will become the successor of the High Priest of Poseidon Island, but by then it will be difficult for you to leave Poseidon Island. Freedom will most likely be restricted. Lan is different. As long as he wants, he can get the assessment reward for free and get away with it. Coupled with Lan's ability to control the sea, it is hard for Xiaobai not to think that he is an illegitimate child. Lan naturally understood this truth. There is no free lunch in the world. For a moment, he hesitated. Because this is a choice involving freedom, he is very cautious. If the power comes at the cost of losing freedom, he would rather not have it. Poseidon seemed to see through Lan's thoughts and said calmly, "Lan, come with me to the Sea God Temple. Lord Poseidon wants to see you." Under the shocked gazes of Seahorse Douluo and Xiaobai, Lan followed Poseidon and left. There are dozens of holy pillars displayed in the Temple of Poseidon. At the deepest part of the temple sits a platform with a golden trident deeply inserted into the ground, emitting a sacred aura all the time. Lan looked at the trident of Poseidon in front of him and actually felt an extremely strong pressure. This kind of pressure is unprecedented. It seems to come from God. Lord Poseidon, Lan has been brought here. Poseidon knelt down and worshipped the trident of Poseidon. Suddenly, the trident of Poseidon produced a strong energy fluctuation, and Lan's consciousness instantly drifted away from this world and was pulled into a void space. Lan stepped on the sea level. In front of him was a majestic figure standing between heaven and earth. The figure held the same trident of Poseidon as the one in the Temple of Poseidon, with the vast ocean behind him, surrounded by golden light, and an ethereal aura that made people want to kneel down and worship him. Lan looked up at the tall figure, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes. What a terrifying sense of oppression! Could he be the legendary sea god? The sea god looked at Lan. His face was covered by a layer of shadow, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. "Young man, your name is Lan, right?" "Yeah." Lan responded calmly, his expression as calm as ever. For a person who has no fear of death, even if the person standing before him was a legendary god, it would not shake his state of mind. Especially after Lan completely broke the old shackles of the past. Lan today has completely transformed. Interesting. The sea god chuckled, then gently waved the sea god trident in his hand. In an instant, the entire ocean was shaking violently, and the boundless sea water turned into a tsunami and rushed straight into the sky, as if the entire ocean was hanging upside down in the sky, destroying the world with a single move. This is God. In a single thought, the world changes dramatically. Lan, do you want to possess the power of God? With your talent, you can definitely inherit my throne as Sea God, become the next generation of Sea God, gain endless lifespan, and ascend to the realm of the gods. The ethereal voice of the sea god echoed quietly in this world. Lan raised his head slightly, his narrow and deep eyes as calm as autumn water. I crave power but not yours. Inheriting someone else's power and using someone else's moves are meaningless to me. The world only knows the sea god, but not you. What Lan desires is freedom in the absolute sense. Everything is with me, and nothing is with me. The sea god was silent for a moment, then he laughed, as I expected. You will not choose to inherit my throne. That's right. With your talent, you can take a stronger path and even surpass me. Before becoming a god, Poseidon was also a soul master in Douluo continent. He possessed extraordinary talent and fought in the sea all his life, maintaining the peace of the Douluo sea world, gaining the faith of all living beings, and eventually creating his own godhood, Poseidon. He is said to be the god of the sea, but in fact he is a soul master who maintains order in the sea and possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary people. There are two paths to becoming a god. The first is to gain the favor of the gods, complete the test given by them, and inherit their throne. This is the simplest and most direct way. The second one is extremely difficult, which is when the soul master uses his own talent to break through the shackles of the body and create his own godhood, just like the god of the sea. This kind of god is also called the first generation god. The first generation of gods were all powerful beings. Especially in terms of mood. In that case, I will not say anything more. I personally gave you the test, and it is extremely difficult, even as difficult as the 9 tests of Poseidon. Passing the test will be of great help to your strength. If you encounter difficulties in the future, you can come to my Poseidon Island. The door of Poseidon Island is always open to you. Poseidon spoke slowly. Thank you. Lan bowed slightly to the sea god. Although he didn't understand why the sea god took such good care of him, he seemed to be able to feel that the other party had no ill intentions. From the very beginning, the god of the sea had no intention of letting Lan inherit his throne. Immediately afterwards, Lan was sent out of the void space. On the vast sea, the sea god raised his head slightly. The sea is about to welcome its true master. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Deep Sea, Gigzu, and Heart Sea. Chapter 11 Deep Sea, Gigzu, and Heart Sea. After coming out of the void, Lan immediately applied to Poseidon to start the assessment. Poseidon brought Lan to the location of the first test, Poseidon Mountain. Your first test is to climb the sea god staircase to the top. The time limit is 1 year. If you fail to complete the assessment, it will be considered a failure. Not only will you not receive the reward, but you will also lose the qualification to take the next assessment. If you feel danger during the test, you can terminate the test at any time. This is a special right granted to you by the sea god. After saying that, Poseidon's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lan slowly walked towards the Poseidon stairs. The sea god's stairs is shrouded in the sea god's light and can bounce back any soul skills. Lan first put his hand into the shield, and then stepped onto the first step. In an instant, Lan felt a strong force of gravity squeezing his body, and his feet seemed to be completely sucked into the steps. Then, Lan began to step onto the second, third, and fourth steps. The pressure on his body increased exponentially. Under the pressure of the light of the sea god, Lan's body continued to stimulate its potential. Even the speed of absorbing the soul power of heaven and earth was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Nearly a day has passed. Lan's footsteps finally stopped at the 80th step. Lan's deep sea domain can offset the pressure brought by the light of Poseidon to a great extent. Not only that, Lan also discovered that the pressure attached to the light of Poseidon seems to have the same effect as his deep sea domain. Now Lan has only scratched the surface of the development of the deep sea. Perhaps he can use the light of the sea god to further develop his deep sea. Poseidon was watching Lan's every move silently in the dark, her eyelashes trembling slightly. He was able to reach the 80th level on the first day. I'm afraid there has never been a soul master who can do this in tens of thousands of years. As expected, you are someone that Lord Poseidon values. After practicing in the light of Poseidon for a period of time, Lan discovered that the light of Poseidon was indeed helpful to his deep-sea domain. So, Lan began to practice day and night. 1 year later, Lan sat cross-legged on the steps in front of the top floor, meditating. Behind him, there was a phantom of the deep sea, and in the phantom, there was a purple-blue shark wandering back and forth. At this moment, the pressure emitted by the deep sea is enough to offset the pressure brought by the light of Poseidon. Lan suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were sharp and his temperament was colder than before, but also with a hint of mystery. The first level of the deep sea realm, Gigzu, has been completed. This is the result of Lan's 8 months of practice in the light of the sea god. He used the light of the sea god to comprehend the deep sea realm, and thus comprehended the first level of the deep sea realm, Gigzu. Gigzu can greatly increase the pressure in the deep sea area, initially 10 times, and it will increase as Lan's strength increases. Now Lan's soul power has also been upgraded to level 77. Ordinary soul Douluo are no match for Lan. If he were in the sea, Lan's strength would only be stronger. Lan stood up slowly. Now the pressure of the sea god's light on him had disappeared. He easily climbed the last step and reached the top. With Lan's strength, he could have reached the top as early as the 3rd month. When Lan reached the top, the first assessment also ended. Lan, you have passed the first special test of traveling through the light of the sea god. Your soul power will be increased by 1 level, and the age of all your soul rings will be increased by 500 years. An ethereal voice sounded in Lan's mind. The first and second soul rings under Lan's feet changed directly from yellow to purple, and the aura of the other soul rings also became much stronger. Is this the reward from the sea god? Lan felt the changes in himself, and a sense of joy surged in his heart. In just about a year, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes, equivalent to his several years of hard training, which is mainly attributed to the light of the sea god. For Lan, coming to Poseidon Island this time was the right decision. Call, a golden light descended, and Poseidon slowly walked towards Lan. Looking at the coming Poseidon, there was a flash of excitement in Lan's eyes. He knows his second test was coming. This was just the beginning. In the next 6 years, Lan completed several tests given by the sea god. Not only did he obtain a 100,000-year soul ring bestowed by God and break through to the soul Douluo realm, he also successfully developed the deep sea realm to the 2nd level, the heart sea. The heart sea is different from the Gigzu. It does not act directly on the body, but on the human spirit. For those who are trapped in the heart sea, their mental strength and speed will be greatly reduced, just like being alone in the quiet deep sea, small and helpless. The soul will suffer a great blow. And starting from this year, the direction of Poseidon's assessment began to change, turning into focusing on thinking and spiritual aspects. There are even quizzes on how to manage the sea. Lan felt that it was a waste of time, but if he didn't complete these assessments, he wouldn't be able to move on to the next one, so Lan could only be forced to accept it. Not only that, the rewards for the assessments were getting smaller and smaller, but Lan could understand that. After all, he wasn't planning to inherit the throne of Poseidon, so he couldn't expect Poseidon to give him the same treatment as his successor. There is no such reason in the world. With Lan's talent, if he did not take the path of creating his own deity and chose to inherit the throne of sea god, he would probably have completed the sea god test and ascended to the realm of gods. But Lan's heart is not here. He is still practicing hard on Poseidon Island, working hard to make himself stronger. At the same time, Lan never forgot his mission. The Empire's last mission. He told Wells about his training on Poseidon Island, and quietly waited for the last mission given to him by the Empire. As long as the task is not completed, Lan is still Black Ice's man, the #1 assassin of the Douluo Empire. At present, Lan only has a brief period of freedom. He longed for true freedom. He dreamed every night that the Empire gave him his last mission. Lan's state of mind was already as solid as a rock. But these dreams once again made Lan feel uneasy and shook his mood. Only because the same figure appears in every mission in this dream. Qianrongxiu. That's right. In the dream, Lan's mission was to assassinate Qianrongxiu. Lan woke up from his dream again and again, so much so that whenever he recalled Qianrongxiu's face, he felt a strong sense of suffocation. If the Empire's last mission is really to let me kill the little devil, what should I do? This has been Lan's biggest worry in the past 6 years. On one side is the freedom he has always longed for, and on the other side is the person who changes the destiny of others. If he had not met Qianrongxiu, he would have chosen freedom without hesitation. Because freedom is the most important thing in this world. But even he didn't know. When did that little kid become so important in his heart? Even when faced with freedom, he hesitated. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lan's mind. Lan, the 7th special test has begun. You will take turns to challenge the 7 guardians of the holy pillars of Poseidon Island. The time limit is 3 days. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Breath of the Deep Sea, Absolute Suppression of Bloodline. Chapter 12 Breath of the Deep Sea, Absolute Suppression of Bloodline, in front of the Seahorse Holy Pillar. Lan walked slowly towards Seahorse Douluo. You came. Seahorse Douluo looked at Lan in front of him, a look of shock flashed across his face. In just 6 years, Lan's strength increased so quickly. Even he, a titled Douluo, couldn't see through it. He is worthy of being someone that Lord Poseidon values. Lan, come on. Xiaobai watched from the side and cheered for Lan. Let's start. Lan said softly. This was his first time fighting against a titled Douluo. Lan's current soul power is level 86, which is quite a distance from the 92 level Seahorse Douluo. There is a world of difference between each level of titled Douluo, not to mention that Lan is only a level 86 soul Douluo now. To outsiders, a soul Douluo challenging a titled Douluo alone is tantamount to seeking death. But Lan didn't think he would lose. Lan possesses 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul bone, and the absolutely suppressing deep sea domain. Even the killer whale domain of the evil killer whale king cannot resist the deep sea domain. In contrast, Lan must fight quickly and decisively. Because his mission is to defeat the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians within 3 days, and all of these 7 Holy Pillar Guardians are titled Douluo. Lan must cherish every minute and every second. Inside the Temple of Poseidon, Poseidon was also watching this test silently. During these 6 years, she had a clear view of Lan's performance. The stronger Lan's strength became, the more confused Poseidon became. With Yulan's talent, he can definitely become the successor of Lord Poseidon, but why Lord Poseidon? Thinking of this, Poseidon immediately worshipped sincerely. She shouldn't have speculated on the will of the sea god. Her heart was becoming more and more confused. Seahorse Douluo nodded and said calmly, Lan, as an examiner, I must remind you. Although Lord Poseidon has granted you the right to withdraw from the assessment midway, in actual combat, fists and feet are blind, and you are likely to get injured or even lose your life. You have to think clearly. Lan heard this, his expression remained unchanged. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I am willing to give it a try. It is good. In that case, the assessment begins. Guardian of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, Seahorse Spirit, 92nd level strong attack titled Douluo, please give me your guidance. 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black slowly rose under the feet of Seahorse Douluo. The aura of titled Douluo was overwhelming. Lan, Martial Soul Breath of the Deep Sea, Level 86 Strong Attack System Combat Soul Douluo, please give me your guidance. Swa. A giant dark purple shark leaped up, its eyes were bloodshot, its sharp teeth flashed cold light, and the surrounding sea was shaking violently, as if it was afraid. During these 6 years, Lan's strength continued to increase, and the breath of the deep sea also slowly evolved. Now even Lan himself is not clear what grade the breath of the deep sea has reached. What kind of martial spirit is this? Seahorse Douluo looked at the breath of the deep sea behind Lan, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. The martial soul and the soul master are one in mind and body. The martial spirits that can be cultivated to the titled Douluo realm are definitely the top martial spirits on the continent. But at the moment when the breath of the deep sea appeared, Seahorse Douluo's martial spirit actually sent out a signal of fear. Speaking of which, Seahorse Douluo seemed to have only felt this extremely strong repressive force from the high priest Poseidon. Because Poseidon's martial spirit is called Sea God. The suppression power brought by the breath of the deep sea to Seahorse Douluo is not inferior to that of the Sea God martial spirit, and even slightly exceeds it. Who is Lan? Seahorse Douluo looked solemn. After feeling the pressure brought by the breath of the deep sea, he did not dare to underestimate it at all and went all out from the start. 5th Soul Skill, Sea Howling. Seahorse Douluo clenched his fists, and the surrounding sea water turned into an endless tsunami, with strong winds roaring, and attacked Lan. Lan looked at the tsunami that covered the sky and the sun, and just raised his hand slightly. The breath of the deep sea opened its bloody mouth and leaped into the air. All the sea water in the sky was instantly sucked into its belly. This scene happened so suddenly that Seahorse Douluo was stunned on the spot. What happened? His soul skills were swallowed up just like that. Seahorse Douluo was a little bit skeptical. Then, he displayed various soul skills. But no matter what, Lan's breath of the deep sea martial spirit could easily break it and could not hurt Lan at all. This moment Seahorse Douluo seemed to understand something. Although Seahorse Douluo couldn't believe it, the facts forced him to believe it. Lan's martial spirit seemed to be able to suppress any water attribute spirit skills. After realizing this, for the first time, Seahorse Douluo felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart. How can this be considered a water attribute suppressing soul skill? Just suppress all the sea soul masters. Lan had discovered long ago that breath of the deep sea could suppress all water attribute soul skills. But it wasn't so obvious at that time. Lan can only weaken the power of water attributed soul skills. But as Lan's strength grew and the breath of the deep sea evolved, this feature became more and more obvious. Especially after Lan developed the deep sea domain to the 2nd level of the Heartsea realm, the soul skills of any water-attributed soul master would be weakened by 70% in front of Lan. And Lan could feel that this is not the limit of breath of the deep sea. If he reaches the titled Douluo realm in the future, or even stronger, it is not impossible for breath of the deep sea to be completely immune to water-attributed spirit skills. Not only that, Lan's control over the sea has become more and more proficient. When fighting against the evil killer whale king at sea at first, Lan could only control the sea for a short moment, but now, Lan can try to control the sea to attack. Lan took a step forward, a scarlet color flashed in his eyes. His mind moved, and a huge wave instantly arose behind him. Seahorse Douluo's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he learned that Lan's martial soul was immune to water attribute soul skills, he still did not give up. So what if I am not afraid of water attribute spirit skills? Let's try this trick. The 9th soul skill. The soul power in Seahorse Douluo's body surged wildly, and the sky above the entire Seahorse holy pillar dimmed in an instant, turning into a tornado-shaped residual cloud, swallowing up the sky and the earth. Xiaobai was horrified when he saw this scene. This is Seahorse Douluo's 9th soul skill, the Sky Tornado Annihilation Fist. Once, Seahorse Douluo used this move to seal the volcano on Poseidon Island that was about to erupt, thus preventing the island from suffering a great loss of life. This move is extremely powerful. Even a titled Douluo of the same level would have no chance of taking it. The most important thing is that this move is not a simple water-attributed soul skill. Lan's breath of the deep sea martial soul is not immune to it. Lan, what are you doing? Stop Seahorse Douluo. Xiaobai really wanted to remind Lan, but no one else was allowed to interfere during the assessment. Lan looked at Seahorse Douluo, who was constantly accumulating strength. His expression remained calm. If Seahorse Douluo was not a titled Douluo of sea martial spirit, he might still pose some threat to Lan. But now it's at sea. This is Lan's home court. Lan's lips moved slightly. The first level of the deep sea realm. Return to the ruins. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Who is the little devil you are thinking about? Chapter 13. Who is the little devil you are thinking about? Return to the ruins. As soon as the word Su fell, an extremely strong pressure from the deep sea suddenly descended between heaven and earth. As Seahorse Douluo was about to release his spirit skill, his body suddenly stiffened. The sudden feeling of suffocation made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. What on earth is this? Seahorse Douluo's heart was already filled with a wave of shock. Taking advantage of the moment when Seahorse Douluo was controlled by the deep sea domain, Lan's body moved. Lan was seen holding a dark blue shark fin, stomping his toes on the ground suddenly, creating waves, and flying towards Seahorse Douluo. First soul skill, stepping on the waves. Second soul skill, breaking the sky. Lan's body passed by Seahorse Douluo in an instant, and the shark blade in his hand was tinged with blood red. On the other hand, Seahorse Douluo was still standing there in a daze. Seahorse Douluo's pupils shrank slightly, and a bloody mark was cut on the skin on his neck. Fortunately, the wound was not deep. Seahorse Douluo knew that he had lost this battle. I surrender. Seahorse Douluo did not hesitate at all. Lan lifted the deep sea domain, and Seahorse Douluo felt relieved, gasping for breath, as if he had survived a calamity. When I was in the deep sea, Seahorse Douluo felt like he was really trapped in the deep sea. The despair and feeling of suffocation were beyond the endurance of ordinary people. Seahorse Douluo fought very uncomfortably in this battle. All of his soul skills were suppressed by Lan's breath of the deep sea, and he was unable to exert his strength as a titled Douluo. Not to mention that he is now level 92, Seahorse Douluo feels that even if he is level 94 or 95, he may not be a match for Lan. And all this is just because of Lan's martial soul. As long as one is a sea soul master, I am afraid there is no one who is not afraid of Lan. After challenging Seahorse Douluo, Lan immediately rushed towards the next holy pillar. Seahorse Douluo looked at Lan's departing back with a melancholy expression. Perhaps only Lord Poseidon knows what Lan's martial spirit is. Inside the Poseidon temple, Lan's martial spirit actually has the same characteristics as the sea god's martial spirit. Poseidon clenched the scepter in his hand slightly, with shock in his beautiful eyes. As the owner of the sea god martial spirit, she understood the significance of this matter better than anyone else. As a deity worshipped by marine creatures, the sea god has an innate suppression over all soul beasts and soul masters' martial spirits in the sea. It can be said that this is the majesty of the sea god. Therefore, Poseidon, who possesses the sea god's martial spirit, has extremely strong suppression over all soul beasts and soul masters on the sea, making it easier for her to manage the sea on behalf of the sea god. The sea god martial spirit was also bestowed upon Poseidon by the sea god. But why does Lan's martial soul also have this kind of suppression? Bo Sixi was puzzled. The other side, Xiaobai and Lan are on their way to the holy pillar of the AMA. Lan, you defeated Seahorse Douluo so easily. You are so strong. I feel like I am no match for you now. Xiaobai looked at Lan and spoke. At the moment when Lan summoned the breath of the deep sea, Xiaobai was completely frightened. As a soul beast, she could feel the oppressive feeling brought by the breath of the deep sea more directly than the soul master's martial soul. This is similar to blood suppression. Even if a dog has never seen a tiger, when it sees a tiger, it will still be deeply suppressed by the tiger blood in its bones and feel fear. Just good luck. Lan responded calmly. This is not because Lan was being modest. If Seahorse Douluo was a titled Douluo on land, he would not have won this game so easily. Lan now has a clear understanding of his own strength. Lan can only fully display his strength at home in the sea. On land, with Lan's own talent and years of practical experience as an assassin, he is invincible under the title Douluo, and he is not afraid of meeting a title Douluo, but it is still extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. Lan has already thought of a solution to this problem. Continue to develop deep sea areas. Every breakthrough into the deep sea realm made Lan's control over the ocean much stronger. If Lan fully comprehended the deep sea realm, Lan even felt that he could directly summon out a vast ocean. If I could call upon the sea, then there will be no distinction between lands anymore. Wherever Lan is, that is the blue home court. Just thinking about it made Lan feel excited. Once upon a time, Lan and his companions also dreamed of becoming titled Douluo, peerless strong men. Now, Lan is getting closer and closer to this goal. If they were also. A trace of sadness flashed across Lan's heart. Although Lan can now face the past, regret and sadness are inevitable. Lan, we are about to reach the Sea Maiden Holy Pillar. Although Sea Maiden Douluo is ranked last among the 7 guardians of the Holy Pillar, her attack method is extremely special, mainly based on sound waves, which is hard to defend against. You must pay more attention. Xiaobai quickly reminded Lan. Less than 10 minutes later, Lan arrived in front of the Holy Pillar of the Sea Maiden. At this moment, Sea Girl Douluo was already waiting in front of the Holy Pillar. The Sea Girl Douluo has a strange appearance, without legs, only a fish tail. She is not a human, but a mermaid. You're really amazing. You defeated Kaiba so quickly. Hai Nu Douluo's voice is young, like that of an underage child. It was just luck. Please start the assessment, senior. Lan said. Sea Girl Douluo approached Lan, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. What happened? I can't even hear what this guy is thinking. AMA Douluo has a special ability, mind reading. She can hear other people's thoughts, which also means that Sea Girl Douluo can always predict the enemy's actions, making her very difficult to deal with. The reason why Hai Nu Douluo ranks last among the 7 guardians of the Holy Pillars is that her methods are well known to the other guardians. If a stranger challenges her, the difficulty is no less than challenging the top 3 guardians of the Holy Pillars. No, is there something wrong? Hai Nu Douluo was suspicious, then she walked towards Lan with a smile. Fighting is so boring, why don't you listen to a song I play? If you can finish listening to my song, I will admit defeat, how about that? After saying this, Hai Nu Douluo pricked up her ears and listened carefully to something. Lan frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Could this Sea Girl Douluo be a pervert? A dignified titled Douluo actually calls him brother? After a soul master breaks through to the titled Douluo realm, his lifespan will increase significantly. If his appearance is still young when he breaks through to the titled Douluo realm, his appearance will not change in the future. This Sea Girl Douluo is a titled Douluo. Apart from anything else, she must be at least 60 or 70 years old, right? An old witch in her 60s or 70s calls him brother. Thinking of this, Lan got goosebumps all over his body. This time, Sea Girl Douluo heard Lan's thoughts. She was furious. What old witch? She is obviously just a little girl. The lifespan of mermaids is 5 times that of humans. Sea Girl Douluo is now over 60 years old, which is equivalent to a human child of 12 or 13 years old. Hai Nu Douluo was just about to explain to Lan, when suddenly, she heard Lan's voice again. The Sea Girl Douluo narrowed her eyes, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a gossipy expression. Lan, who is that little devil you are thinking about? End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Heart Sea, The Fear from the Deep Sea. Chapter 14 Heart Sea, The Fear from the Deep Sea. Hearing the word little devil, Lan's heartstrings, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly trembled. This Sea Girl Douluo could actually read what he was thinking. Just when Lan heard the word brother, Qian Rongxiu's figure appeared in Lan's mind. because only that little kid would call him brother. After so many years, it's time for the little girl to grow up. Is she doing well? Sea Girl Douluo and Xiaobai realized something when they saw the melancholy expression on Lan's face. Especially Xiaobai. Although she had not had much contact with Lan in the past 6 years, the impression Lan gave her was that he was aloof and decisive, as if nothing could shake his emotions, like a cold-blooded killer or assassin. But I didn't expect that such a cold person would one day reveal such a lost look. It seems that this little kid has a very high status in Lan's heart. Hai Nu Douluo and Lan stood on either side. Both sides summoned their martial spirits. When Lan saw the martial soul of Sea Girl Douluo, he was slightly surprised. The other party's martial soul was not a complete sea martial soul like Seahorse Douluo. It was a sea flute. In this case, the suppressing effect of the breath of the deep sea will be greatly weakened. And Xiaobai has just said that Sea Girl Douluo's main means of attack is sound waves, and water-attributed soul skills only play a supporting role. Without any exaggeration, the threat that Sea Girl Douluo brings to Lan is even greater than that of Seahorse Douluo, the fourth of the 7 sacred pillars. Sea Girl Douluo looked at Lan with great caution. She watched the entire battle between Seahorse Douluo and Lan. Although the suppression power of Lan's breath of the deep sea martial spirit on her was not as absolute as that of Seahorse Douluo, it also had a significant impact on her. The key is, the Sea Girl Douluo's mind-reading skills were completely unable to capture Lan's thoughts. Is this guy human? How did he do it without any thoughts in his mind? It was also the first time that Sea Girl Douluo met someone like Lan who had completely cleared his mind. This unknown emotion made her feel a little uneasy. Hai Nu Douluo decided to take the first step. The sea demon flute in her hand burst into purple light, and the soul power in her body surged wildly. Third soul skill, 7 stars. Before Sea Girl Douluo could release her soul skills, Lan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and in a flash, she appeared in front of Sea Girl Douluo. The Sea Girl Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted, and she quickly stepped back. The shark blade in Lan's hand scratched across the tip of her nose and cut off a strand of her hair. So fast! Hai Nu Douluo was shocked. Isn't this guy a strong attack spirit master? Why is the speed so fast? Lan's speed far exceeds that of the average agility attack soul Douluo, which is attributed to his years of training and experience as a killer. All of Lan's moves are killing techniques. Cut throats, pierce hearts, pierce holes. If Sea Girl Douluo had not reacted in time, that move would have ended the battle. It seems that I really can't underestimate you. Hai Nu Douluo put away her usual laughter. Lan held the shark blade tightly. He must not let Hai Nu Douluo blow the sea demon flute. 6th soul skill, Crazy Shark Abyss. A huge dark purple shark suddenly leaped out from behind Lan, opened its bloody mouth and attacked Sea Girl Douluo. The world was filled with a murderous and violent aura. What a great spirit skill! Sea Girl Douluo put the sea magic flute to her lips and said, "It's a pity, no matter how fast you are, can you be faster than the sound?" The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. The 9th soul skill, Sea Suppressing Divine Comedy. Then, a loud and penetrating singing voice instantly spread for miles around. Between the sky and the earth is blocked by a layer of blue water curtain, in which there seem to be thousands of mermaids, who are singing melodious and loud songs together, and the singing is like magic sound, shocking the heart. Xiaobai quickly covered her ears, a look of pain flashed across her face. If Sea Dragon Douluo is the strongest among the 7 sacred pillar guardians in terms of individual strength, then Sea Girl Douluo is the strongest in team battles. Think at the beginning the Spirit Hall invaded the Sea God Island and sent out dozens of titled Douluo and a powerful lineup of hundreds of thousands of troops. Facing the aggressive Spirit Hall, Sea Girl Douluo relied on a song called Divine Song of the Sea to fight against hundreds of thousands of troops alone and defeated the Spirit Hall army step by step. The Sea Girl Douluo is also known as the most terrifying person on the Sea God Island, except for the High Priest Poseidon. Lan's soul skill was broken in an instant. The whole person stood there in a daze, as if he was controlled by the Genhai divine song. When Hai Nu Douluo saw this scene, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ended. Sea Girl Douluo was ready to put away her soul skills. After all, Lan was someone that Lord Poseidon valued, and she couldn't afford to offend him. But at the moment when Sea Girl Douluo was about to take back her martial spirit, a blood-red light suddenly flashed in Lan's scattered eyes. Sea Girl Douluo's eyes collided with Lan's lips moved slightly. The second level of the deep sea realm. Heart Sea. In an instant Sea Girl Douluo's eyes were dazed, and her whole body looked like a walking corpse, with her head drooping. Where am I? Hai Nu Douluo slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw was pitch black. The surroundings were eerily quiet, making one feel uncontrollably panicked. Sea Girl Douluo could feel that she should be in the deep sea now. Hai Nu Douluo tried to move around, but all she got in response was nothingness. She couldn't see anything, couldn't hear any sound, as if she was forgotten and abandoned by the world. Time passes little by little. Hai Nu Douluo's breathing became more and more rapid, and she felt a strong sense of suffocation. Fear, despair, and all kinds of negative emotions followed. Hai Nu Douluo's heart was breaking down bit by bit, and she had thoughts of suicide. In this extremely claustrophobic environment, even a titled Douluo cannot maintain his sanity. Suddenly Sea Girl Douluo felt a current coming from behind her, as if something was standing behind her. Her first reaction was joy, and there seemed to be hope in her eyes. Hai Nu Douluo turned around immediately. I see. In the quiet and dark deep sea, a pair of murderous scarlet eyes were staring at her. The most terrifying thing is the eyes were so big that Hai Nu Douluo could only look up. Gradually, the eyes got closer and closer. The heart of the Sea Girl Douluo was completely devoured by fear. Because she gradually saw clearly the owner of those eyes. It was a shark. Its body is so large that it can fill the entire deep ocean. The neat and huge fangs were like pillars supporting the heaven and earth, and the corners of the mouth were stretched back, revealing a strange arc. The eyes filled with violence and murder were like two planets, staring at Hai Nu Douluo. In front of it, Sea Girl Douluo is like a mayfly or a grain of sand in the vast ocean, insignificant. Boom! After the Sea Girl Douluo's heart beat for the last time, it suddenly stopped. P.S. Book lovers must read this book closely, otherwise it will easily kill your love for it. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. He is dead? Chapter 15. He is dead? Hoo. Hai Nu Douluo raised her head suddenly. She was breathing heavily, her chest heaving, and the only sound she could hear was her own violent heartbeat. I'm alive? The scene of the deep sea and the indescribable strange shark emerged in her mind. Just think about it. A strong feeling of suffocation followed. "Ama, what's wrong with you?" Xiaobai saw the frightened mermaid and hurried forward to check the situation. The moment Sea Girl Douluo saw Xiaobai, she rushed up to him, hugged him, and started crying. Xiaobai was a little confused. What exactly happened? Why did Hai Nu Douluo show such a fearful and desperate expression? She was caught in my domain and was pulled into the illusion. At this moment, Lan on the side slowly spoke. Looking at the frightened expression of Sea Girl Douluo, Lan herself was a little surprised. Is he so strong in this field, to scare a titled Douluo like this? Lan could also see the scene of Sea Girl Douluo being pulled into the illusion. The deep sea has been a place that humans fear since ancient times. This is the fear that comes from the blood. Humans are afraid of silence, darkness. If a person is locked in a completely closed small room, without light and without life, the only thing that will await him in the end is suicide. What's more, it is the deep sea 10,000 meters below. Realm, illusion. Xiaobai was shocked. What kind of illusion is so powerful that it could scare Sea Girl Douluo like this? As for Hai Nu Douluo's mental state, I'm afraid I'll never forget it in my life. Xiaobai told Hai Nu Douluo about the illusion, but even after Hai Nu Douluo knew it was just an illusion, the fear in her heart still remained. but it was slightly relieved. So much so that when Sea Girl Douluo sees Lan's martial spirit now, she can think of the shark in the illusion. "Weave, please go away. I never want to see you again." Little pearls kept falling from the Sea Girl Douluo's rosy eyes. She secretly swore in her heart that she would never see a shark in her life. Including Ziobai, who restored the original form of the demon soul Great White Shark. Therefore, Lan was driven out of the Sea Maiden Holy Pillar by Sea Maiden Douluo. And from now on, Lan is not allowed to set foot on the Holy Pillar of the Sea Maiden. Lan felt very guilty about this. Mainly because it was Lan's first time to use the Heart Sea. He had never expected that the Heart Sea could have such a strong stimulating effect on the human spirit. In the end, Lan won this battle of spirits. On Poseidon Island, Lan, who possesses the deep sea domain, is basically invincible. Immune to most of the soul skills of sea soul masters, the absolute oppression of deep sea breath on other martial souls. Lan pushed forward all the way after defeating Sea Girl Douluo. Lan successively defeated the 4 Holy Pillar Guardians, Sea Madness Douluo, Sea Ghost Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, and Sea Star Douluo. They were simply unable to display their full-titled Douluo strength in front of Lan, and the battle was almost always ended by Lan within 10 moves. There were 3 days left before the assessment, but not even 1 day had passed. 6 of the 7 sacred pillars have been defeated. Now only Sea Dragon Douluo is left. Sea Dragon Douluo is recognized as the strongest of the 7 sacred pillars guardians, with a soul power level of up to level 95, second only to Poseidon on Poseidon Island. This is destined to be an extremely difficult battle. Sea Dragon Douluo. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lan's figure rushed towards the last Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. Tiandu Empire, the prince's bedroom. He was sitting at his desk handling imperial business. Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him. "Little lord. What's the matter?" He continued to handle his official business without looking back. A man in a black robe clasped his hands together and said in a respectful tone, "Young master, our people have found some information about the assassin you asked us to investigate." Click. The tip of the pen in He's hand suddenly broke. A flash of excitement flashed across his face, and he quickly turned around and asked, "How is it? Did you find him?" Seeing the excitement on He's face, the 2 men in black robes looked at each other, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Over the years, the young master has been asking them to investigate an assassin named Lan and has never given up. They knew very well how important Lan was to them. Just. One of the men in black robes hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking, "Young master, according to our people's inquiries over the years, this Lan is a top assassin secretly trained by the Luo Empire. Birth and identity are unknown. He has carried out hundreds of missions without fail, but a few years ago, this Lan received an urgent mission. We don't know the specific content of the mission. But that was the first time Lan failed in his mission. He did not complete the task assigned to him by the Luo Empire. Lastly, according to rumors, Lan seemed to have been imprisoned in a death row, tortured for several days, and had no water. Later, Lan seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him left in the world." The man in black robe took a deep breath. "He is most likely no longer alive. Their spirit hall has the strongest intelligence network on the continent. Not to mention the 2 empires, even in remote places like the City of Slaughter, they have spies. A person suddenly disappears from the face of the earth. It hasn't happened in nearly a decade. It can basically be concluded that the other person is no longer alive. Hear this." He suddenly collapsed into the chair, dazed and at a loss. The scene from that year reappeared in her mind. "It's foolish to threaten your own life with an assassin who wants to kill you. Go ahead, before I change my mind. Don't be distracted, kid. Hide behind me." Lan's back appeared in her mind. Strong emotions affected her mood. "It hurts. My heart hurts so much. Suddenly, Xue Qinghe's appearance disappeared. Instead, there was a stunning face and eyes that were indescribably beautiful, as if all the mountains and rivers in the world were in her. She is graceful and beautiful. She is no longer the naive girl she used to be. Why? You let me live well, but you... Qianrongxiu took out the shark blade that Lan gave her, tears in her eyes. Crystal tears slid down her face and fell onto the shark blade. Little Lord. Snake Spear Douluo wanted to comfort Qianrongxiu. But I don't know where to start to comfort myself. Qianrongxiu took a deep breath and turned her back. She gripped the shark blade tightly, trying to control her emotions. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, including my grandfather. Yes, my lord. Snake Spear, the porcupine knelt on one knee. Qianrongxiu looked down at the shark blade in her hand, her expression as cold as ice, and a sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Xingluo Empire, you will pay the price for Big Brother's life. Poseidon Island, in front of the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Breaking the Demonic Realm? Can you break it? Chapter 16, Breaking the Demonic Realm? Can you break it? Seeking follow-up reading, Lan came to the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar. In front of him stood a shirtless, muscular man. Before he made a move, he could vaguely feel a strong sense of oppression. This person is Sea Dragon Douluo, the strongest of the 7 sacred pillar guardians. Your speed is far beyond my expectations. However, this assessment should end here. Sea Dragon Douluo spoke slowly, his voice was like the sound of a golden bell, sonorous and powerful. A blood-red human figure appeared behind him, and a terrifying pressure filled the space between heaven and earth. Lan's expression was slightly solemn. Is this the oppressive feeling of being a level 95 titled Douluo? Lan was not willing to be outdone and summoned the breath of the deep sea. Sea Dragon Douluo's martial soul is also a sea martial soul, so it is naturally absolutely suppressed by the breath of the deep sea. Sea Dragon Douluo felt the weakening of his martial spirit, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. No wonder the other Holy Pillar Guardians are no match for you, your martial spirit has suppressed at least 60% of their strength. Sea Dragon Douluo knew that Lan's martial soul had absolute suppression on the sea martial soul, but he did not expect the suppression power to be 60%. If Lan is promoted to title Douluo, I'm afraid that no one in the entire ocean can be his opponent except the High Priest Poseidon. Sea Dragon Douluo took a step forward, his muscles expanding, and sneered, it's a pity that I'm better at hand-to-hand combat than using water. To deal with a level 86 soul Douluo, 40% of your strength is enough. Third soul skill, Dragon Soul. Sea Dragon Douluo stomped his toes on the ground suddenly, and gravel flew everywhere. Sea Dragon Douluo's body rushed towards Lan like a cannonball, leaving a series of sonic booms between heaven and earth. When Lan saw Sea Dragon Douluo running towards him, he instantly had a bad feeling. He did not choose to take Sea Dragon Douluo's attack head-on, but immediately dodged sideways. Sea Dragon Douluo's fist fell to the ground. There was a loud bang that resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The whole earth shattered. There was a flash of horror in Lan's eyes. If he were hit by this punch, he would be seriously injured if not killed. What's even more dangerous is that Sea Dragon Douluo is a sea soul master who doesn't use water as his main weapon, but he is actually good at close combat. Coupled with his super high soul power of level 95, the gap between Lan and him is no longer something that the deep sea breath can suppress. Lan's advantage when facing other Holy Pillar Guardians disappeared. We were put in a passive position right from the start. Lan continuously used his spirit skills to fend off Sea Dragon Douluo's attacks. Each of Sea Dragon Douluo's punches was as heavy as 1,000 pieces of gold, and Sea Dragon Douluo's speed was not inferior to Lan at all. What? You're not using your domain yet. Of course, if you use it, it will be a waste of effort. I also have a field, but unfortunately, my field is nothing special. It only has one use. Make my opponent as helpless as I am. Sea Dragon Douluo had seen Lan's fighting spirit, so he naturally knew that Lan had another hidden domain. Lan relied on the deep sea domain to overcome all obstacles. Now, Sea Dragon Douluo completely crushes Lan. It is no exaggeration to say that he is Lan's nemesis. Lan's martial spirit and domain were useless in front of Sea Dragon Douluo. This is an almost impossible situation to reverse. In the Sea God Temple, Poseidon took in all of this and sighed slightly, only one step away, what a pity. Sea Dragon Douluo's demon-breaking domain could even break her domain. Poseidon had seen all the fighting spirits of Lan and the other Holy Pillar Guardians. She knew very well that 70% of Lan's ability to fight across levels came from his martial spirit and domain. The 95th level of Sea Dragon Douluo's soul power made up for the shortcomings of his martial soul, and he did not need to use water attribute soul skills. He even exchanged the magic domain for the deep sea domain. Lan, there is no way out. The sky above the Sea Dragon Holy Pillar was dark, and the sound of the two men fighting continued to echo between heaven and earth. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. The shadow behind Sea Dragon Douluo was 100 feet tall, manic, and violent, standing tall between heaven and earth. 8th soul skill, Dragon Tail Swing. Sea Dragon Douluo roared angrily, and a shadow hundreds of feet tall behind him attacked Lan. The world flickers. Lan looked up, a blood-red light blooming in his eyes, and the world was instantly filled with an extremely terrifying murderous intent. The ocean behind Lan turned blood-red, like a sea of blood that had buried all living beings. The murderous aura between heaven and earth transformed into tangible weapons, attacking Sea Dragon Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo's pupils suddenly contracted. Not good. Demon-breaking realm. Sea Dragon Douluo quickly released his demon-breaking domain, trying to resist Lan's murderous aura. Swish! These murderous auras ignored Sea Dragon Douluo's territory and continued to impact Sea Dragon Douluo's spiritual sea. A look of pain flashed across Sea Dragon Douluo's face. Do not, something is wrong. These murderous auras are not actually domains. Sea Dragon Douluo realized something instantly. Poseidon was extremely shocked when he saw it. This is the embodiment of murderous intent. Poseidon can also make murderous intent concrete, but she has lived for hundreds of years. She has managed the sea and killed countless people over the years, so it is natural for her to condense the murderous intent into a concrete form. How old is Lan? A young man who is not even 30 years old can actually do this. Besides, Douluo continent seems to be peaceful on the surface now, so where can he find so many people to kill? Before Poseidon could figure it out, Lan took a step forward. The breath of the deep sea instantly turned into a phantom thousands of feet high, standing quietly between heaven and earth, overlooking the sea. This is Lan's 7th soul skill, the deep sea true body. The first level of the deep sea realm, Gigzu. Heilong Douluo secretly thought that this was not good, and immediately expended a large amount of his mental energy to forcibly break free from the influence of the murderous aura. I said, any field is useless to me. Destroy the demonic realm. Sea Dragon Douluo roared angrily, and the soul power in his body surged wildly. This battle was so fierce that it was dark and chaotic. Lan's eyes were as calm as autumn water, and he said softly, is that so? Then try breaking it and see. Lan's voice had just fallen. An extremely strong pressure descended upon the entire Sea Dragon Holy Pillar like an endless mountain. Boom boom boom, the entire Sea Dragon Holy Pillar was shaking, and the surrounding sea water was churning violently, forming a tsunami connecting heaven and earth. The wind howls and the waves cry. Sea Dragon Douluo was pressed down instantly. No. How is this possible? My demon-breaking domain can break all domains, even Lord Poseidon's domain. Why can't I break his domain? Lan looked at Sea Dragon Douluo quietly. Sea Dragon Douluo's demon-breaking domain is also his innate domain, which comes from his martial soul. In front of Lan's deep sea breath, the martial soul of any sea soul beast will be suppressed unconditionally. If Lan's strength is not enough, Lan can seal his martial soul with just a glance. Not to mention his field. Moreover, the suppressive power of Lan's deep sea breath on sea soul masters is far greater than that of even the sea god's martial spirit. Just because the sea god's martial spirit can't break a territory doesn't mean Lan's breath of the deep sea can't break it. The entire battle situation turned around in an instant. Next, it's Lan's turn. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 The True Martial Spirit. Breath of the Deep Sea, the Sea. Chapter 17 The True Martial Spirit. Breath of the Deep Sea, the Sea. Seeking follow-up reading. Heilong Douluo resisted the pressure brought by Gigzu and forced himself to stand up. The veins in his legs bulged and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Even if you can cast the domain, so what? I am a level 95 titled Douluo. Sea Dragon Douluo rushed towards Lan again. His terrifying strength actually ignored the pressure from the deep sea. Lan's face remained calm. Because this was already part of his plan. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could defeat a titled Douluo of level 95 with just Gigzu. Then, Lan's left leg began to flash red. Devil's left leg soul bone skill, Killer Whale Devil Axe. Lan leaped up, and swung out a high-speed spinning blood-red tooth axe with his left leg, hitting Sea Dragon Douluo hard. Sea Dragon Douluo endured the severe pain, and suddenly grabbed the evil demon axe with both hands. His body kept retreating backwards. Coupled with the continuous pressure from Gigzu, his internal organs seemed to be shattered. Ninth soul skill, Dragon Roars to the Sky. A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Sea Dragon Douluo tore the demonic axe into two halves. Lan, it's over. Sea Dragon Douluo stretched out his hand and grabbed Lan. But the next moment Lan had no intention of escaping, but instead came in front of Sea Dragon Douluo in an instant. Call. The breeze between heaven and earth gradually stopped. The surging waves around also stopped in mid-air. The world seems to have hit the pause button. Sea Dragon Douluo and Lan looked into each other's eyes. I saw Lan's lips moving slightly. Heart Sea, open. Sea Dragon Douluo's expression froze instantly, and his eyes became empty and lifeless. His consciousness was pulled into a void of darkness. When he opened his eyes again, in the vast darkness, a pair of eyes filled with murderous and violent intent were staring at him from the abyss. Boom! Sea Dragon Douluo's body fell heavily to the ground. Then, a voice suddenly sounded in Lan's mind. Lan, you have passed the 7th special test. Reward, talk to the sea god. Lan was slightly surprised. Talk to Poseidon, what kind of reward is this? If you say it is for the 7 sacred pillar guardians, Poseidon, Ziobai, and the people of Poseidon Island, this is actually a good reward. But he is not from Poseidon Island, nor does he believe in Poseidon. What use is this reward to him? It would be more practical to increase your soul power by 1 level. Of course, Lan didn't really think so. Being able to practice with strong men like the 7 Holy Pillar Guardians is actually an extremely generous reward in itself, which is not proportional to the level of soul power. Over the past 6 years, Lan has spent almost all of his time on assessments and has seldom practiced. The improvement of his soul power depends entirely on rewards, but Lan's strength is increasing rapidly day by day. This is all thanks to the experience accumulated from actual combat. Especially the experience of fighting at sea. This is very important to Lan. After the battle, Lan then lifted the deep sea domain, and Sea Dragon Douluo's consciousness also left the deep sea. Sea Dragon Douluo was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and felt a little lost. Was it just an illusion just now? Sea Dragon Douluo looked at Lan with awe in his eyes. From the very beginning, all of this was part of Lan's plan. First, he deliberately concealed his domain, making Sea Dragon Douluo think that Lan was afraid of his demon-breaking domain and did not use it on purpose. Secondly, Lan used the concrete murderous intent to make Sea Dragon Douluo mistake it for a domain, successfully making Sea Dragon Douluo consume most of his mental power to resist the murderous aura. Later, under the dual pressure of the killer whale Evil Axe and Gigzu, sea dragon Douluo was forced to release his ninth soul skill and use all of his soul power and mental strength. At this time, sea dragon Douluo was no longer able to resist the extreme fear in his heart. Interlocking. In this game, he accepted his defeat sincerely. After completing the assessment, Lan immediately went to the temple of Poseidon and informed Poseidon of the reward. Psyche nodded. But what shocked her was that the sea god actually took the initiative to meet a person multiple times. The content of the assessment was all given by the sea god. Therefore, the reward is not for Lan to meet the sea god, but that the sea god wants to meet Lan. After getting Poseidon's consent, Lan came to the trident of Poseidon again. Immediately afterwards, the trident of Poseidon emitted a sacred light, enveloping Lan's body. In the blink of an eye, Lan's consciousness then came to the vast ocean. Lan looked around. There are flocks of soul beasts in the blue sea and seagulls flying in the sky. Everything here is peaceful and harmonious. Lan quietly felt everything around him. This is what freedom looks like. Lan, we meet again. A sacred, ethereal voice echoed quietly in this world. Countless soul beasts immediately bowed their heads and worshipped in one direction. That tall figure is overlooking the world. Lan looked at Poseidon and slowly said, "What do you want from me, Senior?" Lan naturally knew that the sea god wanted to see him and deliberately gave him this reward. After hearing this, Poseidon smiled slightly and said, "Lan, do you still remember the test I gave you? How to manage the ocean?" Lan nodded, "Of course I remember." Lan's answer was also very simple and crude. In action. The ocean and soul beasts have their own laws of survival, the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. Including the evil killer whale king, Lan did not think that he was evil or had done anything wrong. Lan helped the demon soul Great White Shark clan kill the evil killer whale king. This is also the law of survival of the fittest. Lan is a soul master. He set his eyes on the soul ring of the evil killer whale king. It is only natural to kill the beast and take the ring. Otherwise, before a soul master kills a soul beast in the future, he must first confirm whether the soul beast has any grudge against him. Otherwise, this would be an evil and immoral act. Of course, inaction is inaction. The existence of something like Poseidon Island is still necessary. The ocean has its own laws of survival, but if there are external factors that interfere with the order of the ocean, an existence like Poseidon Island is needed to stand up and protect the ocean. Regarding Lan's answer, Poseidon also agreed. The sea god opened his arms and said, "Lan, what do you think of our sea?" "Very nice. So do you want to protect the sea?" "Do not want to." "Okay, wait." Poseidon was stunned for a moment. "I'm not from Poseidon Island, why should I protect the sea? It's better to practice well." Lan answered truthfully. His freedom has been restricted for so many years. Now, freedom is at hand. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes and be shouldered with responsibilities for no reason. The sea god showed no emotion in response to Lan's answer. "Lan, have you ever wondered why your martial spirit can suppress all sea martial spirits?" The sea god suddenly spoke. This sentence really stumped Lan. Lan himself was also very confused. His martial soul was indeed a bit abnormal. Not only could it grow, it could even suppress the martial souls of titled Douluo. Unprecedented. The sea god raised his hand lightly, and the sea water turned into a tornado that shot up into the sky, gradually condensing into the shape of the breath of the deep sea. Because this is the true appearance of your martial spirit. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, The Famous East Sea, The Eye of Gigzu. Chapter 18, The Famous East Sea, The Eye of Gigzu. Seeking follow-up reading, Lan looked at the deep sea breath formed by the sea water between heaven and earth. He was stunned at first, a little confused. Suddenly, his body shook, as if he realized something unbelievable. "Senior, do you mean that my martial soul is sea water? Lan sounded a little uncertain. After hearing this, Poseidon nodded and continued, to be precise, your martial soul is actually the sea, and it has not yet fully awakened. The word sea was like a bolt from the blue, echoing quietly in Lan's mind. Wuhan is the sea, what is this concept? The origin of the entire planet, including the land, all comes from the ocean. The ocean occupies nearly 70% of the space on the planet. It can be said that the ocean is everything, the end, and the beginning of life. That way, it all makes sense. No wonder Lan was born with an inexplicable affinity for the sea, and when Lan absorbed soul rings, the sea would also help him absorb them. Ziobai and the martial spirits of the 7 sacred pillar guardians will also be suppressed by the breath of the deep sea. The sea is the origin of life. No matter you are the evil killer whale king, the demon soul great white shark, or a top-level sea martial soul like a seahorse or a starfish, no matter how powerful you are just a life born by the sea. To put it bluntly, Lan's martial soul is the biological mother of their martial souls. There is also the sea dragon Douluo's demon-breaking domain. Your martial spirits were all born from the sea, and you want to use your so-called innate talents to deal with your own mother. This is simply like lighting a lantern in the toilet and looking for trouble. Just. What puzzled Lan was that, since his martial soul is the sea, why does the form it manifests be a shark? Lan also expressed his doubts. The sea god raised his hand lightly, and the vast ocean turned into an endless stream flying towards the sky. After a long time, the vast ocean did not move down at all. Lan, have you ever thought about where the water in the ocean comes from? Poseidon spoke slowly. Lan shook his head. The sea god gazed at the sea and said quietly, there was once a legend that there is a Gigzu in the deep sea in the Far East. It is a bottomless valley in the sea, where all the waters converge, and is located 10,000 meters below the sea. Gigzu is the eye of the sea, swallowing up the sea water all the time and feeding it back to the sea in another form. It can be said that Gigzu is the end of the sea and the beginning of the ocean. All the sea water in the sky and underground returns to Gigzu. I noticed you when you were fighting the evil killer whale tribe at sea. Everything has a form. The so-called Douluo continent is just a speck of change in the vast universe. There are mountain gods that become bears, water gods that become dragons, and fire gods that become tigers. This is like a symbol of life, and your martial spirit is just like that. Originally it was the eye of Gigzu, and it transformed into a shark. It's not out of the question to say that your martial soul is sea water, the sea, or even Gigzu. You only need to know that your martial spirit is the ancestor of all sea spirit beasts in the world. In the sea, even my status is not as good as yours. Hearing the words of Poseidon, Lan was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. Originally he thought that Breath of the Deep Sea was just a more powerful shark, but he didn't expect that it had such a powerful background. Suddenly transformed into the ancestor of sea beasts? The sea god continued, although I am the sea god, I was once just an ordinary soul master. I relied on my own strength to protect the sea and bring peace and tranquility to the sea. I gained the power of faith from all living beings and finally achieved the position of sea god. But to put it bluntly, I am like a manager of the sea. Because my strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, I am believed to be a god by all living beings. But you are different. Your martial spirit is the real ocean. So, from the beginning I didn't intend to let you inherit my throne, because that would only limit your growth. Your future limit is destined to far exceed mine. Even that level may not be impossible to reach. After hearing what Poseidon said, Lan's expression suddenly became calm. So, you want me to manage the sea? Yes. This is your fate. Even I can't change it. The sea god responded to Lan. Lan slowly clenched his fists, a look of unwillingness flashed across his face. He clearly only needed to complete one last mission to truly gain his freedom. He didn't want to bear some so-called responsibilities for no reason, and he didn't want to bow to the so-called fate. The sea god seemed to see through Lan's thoughts. He didn't say anything, but just sighed slightly. Is there anything in the world that can satisfy your wishes? Neither you nor I have the right to choose, only the fate of being chosen. Becoming a god is not necessarily a good thing. Now the sea god only wants to pass on his throne, and he also wants to see the outside world. But he also needs to be responsible for the sea and cannot pass the throne to mediocre people at will. As a sea god, enjoying the faith of all living beings, he must fulfill the duties of a sea god. This is the original intention of Poseidon to establish Poseidon Island. Protect the sea. With a wave of Poseidon's hand, the sky, earth, and stars changed. Lan, take a closer look at this sea. Do you really not have a sense of belonging to it at all? In the final analysis, because of your martial spirit, you are helping the sea while also helping yourself. Lan looked around, the gentle sea breeze brushed past his nose, and the sound of the waves rolling in his ears sounded like a joyful song. This feeling is as warm as ever. Whenever Lan steps onto the sea, he feels like he's back home. Every drop of sea water here comes from his martial soul. Lan's anxious mood gradually calmed down. A white bird landed on Lan's shoulder and quietly watched over Lan. Lan felt an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort in his heart. It seemed that he had not felt so relaxed in many years. Suddenly Lan slowly opened his eyes, and his look became exceptionally firm. Lan is willing to protect the sea and live and die with it. Lan's voice echoed quietly on the sea. The sea breeze, the waves, and the white birds in the sky gradually stopped. They seemed to have heard Lan's words and made joyful sounds in response to Lan. Oh? How did you suddenly figure it out? The sea god was slightly surprised. Just now Lan had acted so cold and aloof, seeming to ignore him. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Nothing, I just suddenly figured out something. Lan sent the white bird on his shoulder into the sky with a gentle smile on his face. Everything he has comes from the sea. It was the sea that made him feel at home, helped him absorb soul rings, and accompanied him at all times. Sharks are meant to swim in the ocean. And this sea, isn't this the freedom he has always been pursuing and longing for? At this moment, Lan's heart was as clear as a mirror. He finally understood that the freedom he had been pursuing was the real culprit that had blinded his eyes. True freedom does not need to be pursued deliberately. Perhaps it is right in front of you, but you have not noticed it yet. Moreover, is it so difficult to manage the ocean? Aren't there ready-made workers here? Lan suddenly stared at the sea god. When Poseidon was targeted by Lan, he felt a little scared. Respected Lord Sea God, you don't want to see the sea you have protected fall into chaos, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 19, The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul, the Lord of Gigzu. Chapter 19, The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul, the Lord of Gigzu. Please read on. Lan's voice reached the ears of the sea god. After hearing this, Poseidon's body trembled violently and he almost lost his balance. Ahem, as long as you are willing to protect the sea, we can leave the trivial matters of managing the sea to the people of Poseidon Island. The meaning of Poseidon is very clear. With the help of Poseidon Island in management, Lan only needs to stand up and protect the sea at critical moments, which is equivalent to being a hands-off boss. I have status and it's also very relaxing. Although this sea does not belong to me, I can never forget it. I hope you can protect the sea well. This was the first time that Poseidon showed signs of melancholy. By the way, I have another gift for you. The sea god suddenly spoke. Gift? Lan was slightly surprised. To be precise, it's not the gift I want to give you, but the sea. Lan, close your eyes and listen quietly to the sound of the sea. Lan slowly closed his eyes. The golden trident in the hands of Poseidon emitted a sacred and dazzling light. The heaven and earth turned upside down, and in the blink of an eye, Lan and Poseidon actually appeared right above Poseidon Island. Lord Poseidon has appeared. It's Lord Poseidon. Countless people of Poseidon Island knelt down in worship towards the majestic figure in the sky. The guardian of the 7 holy pillars, Poseidon, also worshipped devoutly at this moment. The entire ocean was surging violently, and countless sea soul beasts emerged from underwater. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000. No, densely packed sea soul beasts gathered together, the scale was no less than hundreds of millions. Boom, the breath of the deep sea martial spirit behind land suddenly appeared, standing between heaven and earth. The aura released by the breath of the deep sea made all people and soul beasts feel an extremely strong pressure. The sea god just waved his hand. A ball of golden light flew out from the bodies of countless sea soul beasts and soul masters and drilled into land's body. The deep sea breath behind him seemed to be nourished and began to transform and evolve continuously. Lan felt the changes in himself, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. His martial spirit is awakening for the second time. No wonder Poseidon said his martial soul had not yet fully awakened. Moreover, as his strength increased over the years, his martial soul was indeed transforming little by little, but the progress was very slow. If he wanted to complete the second awakening, Lan would have to practice for at least several more decades. The gift that the sea god is talking about now is to use the power of the entire ocean to awaken Lan's martial soul for the second time. There is an endless amount of energy gathering in Lan's body. This energy is not violent but rather very comfortable, as if it is Lan's own soul power. Lan's body was tightly wrapped in dazzling golden light. These energies nourished Lan's body and meridians, and the breath of the deep sea was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing these energies. The sea god waved his hand gently, and his and Lan's figures disappeared between heaven and earth. Poseidon Temple. There is a ball of water blue light in the center of the Temple of Poseidon. Water flows on the surface of the light, but it gathers and does not disperse, emitting extremely strong pressure at all times. Poseidon looked at the water mass in front of him that looked like an egg but not an egg, his eyes filled with awe. Just now, Poseidon told Poseidon about Lan and asked her to send someone to always guard Lan who was undergoing the second awakening. Lan's martial soul is the sea, Gigzu. Gigzu itself is bottomless and can swallow up the entire sea's water. But it takes time to devour it. Lan is now in this stage. It would be impossible for Lan to complete the awakening of his martial soul without several years. From today on, the 7 of you will stop all Saint Pillar assessment tasks and focus on guarding here. Poseidon immediately gave the order, let the 7 holy pillar guardians stand by Lan's side. Time has passed. 4 years have passed. The 7 holy pillar guardians stayed closely at the Poseidon temple. I'm almost bored to death staring at this thing that looks like an egg but is not an egg every day. Hai Nu Douluo sighed. Sea Dragon Douluo frowned after hearing this. Maiden, Master Poseidon said that we should be respectful of this egg. It was left by Master Poseidon. Poseidon did not tell the guardians that there was Lan in the water mass. Suddenly a crack appeared in the water ball. Okay. The 7 holy pillar guardians were all shocked. Is this egg about to hatch? Hai Nu Douluo was slightly surprised. Go and inform Lord Poseidon. Sea Dragon Douluo spoke quickly. But before they could get up, the water ball suddenly shattered, and crystal blue water droplets splashed in all directions. The hazy curtain of water obscured everyone's vision. Just when everyone was confused, a figure walked out from behind the water curtain. Lan had a set of messy silver-white hair that fluttered slightly, beneath which were a pair of eyes as cold as ice. There seemed to be thousands of stars flowing in the depths of his eyes. His look was handsome and cold, but he had a hidden edge. People. Sea Ghost Douluo's pupils shrank slightly. Who can stay in a ball of water for 4 whole years? Handsome, such a handsome brother. Sea Girl Douluo looked into Lan's eyes and couldn't help but become infatuated with her. Those eyes were like a gravitational abyss, pulling her consciousness and thoughts into the abyss, making it difficult to extricate herself. Lan looked at the dull-eyed sea girl. Not only has my soul power increased, but my domain has also been enhanced. Lan withdrew his heart. Hai Nu Douluo gradually regained consciousness. The 6 sea dragon Douluo looked alert, and they summoned their own martial spirits one after another, ready to meet the enemy. Because they felt an unprecedented sense of crisis from Lan, a sense of crisis that had never appeared even when they were facing the 99-level Poseidon. Lan looked at the 7 holy pillar guardians who were about to take action, his mind moved, and 9 soul rings slowly rose under his feet. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, and red. 9 ring titled Douluo. Then, a giant shark shadow appeared behind Lan, its eyes filled with brutality and murderous scarlet light, and it exuded a heavy and vast pressure like the sea. Boom! In an instant the martial spirits of the 7 holy pillar guardians all retracted into their bodies and escaped from their control. It's that shark. Hai Nu Douluo looked terrified, as if some bad memory deep in her heart was brought up. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted on the ground. Why, my martial spirit is out of control, it seems to be afraid. Seahorse Douluo looked horrified. The other party scared all 7 of them's martial spirits back into their bodies with just one look. Apart from Lord Poseidon, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. Who is he? At this moment, Sea Dragon Douluo widened his eyes. You are Lan. Sea Dragon Douluo had once been pulled into the Sea of Heart and seen that indescribable shark. The martial spirit of the person in front of him was exactly the same as that of the shark. If you look closely, this person seems to be somewhat similar to Lan. Suddenly Poseidon's figure appeared in the temple of Poseidon. The moment Poseidon saw Lan, he immediately performed the same worship ceremony as that performed when seeing the god of the sea. Poseidon has met the Lord of Gigzu. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, The Eye of Gigzu, Resolving Karma. Chapter 20, The Eye of Gigzu, Resolving Karma, Seeking Follow-up Reading, Poseidon meets the Lord of Gigzu. Poseidon knelt down and bowed to Lan. This is what Poseidon told her. If I see Lan in the future, it was like the Poseidon himself had arrived. If Lan needs help, the entire Sea God Island will do its best to help him. Originally, Poseidon was very confused as to why Lan could have the same status as Lord Poseidon. But after Poseidon saw the breath of the deep sea awakened for the second time, the answer gradually became clear. Because her sea god martial spirit was actually trembling slightly. Everything related to the sea will be destroyed. The 7 guardians of the holy pillars looked horrified. What did they see? Lord Poseidon actually knelt down to pay homage to Lan. This is the highest etiquette that can only be performed to Lord Poseidon. Although I don't know why, but except for the sea girl Douluo who fainted on the ground, the other 6 holy pillar guardians followed behind Poseidon and saluted Lan together. Lan nodded slightly and said calmly, "Seniors, there is no need to do this. You can continue to call me Lan from now on." Lan acknowledged his identity as the Lord of Gigzu. Apparently, during the years he absorbed the power of the sea, Poseidon had said something to Poseidon. If he does not admit this identity, it will make everyone in Poseidon feel anxious. Since he has decided to protect the sea, he must take responsibility for his identity as the Lord of Gigzu. "Senior, please prepare a lounge for me." Lan looked calm. "Yes," Poseidon said in a respectful tone. Then Poseidon personally took Lan to the best training room in the Temple of Poseidon. "It's troublesome." Soon, Lan walked into the lounge. The holy pillar guardians outside the door all looked at Poseidon with confusion. Seahorse Douluo looked puzzled and said, "Master Poseidon, Lan." "No, who exactly is the Lord of Gigzu?" Poseidon took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, "Don't ask so many questions. You just need to know that the Lord of Gigzu is a person that even the sea god respects. He is the Lord of Gigzu, and also the Lord of the sea." Hearing this sentence, the guardians of the holy pillars all looked horrified, their eyes filled with awe. After entering the lounge, Lan immediately sat down in meditation and began to consolidate his cultivation. 9 soul rings appeared around his body. With the help of the power of the sea, the age of all of Lan's soul rings has been significantly improved. The 3rd soul ring has also become 10,000 years old, and his 9th soul ring is a soul ring condensed by the power of the sea. The advantage of this soul ring is that it has no upper limit, can grow infinitely. And it brought him an extremely domineering 9th soul skill, the Eye of Gigzu. The Eye of Gigzu can devour everything in front of it. But as a price, Lan's breath of the deep sea martial soul will be dormant for a long time. During this time, Lan cannot summon the martial soul or use soul skills. This soul skill sounds a bit tasteless at first. But only Lan knows how powerful this soul skill is. Once the Eye of Gigzu is opened, nothing in the mortal world can escape. Even a peerless Douluo at level 99 will fall into the abyss if he is not careful. If Lan's strength reaches a certain level in the future, perhaps even gods will not be able to escape from the abyss. Of course, Lan would not open the Eye of Gigzu unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise he would lose his martial soul and soul skills, which would be dangerous. Currently, Lan's soul power is at level 92. 90% of the power of the sea is used for the second awakening of his martial soul. The remaining 10% is used to upgrade himself to the titled Douluo realm in order not to waste the power of the sea and condense the soul ring. The second awakening of the martial soul not only changed Lan's appearance, but also transformed the deep sea realm. Just like the scene just now. With just a glance, Lan activated the second level of the deep sea realm, the Sea of Heart, and directly pulled the sea girl Douluo into the abyss of the illusion. Although this was partly due to the fact that Hai knew Douluo was unprepared, it also indirectly showed that as long as the opponent was not careful, he would fall into the abyss of illusion. Moreover, Lan has already vaguely touched the 3rd level of the deep sea, the netherworld. Once Lan fully comprehends the netherworld, then he will perfectly solve the shortcoming of not being able to exert his full strength on land. Although Lan's soul power level is now level 92, on the sea, Lan is almost semi-invincible. After all, Lan's martial soul is Gigzu, the sea. The entire sea is at Lan's disposal, and Lan can exert a combat power far beyond his own. And generally only sea soul masters appear in the sea. In front of the breath of the deep sea, sea soul masters and sea soul beasts are all defeated with just a glance. Just like the 7 guardians of the holy pillars just now, even though they were all titled Douluo, they had no chance to make a move in front of Lan. Although Lan has a martial soul disadvantage on land and his soul skills cannot exert their full power, Lan only relies on the 2 realms of Gigzu and Heart Sea. No titled Douluo below level 94 can defeat Lan. Once he comprehends the 3rd level of the netherworld, Lan will be able to fully unleash the power of the breath of the deep sea. By then, there will probably be few titled Douluo in the entire mortal world who can defeat Lan. This was the first time Lan experienced this unprecedented sense of fullness, and his state of mind seemed to have changed. In the past, he could only struggle hard in pursuit of freedom. Now he has strength, status, and even the entire ocean is at his disposal. All this happened too suddenly. However, Lan is not greedy for so-called power and status. Because of the darkness of his childhood, he never had a good look at the world. If possible, he hopes to live again without affecting his cultivation. Live for yourself once. At this time, there was a knock on the lounge door. Come in. Lan retracted his martial spirit and said calmly. Then, the door was pushed open and Xiaobai walked in with a letter in her hand. Xiaobai pays homage to the Lord of Gigzu. Xiaobai saluted immediately. Poseidon has informed all the high-ranking officials of Poseidon Island, including Xiaobai, the guardian beast of Poseidon Island, about Lan's affairs. For Xiaobai, even if Lan did not have this identity, he was still worthy of her respect. If it were not for Lan, her brother, and countless tribesmen would have died in the battle with the evil killer whale clan. Ah! Wake up, what happened? Lan looked at Xiaobai and asked. Xiaobai handed the envelope in his hand to Lan. Sir, here is your letter. Well, you go out. After Xiaobai left, Lan opened the letter. There are only 4 words on it. Mission, return quickly. Seeing these 4 words, Lan pondered for a long time. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, his vision and perspective will be subtly changed. If it were Lan who had not yet arrived at Poseidon Island a few years ago, he would have definitely completed the mission issued by the Empire at all costs in pursuit of freedom. Because at that time he did not have the power to control his own destiny. But Lan is different now. He already has the power to control his own destiny. However, everything has a beginning and an end. Lan exerted a little force with his fingers, and the letter turned into ice crystals and dissipated in the sky. Well, let's take this opportunity to completely sever our ties with the Luo Empire. From now on, the first assassin of the Star Luo Empire will no longer exist. Yes, but the only one is the Lord of Gigzu above the vast ocean. If you have a chance, go see the little ghost again. Lan's figure disappeared in the room. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 My destiny no longer belongs to the Empire. Chapter 21 My destiny no longer belongs to the Empire. Please read on. After meeting with Poseidon, Lan left Poseidon Island. The main purpose was to go over and say hello to the god of the sea. After all, the god of the sea had helped him a lot. Before leaving, Poseidon didn't say anything, but just suggested that Lan try to bring some fresh blood back to Poseidon Island. The continent has been silent for too long, and war might break out someday. At present, the overall strength of Poseidon Island is good, but this is only on the surface. Poseidon Island lacks young talents, and even the people who can inherit the positions of the 7 guardians of the holy pillars have not appeared yet. As time goes by, if this generation of guardians of the 7 sacred pillars dies and there is no suitable candidate to take their place, it will be a major blow to Poseidon Island. Lan didn't have any instructions for Poseidon and the others. After all, he was a hands-off boss. He would only show up when the sea was in crisis, except for Poseidon Island. Now Lan is going to settle the karma of his first half of life and start his new life at the same time. When Chu Li was still 20 years old, now it has been less than a year since I returned. Before he knew it, Lan had been on Poseidon Island for nearly 12 years. The young man who had been struggling to find freedom in the darkness has now become the independent lord of Gigzu. All these changes started with an assassination mission. A few days later, the border of the Xingluo Empire, Hailan City. Lan arrived at the gate of an advanced Soul Master Academy. The words Kanglan are engraved on it. Kanglan Advanced Soul Master Academy. Lan wanted to enter the college but was stopped by the guard. Who are you? No one is allowed to enter the academy without permission. The security guard was an old man who looked a little lazy. I came to see Dean Wells and said that an old friend came to see me. Looking for the dean. The old man looked at Lan suspiciously, as if he remembered something. Okay, I'll take you in. The old man brought Lan into the college. The scale of this academy is not very large, and it probably covers an area of only about 100 acres. There is only one lonely teaching building, and next to it there is a simulated training building specially for Sea Soul Masters. The old man took Lan to the mimicry training building. At this time, Wells was teaching students. Dean, why can't our Sea Soul Masters participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition? This is not fair. How exactly are our Sea Soul Masters inferior to those Soul Masters on the mainland? The blue-haired young man in the lead clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. Yeah, aren't we the young genius of the Empire? The Empire is too partial. The other 6 young men and girls also echoed. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is the stage that every young Soul Master dreams of. There, they can sweat to their heart's content and show the world their years of hard work, talent, and passion. They long for the spotlight. It can be said that there is no Soul Master who does not yearn for the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. After all, what young man is not passionate? Including Lan, when he first entered the killer training camp, he and his friends had a fantasy of joining hands to break into the Soul Master competition and move towards the championship throne. But things backfired. The beautiful fantasy of those years has long been shattered, and only Lan is left. Lan is no longer a teenager now. I want to buy osmanthus flowers and carry wine together, but it is not like the youthful travel. Facing the children's reluctance, Wells just sighed slightly. Many years ago, the two empires allowed Sea Soul Masters to participate in the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Elite Academy competition, but the results were far from satisfactory. Not to mention the promotion competition, each generation of Sea Soul Master Academy could not even pass the preliminaries. Later, the Empire felt that the Sea Soul Master Academy was wasting its places in the competition, so they simply excluded the Sea Soul Master Academy, and it was no longer allowed to participate in the Soul Master competition. This is a heavy blow to those young Sea Soul Masters who want to participate in the Soul Master competition. Suddenly, Wells noticed Lan standing in front of the window, his eyes slightly surprised. After class, Wells brought Lan to his office. "Lan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You have changed a lot." Wells looked at Lan's changed appearance and smiled. Even though Wells had been with Lan for many years, he might not have recognized Lan if Wells hadn't written a letter asking him to come back. Lan looked at Wells's weathered face and silver-white hair and said calmly, "Teacher, you have changed a lot too. I didn't expect you would choose teaching." Wells has retired. He opened the college during the past 10 years. The two of them had been exchanging letters on and off over the years, so Lan naturally knew about it. "Well, I have nothing to do, so I'm going to adapt to the retirement life in advance. It can be considered as making up for the mistakes I made over the years." Wells looked melancholy. He is the head of the Black Ice organization, and it was he who brought Lan to Black Ice and made him an assassin. A big part of the reason why Lan had a dark childhood was because of him. If we assume Jian Rongxiu is the second person who changed Lan's fate, and Wells is the first. Lan was silent for a long time. Wells was indeed the culprit of his dark life, but he just couldn't hate him. It was Wells who saved his life and avenged the villagers of the small fishing village. Moreover, Wells took great care of him during these years in Black Ice. Otherwise, Lan would not have become the #1 assassin in Black Ice in just a few years. It was also Wells who taught him many things about life and survival. "Teacher, there's no point in saying this now, is there? I came here for only one purpose this time. You should understand." Lan said softly. "It is good." Wells took out a secret letter and said slowly, "This is the target of your mission this time." Lan took the secret letter and scanned the contents. Within 5 years, Tiandu Empire's Crown Prince Xue Qinghe. Lan was slightly surprised. Last time the Empire asked him to kill the Pope's daughter. And this time he asked him to kill the Crown Prince of the Tiandu Empire. It seems that what the sea god said was right, and the continent is really going to be in chaos. Originally, the Empire didn't plan to act so quickly, but Xue Qinghe is extremely cunning. As soon as he became the Crown Prince, he used thundering means to clean up the interior of the Tiandu Empire. He is much stronger than Emperor Xue yet. Wells paused for a moment and said, "And this prince of the Tiandu Empire seems to have a deep grudge against our Xingluo Empire. He has secretly interfered with the Empire many times, causing the Empire to lose face. This mission is extremely difficult. If you are unwilling to accept it, I will find a way to negotiate with His Majesty." Before Wells finished speaking, Lan stood up slowly, and stars seemed to flash in his narrow and deep eyes. "There is no need to ask His Majesty for instructions. Because my destiny no longer belongs to the Empire." Before Wells could react, 9 soul rings gradually rose up under Lan's feet: purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, and red. The aura of the titled Douluo swept in all directions, and the tables, chairs, and benches in the room were crushed into powder in an instant, Wells' eyes widened, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. 9. Ring title. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Sea Spirit Masters will also appear on the mainland stage. Chapter 22, Sea Spirit Masters will also appear on the mainland stage. Please read on, Seal. Title Douluo. Wells stood up suddenly, a look of horror rising in the depths of his slightly old eyes. This is just over 10 years ago. Lan actually jumped directly from Seoul Emperor to titled Douluo realm. How old is he? Even the continent's #1 genius, Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, who beat up the Pope of the Spirit Hall decades ago, only broke through to the titled Douluo realm at the age of 44. The other titled Douluos were at least in their 70s or 80s. Genius? No, this word can no longer describe Lan's talent. I'm afraid Lan is the greatest genius in this continent from ancient times to the present. There was a storm in Wells' heart. There are less than 10 titled Douluo in the entire continent. Every titled Douluo stands at the pinnacle of the continent and is worthy of any force's unsparing invitation. What's more, there are 300,000-year soul rings under Lan's feet. Moreover, the remaining spirit rings all seem to have exceeded the maximum age of each stage. Such an existence is enough to stand on the top of a mountain, not to mention in the Xingluo Empire, even in the entire continent. Wells understood the meaning of Lan's just words. The young man who sacrificed his freedom in search of light in the darkness now has the power to break free from the shackles of fate. Not to mention him, the former commander of Black Ice, even the Star Luo Emperor would never take the initiative to provoke Lan, and would even treat him as a guest of honor. Lan put away his martial soul and soul ring, slowly walked towards Wells, and picked up the secret letter. The pair of eyes beneath the messy white hair were exceptionally calm. He circulated his soul power through his fingertips, and the secret letter shattered into pieces, turning into confetti all over the sky. I have accepted the mission. From now on, the name Lan will no longer have anything to do with the Xingluo Empire. After Lan finished speaking, he turned around and left the office. Wells was stunned for a moment as he watched Lan's departing back, and then he laughed as if relieved. His laughter was not ironic or sad, but rather extremely happy. He was happy for Lan from the bottom of his heart. 10 years ago, Wells retired not because of his age, but because he fought for Lan to break away from the Black Ice contract, which angered the Star Luo Emperor, and he was forcibly dismissed and forced to retire. I thought Lan still needed his help. Now it seems that he doesn't need it. Wells took out a slightly yellowed piece of paper from his pocket. This is exactly the contract that Lan signed that year. Gain freedom at the cost of completing the last mission. Wells struck a match and lit the contract. The brilliant flame wrapped the paper tightly, devoured it, and turned it into a pitch-black color that slowly dissipated with the breeze that came into the room. He understands Lan took on this mission in order to understand the relationship with the Empire. As for whether Lan completed this mission, it was no longer important. Because Lan already has the power to break the contract. Even if Lan didn't kill Xue Qinghe, what could the Empire do? After Lan walked out of the office, he came to the college courtyard. Because the college was very small, he could basically see the end at a glance. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting caught Lan's attention. I see. 2 young men were fighting on the fighting stage under the scorching sun. Lan was slightly surprised. In the coastal city, whether it is the Sea Soul Master Academy or the Great Soul Fighting Arena, it is almost impossible to see a Land Soul Fighting Arena, because 99% of the Soul Masters here are Sea Soul Masters. Even if there are Land Soul Masters, they are definitely not locals. The combat of Sea Soul Masters is completely different from that of Land Soul Masters. They can only fully exert the power of their martial souls and soul skills in water. This also includes Lan. Lan's martial soul is the incarnation of Gigzu, the sea. Since the second awakening of the martial soul, there is probably no one in this world who knows more about sea soul beasts and martial souls than Lan. A water-blue crocodile appeared behind the young man with blue hair and blue eyes. However, the crocodile had sharp horns on its head, and it exuded a terrifying aura of a king with every breath it took. Third soul skill, Roar of the Wild Sea. The blue-haired young man continued to gather soul power in his mouth, and the next moment, a cold blue beam of light shot towards another slightly burly young man. Boss, you're killing me. Third soul skill, Ice Turtle Armor. A shadow of an ice turtle appeared behind the burly young man, and his body was covered with a layer of ice crystal armor to resist the opponent's attack. But the blue-haired young man's soul power level was much higher than his opponent's, and it didn't take long for the burly young man to be defeated. Boss, you have become stronger again. I am afraid that those land spirit masters of the same level are not your opponents. The burly young man praised generously. At this moment, the petite girl who was watching the game nearby also echoed, "That's right, I think with our strength, if we participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Academy competition, we may be able to get into the top 3. But who can blame us for being Sea Soul Masters? We don't even have the chance to participate in the competition." The girl sighed slightly. The blue-haired young man's face turned serious after hearing this. "I'll go discuss this with the dean when I get back and ask the academy to get a place for us. Why should a Sea Soul Master be looked down upon and treated unfairly like this? One day I, Lin Luoquan, will let those Soul Masters on the mainland know how powerful our Sea Soul Masters are." At this time, Lin Luoquan suddenly noticed Lan not far away. Several other students also saw Lan. "Wow, so handsome, is this the new student in our academy?" Several female students began to discuss in low voices. At this time, Wells suddenly walked to Lan's side. "These kids are the best among this generation of Sea Soul Masters. Have you just seen their fighting spirits? How does it feel?" Wells asked with a smile. Generally, Lan didn't hesitate at all. Regardless of their talents, judging from their performance on the fighting arena just now, they are indeed average. Although Lan is a Sea Soul Master, his combat awareness on land is equally excellent. This is the experience he has accumulated from carrying out missions on land for many years. Otherwise, Lan would not have been able to successfully assassinate countless mission targets on land as a Sea Soul Master, including the time when he assassinated Jian Rongxiu. Hearing Lan's answer, Wells just smiled and didn't say much. Indeed, these children are indeed excellent and outstanding. But in front of Lan, they are no different from ordinary people. Whenever a genius sees Lan, he has to call her a genius. Although Lan's voice was not loud, it was still caught by Lin Luoquan and others. Lin Luoquan frowned. He slowly walked in front of Lan and said, "Are you strong? It should be a little stronger than you think." Lan said calmly. Hearing Lan's words, Lin Luoquan felt that he was being looked down upon, and 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple slowly rose up under his feet. "Come and compete with me. I haven't found an opponent in a long time." Several students around also cheered and shouted, "Come on." At this moment, Wells on the side coughed twice and said, "Luoquan, stop making trouble, and take back your martial spirit." End of this chapter. Chapter 23, Participating in the All-Continent High-Level Soul Master Competition. Chapter 23, Participating in the All-Continent High-Level Soul Master Competition. Seeking follow-up reading. "Why, Dean, even you don't think I can win?" Lin Luoquan's tone was very unwilling. He wanted to participate in the Soul Master competition but was not recognized by the Empire, and now his desire to compete in Soul Master competition is not recognized by the Dean either. He felt that his life had fallen into an unprecedented darkness. "Asshole, take back your martial spirit immediately. Even I am no match for Lan, what do you want to do, rebel?" Wells couldn't help but pat Lin Luoquan on the head. "I really raised a living ancestor. Lan is only a little bit stronger. It is obvious that he is 100 million points stronger than him, what?" Lin Luoquan hesitated for a moment, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Their dean is a level 85 soul Douluo and has a very influential position in the entire empire. The white-haired man in front of them didn't seem much older than them. How could he be a match for the dean? Lin Luoquan immediately apologized to Lan. He knew that he almost made a big mistake. At the same time, a look of shame flashed across his face. He actually challenged a senior whom even the dean couldn't beat. Now he was so embarrassed that he could dig out another college with his toenails. Fine. Lan said calmly. But if you want to fight a land soul master on land, you should first try to learn the land soul master's fighting style, rather than just a few people fighting here and then fantasizing about it. After saying this, Lan turned and left. Only Lin Luoquan with a dazed look was left. Learn the fighting style of land-based soul masters. Wells followed and walked to Lan's side. Stay here for a few more days, just keep me company and talk. After hearing this, Lan slowly said, I will consider assassinating Shui Qinghe, provided that it does not harm my personal interests. Lan thought that Wells wanted to play the emotional card and let him complete the task of assassinating Shui Qinghe. Wells shook his head slightly and sighed, don't get me wrong, I've made a mistake once, and I won't make it again. Your life should be decided by you. I have no right to interfere. Besides, I can't interfere now even if I want to. Wells looked back at Lin Luoquan and the other students behind him. Talent aside, what do you think of those kids? Having said that, Lan slowly stopped. Very nice. When Lan saw Lin Luoquan and the others, long-forgotten memories emerged in his mind. He saw his former self and his companions. And they are all sea soul masters. Ever since Lan became the Lord of Gigzu, his heart has gradually been tied to the sea. He has the ability to suppress all sea soul masters and soul beasts. They are like Lan's dead pool, and Lan can indirectly control their life and death. Lan doesn't want to see the sea soul master in such decline. Suddenly, Wells' expression became serious. Lan, the teacher wants to ask you for a favor. Then Wells said in a serious tone, take care of these children and fulfill their wishes. If possible, I want to take these children to participate in the Continental Soul Master competition more than anyone else. But I know very well that although these children have outstanding talents and are among the best on the continent, it is simply impossible for them to achieve excellent results in the Soul Master competition. But you're different. Lan not only broke the record for the fastest cultivation to titled Douluo on the continent, but he was also the best assassin in Black Ice and understood the combat techniques of land soul masters better than any sea soul master. If there is Lan to teach them, maybe one day, he will really be able to see a sea soul master on the stage of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Academy competition. Let the whole continent know. Even if they leave the water and the sea, they can still rush into the Soul Master competition with their own strength. This is the dream of almost every Sea Soul Master. It started when the two empires decided to cancel the Sea Soul Master Academy's participation in the Soul Master competition. Lan was silent for a long time. Wells sighed slightly. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Yes, he is the least qualified person to be Lan's teacher. Since he founded this academy and started teaching and educating students, he has deeply cared about every student. At first he made the decision out of guilt, but he didn't expect it would turn into passion later. Can. Suddenly, Lan's voice came into Wells' ears. Wells couldn't believe his ears. His body shook violently, and he said in disbelief, Lan, are you really willing? Lan looked at the tearful Wells and said slowly, well, but I also have a condition. What conditions? Lan said slowly, these children cannot fight in the name of the Luo Empire. Hearing this condition, Wells nodded. He could understand. After all, Lan no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Luo Empire. It was not difficult for him to get a place in the competition. The two empires restricted the Sea Soul Master Academy, but did not explicitly prohibit Sea Soul Masters from participating in the Soul Master competition. He could easily find an ordinary academy with quota to participate, squeeze Lin Luoquan and the others in, and even spend a little more money to let them change the name of the academy. Also, don't get me wrong, I didn't make this decision based on what you said, teacher. It's for myself. I will teach them well and will not let the tragedy of that year happen again. The tragedy Lan mentioned was exactly his childhood. As for the competition quota, I'll trouble you, teacher. It is good. Wells felt a lump in his throat. Then Wells prepared a room for Lan. Lan sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. Lan's desire to teach Lin Luoquan and the others was not only due to his childhood regrets, but he also had some selfish motives. He planned to let these Sea Soul Masters participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Academy competition in the name of Sea God Island. Not only can it cultivate a group of new talents for Poseidon Island, but it can also boost the morale of Sea Soul Masters all over the world and attract more Sea Soul Masters to go to Poseidon Island. Lan is the Lord of Gigzu. The entire ocean including Poseidon Island belongs half to him. Moreover, there are too many people on Poseidon Island, so he doesn't need to take care of them. Poseidon and the others are enough. To put it simply and crudely, Poseidon Island, Sea Soul Masters, including everything in the sea, as long as Lan wants it, they are all his. You can, but not without. Moreover, Lan himself is also a Sea Soul Master. He also fantasized about shining on the Soul Master competition stage as a Sea Soul Master. His youth is gone. But he can ask his students to fulfill the unfulfilled wishes of him and his former partners. Isn't this the freedom he has always been pursuing? And the little girl should be around 20 years old now, and she will be old enough to participate in the Soul Master competition in a few years. Thinking of this, Lan felt a sense of inexplicable anticipation in his heart. The next day, early morning. There was a knock on Lan's door early in the morning. Lan opened the door. Lin Luoquan bowed deeply towards Lan. Teacher, please teach me the fighting skills of Lan's Soul Masters. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Lesson 1. Chapter 24, First Lesson, Seeking Follow-up Reading. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan, who was bowing to him, and said calmly, I am not a teacher in your academy. I have no obligation to teach you. Although you are not a teacher at the academy, we want you to be our teacher and teach us martial arts knowledge and combat skills. We want to fight for the Sea Soul Masters and let those people on the mainland who look down on Sea Soul Masters know how powerful we are. Lin Luoquan's eyes were firm and every word he spoke was sonorous. Immediately afterwards, several other students also came over and bowed deeply to Lan. Please be our teacher. Lan looked at the group of young men and girls in front of him, and past memories emerged in his mind. It seems that the teacher said something to these children. Lin Luoquan's bent waist never straightened up. Just last night, Wells called Lin Luoquan and several other students to his office for a talk. Wells said nothing more. I only told them one sentence. If you want to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Academy competition and achieve excellent results in the competition, or even win the championship, there is only one person in this world who can do it, and he is the only one who can be your teacher. That's Lan. From that moment on, Lin Luoquan made up his mind to let Lan be their teacher. Lan turned around and closed the door. Lin Luoquan and other students remained at the door without moving a step. They will let the teacher see their determination. This kind of determination is not just a temporary irritation. They really want to step onto the mainland stage. Did the teacher reject us? A petite female student looked slightly lost. But the next moment Lan's voice came from inside the house. Don't block the door of my room. Meet at the land fighting arena in the courtyard in 10 minutes. Hearing Lan's voice, Lin Luoquan's body trembled suddenly, and then his face showed ecstasy. Teacher? Is this consent? Is teacher? 7 students, led by Lin Luoquan, immediately rushed to the fighting spirit arena in the courtyard. Inside the room, Lan looked at the relics of his former companion, and a smile from the heart appeared on his handsome and cold face. It's not bad to participate in the Soul Master competition in this way. 10 minutes later, 7 students, led by Lin Luoquan, stood in front of the Land Fighting Spirit Arena in an orderly manner. Lan walked slowly towards us from not far away. When seeing Lan's face again, these students inexplicably felt a dreamlike feeling in their hearts. Lan looks too young. It doesn't feel much bigger than them. The teachers in the academy are all old men, who are more than qualified to be their grandparents. But when they are suddenly replaced by such a young and handsome teacher, they are not used to it for a while. Lan came in front of them and slowly said, "Let me make it clear in advance that my training will be much more difficult than your previous training. If you want to overcome the disadvantages of Sea Soul Masters on land and defeat those Soul Masters on the Land Fighting Soul stage, you have to pay several times, or even dozens of times, more sweat and pain. If any of you want to give up now, I won't stop you, but once the training begins, no one will be allowed to fall behind. You are each other's friends and partners, understand? Understand? Next, you will report your name, martial soul, and soul power level in turn," Lan said. Then, they started with Lin Luoquan. Lin Luoquan, martial soul water dragon crocodile, level 39 strong attack system battle soul master. Yang Hao, martial soul, ice turtle, level 36 defense type combat soul master. Mu Ling, martial soul azure sea staff, level 33 auxiliary weapon soul master. Mu Shuet, martial soul azure sea staff, level 33 auxiliary weapon soul master. Yan Yuer, martial soul octopus, level 38 control system battle soul master. Wei Chen, martial soul deep sea electric eel, level 37 strong attack system battle soul master. Xiao Luo, martial soul gale swordfish, level 37 agility attack war soul master. The age of these 7 people is around 15 years old, but their soul power levels have all reached the soul master level, and Lin Luoquan is only one step away from breaking through to the soul sect realm. Have to say, Lan was truly surprised by the martial spirits and talents of these people. Water dragon crocodile, ice turtle, deep sea electric eel, swordfish, octopus, gale swordfish, blue sea staff, these martial spirits are all the top sea martial spirits. Lin Luoquan and Yan Yuer possess full innate soul power, and the innate soul power of the other 5 students is around level 7 or 8. There is no doubt that this is a top-notch team of Sea Soul Masters. I am afraid that in the next 10 years, it may not be possible to find such a team of young and outstanding Sea Soul Masters. If the Soul Master competition allowed the selection of an arena that Sea Soul Masters excel at, then this team would definitely be the champion. It's just a pity the Soul Master competition does not have the Sea Soul fighting arena that the Sea Soul Masters are good at. If this team really fights with land-based Soul Masters, their weaknesses will be very obvious. For example, Xiao Luo's Gale Swordfish Martial Spirit. The speed of the swift swordfish is one of the fastest in the entire ocean. With its extremely fast speed and sharp beak like a sword, even soul beasts that are older than them dare not provoke them. But if the swift swordfish were on land, how much of its peak speed could it achieve? This is the most obvious disadvantage of the Sea Soul Master on land. Amphibious spirits like Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao's are not so bad. Although there are restrictions, they are not fatal. But other people's spirits are not so easy. However, before Lan went to Poseidon Island, he had been carrying out missions for many years. Even though his martial soul is a deep-sea shark, he still relies on his own talent and understanding to learn the combat skills of land-based soul masters. With the body of a sea soul master, killed countless land soul masters. Not to mention these children are very talented, and Lan is confident that he can train them into a team of sea soul masters that can be invincible on land. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao and said slowly, "You two step out." "Is teacher." Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao stepped forward. Lan looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Do you know why I singled you two out?" Students don't know. You two go to the land fighting spirit arena and fight. Ah? Teacher, I'm no match for the boss. Yang Hao quickly said. He has never won a one-on-one duel with Lin Luoquan. The teacher should have seen it when he lost yesterday. Lin Luoquan looked at Yang Hao with a serious expression and said, "If the teacher asks us to fight, then we will fight. Come on, I won't show mercy." Yang Hao walked onto the fighting stage with a look of despair on his face. "It's over, I'm going to get beaten again." At this moment, Lan suddenly spoke. "Yang Hao, you just do whatever I tell you to do later." End of this chapter. Chapter 25 The Dean Did Not Lie to Me. Chapter 25 The Dean Did Not Lie to Me. Please read. Lan's words stunned all the students present. "Teacher, what does this mean? Are you going to order Brother Hao to deal with the boss?" Mu Ling was surprised. Mu Ling and Mu Shui are twins. Not only do they look alike, but their martial souls and soul power levels are also exactly the same. The boss's soul power level is 3 levels higher than Lao Yang's, and his combat awareness is also much better than Lao Yang's. Although he has the teacher's command, it is difficult to defeat the boss. Wei Chen expressed his opinion, and Yan Yuer and Xiao Luo beside him nodded in agreement. On the soul fighting stage, Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao stood on each side. The two of them activated their martial spirits at the same time, and 3 spirit rings of yellow, yellow, and purple slowly rose up under their feet. A sharp light flashed in the depths of Lin Luoquan's eyes. "Xiao Hao, you better be careful." First soul skill, Dragon Roar. The water dragon crocodile spirit behind Lin Luoquan raised its front limbs high and stomped on the ground suddenly, making a terrifying dragon roar. The water dragon crocodile martial soul is a variant martial soul. It is a beast martial soul with extremely powerful attack and strength. It inherits the advantages of both dragon and crocodile, and also has certain water attributes. If we only talk about strength, there are probably few martial souls in this world that can surpass the water dragon crocodile martial soul. Lin Luoquan's first soul skill, Dragon Roar, is an ultimate soul skill. Use Dragon Roar to shock the enemy. The shocked enemy's strength, speed, and mental strength will be reduced by 20% for a short period of time. Since this soul skill comes from a 100-year-old soul beast, unfortunately, it can only concentrate its soul power on a single target. If this soul skill is a range soul skill, it will definitely be a fatal first-hand move when placed on the soul fighting stage. After all, using sound waves as a means of attack is impossible to resist unless the opponent has extremely strong mental strength. It's over. It's the boss's first soul skill again. There's no water here. Where can I hide? Yang Hao was instantly panicked. If faced with sonic suppression like Long Xiao's in the fighting arena exclusive to Sea Soul Masters, Sea Soul Masters will basically choose to dive into the water to avoid it, and then wait for an opportunity to act. But now there was the ground under his feet and there was nothing around him, there was nowhere to hide. Although the ice turtle has terrifying defense and few rivals in the entire continent, it cannot defend against sonic spirit skills. The main reason why Yang Hao lost every time he and Lin Luoquan competed was because of this soul skill. In a one-on-one duel, all attributes will be weakened at the beginning, and you will basically be suppressed from then on. Unfortunately, Yang Hao's martial soul was still that of a turtle. After being weakened by his soul skills, he was so scared that he shrank into his shell and dared not come out until his soul power was exhausted. Just when Yang Hao thought the tragedy was going to happen again, Lan's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Yang Hao, release your first soul skill on yourself immediately." "What?" Hearing Lan's voice, Yang Hao didn't have time to think too much and immediately released his soul skills towards himself. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Light. The ice turtle behind Yang Hao spit out ice blue light at him. Almost in an instant Yang Hao was sealed in thick ice. This moment the students nearby were all dumbfounded. "Teacher, what does this mean?" let Yang Hao freeze you." At this moment, Yang Hao in the ice suddenly realized something. It seems like he avoided the boss's soul skill. A look of excitement flashed across Yang Hao's face, and he jumped up and down in the ice. "Ha ha ha, boss, your spirit skills don't work on me, come and hit me." Yang Hao stuck his butt out and pointed it at Lin Luoquan. Because the ice blocked the sound, Lin Luoquan could only see Yang Hao's face showing an expression that deserved a beating, and at the same time, he pointed his big butt at him. Lin Luoquan's eyes twitched and a strange smile appeared on his face. Okay, you're asking for a fight, today I'll let you feel the majesty of my big brother." The second yellow soul ring slowly rose under Lin Luoquan's feet, the soul power in his body surged wildly, and his right fist turned into a claw. Second soul skill, Broken Tooth Rage. Lin Luoquan took a step forward and rushed towards Yang Hao. He punched out with a terrifying force that instantly shattered the thick ice into ice crystals all over the sky, just when Lin Luoquan was about to throw a second punch. Lan's voice sounded again. "Shrink!" Yang Hao immediately did as he was told and shrank into his ice blue turtle shell. The fist hit the solid turtle shell, causing a terrifying recoil force. Lin Luoquan's body was shaken back repeatedly by the recoil force, and he staggered continuously. "It's time to end the battle. Use your second soul skill," Lan said softly. Yang Hao had already been ready to go. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of unprecedented confidence flashed across his face. "Receive." Second soul skill, Ice Trampling. Yang Hao leaped high into the air, and the ice turtle behind him raised its front legs high, using its body weight and the strength of its limbs to slam towards Lin Luoquan. Since Lin Luoquan's body had not yet stabilized, he had no chance to defend himself. Boom! Just hear a loud noise, countless huge ice spikes instantly formed on the ground of the fighting arena. Lin Luoquan's body was thrown heavily out of the fighting arena. Yang Hao had already restrained his strength in this attack, otherwise Lin Luoquan would not just be sent flying off the fighting arena. Xiao Luo, Mu Shui, Mu Ling, and others were all stunned. Yang Hao actually beat the boss, are they dreaming? Lan walked towards Lin Luoquan and said calmly, "You lost this battle of souls." Hearing Lan's voice, Lin Luoquan looked uncertain. He lost. He actually lost to Yang Hao, whose soul power was 3 levels lower than his. He always defeated the enemy by leaps and bounds. This was the first time he was defeated by someone of a higher level. A look of unwillingness flashed across Lin Luoquan's face. He is a competitive person. Are you trying to say that you haven't used your third soul skill yet? Yang Hao also didn't use his third soul skill. Accepting a failure will help you in your future practice, Lan said calmly. Is teacher? Lin Luoquan stood up and nodded. Although he is extremely competitive, he is not someone who cannot afford to lose. On the other side, Yang Hao had already excitedly run to Xiao Luo and everyone was cheering. Awesome, so awesome, I never thought that one day I would be able to beat the boss. At this moment, Yang Hao, Xiao Luo, Wei Chen, and others were already full of admiration for Lan. With just a few words, Yang Hao defeated Lin Luoquan. If this had happened in the past, they would never have dared to even think about it. At this moment, Yang Hao looked at Lan with a puzzled look on his face. By the way, teacher, how did you know my soul skills? It seems that he hasn't told Lan about his soul skills yet. Lin Luoquan on the side, you forgot, the teacher saw our 2 fighting spirits yesterday, so he naturally knew. Hearing this, Yang Hao admired Qi Lan even more. As expected of a teacher, just by watching one of his soul fighting games, he actually knows more about his soul skills than he does. The dean never lied to me. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, Develop a Unique Training Plan. Chapter 26, Develop a Unique Training Plan. Now let's summarize. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao and said, Lin Luoquan, what do you think is the main reason for this defeat? Lin Luoquan clenched his fists. I was too careless and underestimated my opponent. Lan nodded slowly and said calmly, this is the first reason. Your talent and strength have always shaped your current fighting style and even your personality. Confidence, strength, and a strong desire to win are not weaknesses in my opinion. On the contrary, they are rare advantages for competition. If a person loses his confidence, his desire to win, and his ability to stand on his own, he is doomed to not go far. But confidence cannot be blind confidence. Being strong does not mean being reckless. This sentence is not only said to Lin Luoquan, but also to you. Lan's voice fell into the ears of every student, and they all listened very seriously without any slacking off. Even though they had some doubts about Wells's words before, after the battle of guiding the fighting spirit just now, they had already put their hearts firmly on the young teacher in front of them. Second, your understanding of combat is really too poor. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao's merciless criticism and said, your strength is not bad, and you can even say it is quite excellent. Not to mention being a sea soul master, even in the entire continent, your talent is among the best among your peers. But your combat awareness is too poor. You have a mountain of treasure but don't know how to use it. Your soul power is 3 levels higher than Yang Hao's. Logically speaking, if your combat awareness is good enough, even if I command Yang Hao, he will not be able to defeat you. For a soul master, soul power level is everything. Even self-created soul skills are not as real as soul power level. Soul skills are dead, but your thoughts are alive. Lan looked at Yang Hao and said calmly, without water to evade the spirit skill, can't you think of other ways? When Yang Hao saw Lan called his name, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, teacher, I remember it. Lan nodded and continued, this is the difference between Sea Soul Masters and Land Soul Masters. Of course, I'm not saying that your idea is wrong. It's not wrong for Sea Soul Masters to use the power of water to gain an advantage. If Land Soul Masters fight in the sea, they will not be your opponents. But don't forget. Now you are going to challenge them on land. You are not standing on the sea, but on the flat land. They have already taken advantage of the field. You must use any means other than the field to make up for the disadvantages brought by the field. You have great talents, but you lack combat awareness and better training methods. In the future, I will strengthen your training, teach you more combat skills, and improve your combat awareness. Lin Luoquan, Yang Hao, you two will continue to practice in a group, and the rest of you, come to me and tell me in detail the characteristics of your martial spirits, including your spirit skills. I will tailor different training plans for you based on your own characteristics. Is teacher. Then, Xiao Luo, Yan Yuer, Mu Ling, Mu Shuet, and Wei Chen told Lan about their martial spirit characteristics and spirit skills. In Lan's opinion, physical training is definitely indispensable. After all, physical fitness determines the upper limit of the spirit rings that a spirit master can obtain in the future. Lan discovered this feature a long time ago. It is not as widely spread that each stage of spirit ring has a limit age. That is pure nonsense. According to a certain theoretical book, the maximum endurance period of the first soul ring is 423 years, but some soul masters still exploded and died when absorbing the first soul ring that was 300 to 400 years old. From this we can see that there is no so-called fixed year for spirit rings. It is completely determined by the spirit master's personal physical fitness. As long as your physical fitness is strong enough, it will not be a problem for the first soul ring to absorb the 1000-year soul ring. However, Lan pays more attention to the targeted training for soul masters rather than the centralized training for the general public. The benchmark is not the essence. If you ask a defense-type soul master to practice speed, that would be very abstract. Train according to the characteristics of soul masters, play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses, and give full play to their own advantages. After learning about the spirit skills of these students, what surprised Lan the most was Yan Yuer's spirit, the octopus, and the twin sisters' azure sea staff. Yan Yuer's octopus is also the top soul beast in the ocean. The 10,000-year level octopus is at least 10 meters long, and each tentacle is no less than 100 meters long. It is extremely tough. Once the prey is entangled by its tentacles, there is almost no possibility of breaking free. It is an absolute top predator in the ocean. As the martial soul of a soul master, the octopus not only gives the soul master extremely powerful control, but its power should not be underestimated. What shocked Lan the most was the terrifying attack range of the octopus. The normal fighting spirit arena has a diameter of about 70 meters. After Yan Yuer's octopus is blessed with soul skills, its tentacles can even reach 100 meters, which can almost cover the entire fighting spirit arena. Unfortunately, Yan Yuer currently has 2 soul skills that can only be fully exerted in the water. Once on land, it is equivalent to directly giving up 1 soul skill to the opponent. The difference in soul skills between soul masters is huge. Otherwise, Yan Yuer would be a terrifying weapon on the fighting arena. If Yan Yuer's 8-tented octopus surprised Lan, then the martial spirits of the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling brought Lan a surprise. The main ability of the Azure Sea Staff Spirit is to control water and assist the Spirit Master in gaining amplification. This doesn't sound particularly outstanding, and is even worse than the average auxiliary martial spirit. But the key point lies in the feature of water control. The twin sisters' third soul skill is called Gathering the Sea. They concentrate their own soul power to create sea water through the blue sea staff and control it at will. This soul skill would be extremely powerful if used in the sea. Controlling the flow of water and its gathering and dispersion could be decisive factors in battle. But when placed on land, it simply condenses into 2 huge currents. The power is not bad, but it has completely lost its original purpose of assisting water control. Lan felt that the soul skill of Zhuhai had great room for development. The most important thing is that the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling are twins. Their martial souls and bloodlines are exactly the same, which means that they have a great chance of being able to practice martial soul fusion techniques. It is not difficult to see from the ability of the Blue Sea Staff to control water that if the 2 really possessed a martial soul fusion skill, it would most likely be a soul skill similar to controlling water and gathering the sea. If combined with Lan's understanding of sea martial spirits, perhaps he could develop a fusion technique that could reverse the disadvantages of sea spirit masters. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Perhaps she can't recognize me anymore. Chapter 27. Perhaps she can't recognize me anymore. This is also the problem that Lan has always wanted to solve. If a sea soul master wants to fully unleash the power of his martial soul on land, he must rely on water, and a very large amount of water. It is unrealistic to achieve it simply by relying on the soul master's personal soul skills. But the field can do it easily. The third level of the deep sea realm that Lan is comprehending, the Netherworld, is exactly like this. The Netherworld is also known as the Netherworld Sea Prison. He can create a sea out of thin air. The size of the sea is determined by Lan's soul power. If Lan's soul power is sufficient, it is not impossible to directly summon endless sea water to submerge a city. Moreover, if the Netherworld Sea Prison is combined with the 2 realms of Gigzu and Heart Sea, it is no exaggeration to say that this is a real deep sea. With deep sea water, pressure, and the terrifying feeling of being in the depths of the sea, it can be said that where Lan is the endless deep sea. This is why it is said that once Lan fully comprehends the third level of the Netherworld in the deep sea, he will be able to completely break the limitations of sea soul masters on land. Not only that, other sea soul masters in the sea can also perfectly exert the power of their own martial souls. Personally, the team battle attributes are maximized. Of course, it is very difficult to fully master the Netherworld Sea Prison. At least Lan has no way to comprehend it in a short period of time. But in Lan's opinion, if the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling are the core and the other students are the auxiliary, they can develop a soul skill similar to the 7-in-1 fusion skill. Perhaps it is not a problem to create a small sea area for a short period of time. Of course, this is definitely just a simple sea area. It does not have the terrifying suppression power of Gigzu and Xinhai, and the range is probably not very large, but Lan feels that there is no problem at all using it for fighting spirits. Transform the battlefield into the sea. This is definitely a crushing blow to land-based soul masters. Without mentioning anything else, Yan Yuer's powerful 8-clawed octopus martial spirit alone would be extremely difficult for those land-based soul masters to counter. Wei Chen's deep-sea electric eel is also extremely terrifying. The voltage it releases can reach 100,000 volts. In terms of electricity consumption alone, it is not inferior to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus rex. There is also Xiao Luo's swift swordfish, which has the fastest speed in the sea. If the opponent does not have a locking and restrictive soul skill, there is no way to counter it. This is a nearly perfect combination. Of course. The premise is that you own the sea area. Lan is confident that he can develop such a fusion technique. Immediately afterwards, Lan began to tailor training plans for everyone. At the same time, Lan used Gigzu to conduct gravity training for everyone. Even though Lan had controlled the pressure of Gigzu to 1%, these students still felt it was extremely heavy and they could hardly move. Old, what level has the teacher's strength reached? Lin Luoquan and others gritted their teeth and persevered under the pressure brought by Gigzu, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on their foreheads. At this moment, in their eyes, Lan was like a mountain that could not be climbed but could only be looked up to. Just a wisp of breath was enough to make them unable to raise their heads. Contra. No, the 7 of them had also sparred with Dean Wells. Although Wells intended to let them go, they still had the opportunity to release their soul skills and fight back when facing Wells. But in front of the teacher, they felt that if the teacher wanted to kill them, just a look would be enough. Could it be that the teacher is a titled Douluo? The more Lin Luoquan and the others thought about it, the more excited they became. They actually have such a titled Douluo teacher. You know, titled Douluo are extremely rare, and most people may not be able to see a titled Douluo in their lifetime, let alone learn under a titled Douluo. This made Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people's passion for learning even greater. They must not let their teachers down. As long as you can't practice to death, at dusk. The day's training ended here. Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people crawled back to the dormitory tremblingly as if they had lost their legs. I'm not exaggerating, I really crawled back. Now they can no longer feel the existence of their legs. Isn't the teacher's training too harsh? It's more tiring than our previous month's training combined. Wei Chen seemed to be lying on the bed, with a look of despair on his face. Alas, I guess our legs won't be healed in a few days. Maybe we don't have to go to training tomorrow. Yang Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. A teacher pushed the door open and walked in. Teacher Yang, why are you here? Lin Luoquan, Yang Hao, and others looked puzzled. Teacher Lan told me that you were injured and asked me to treat you. Which of you comes first? This teacher Yang is an auxiliary soul master. His martial soul is a kind of sea plant. He is best at healing. As long as the patient is not missing any limbs, there is no injury that he cannot cure. No. Immediately afterwards, bursts of screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard from the house. Director's office. Wells sat at his desk. He pushed a contract to Lan and said with a faint smile, the matter of the academy has been resolved, but there are some things I need to tell you. In order to avoid being noticed by the Empire, I asked someone to secretly acquire a college in the Tiandu Empire. That college is qualified to participate in the Continental High-Level Spirit Master Elite College competition, and it has always been at the bottom. If it doesn't achieve good results this year, it will be disqualified. So your qualifiers will be held in the Tiandu division. There are many strong teams in the Tiandu division, so you have to pay more attention. I have filled in your name for everyone in this academy. From now on, this is your academy. If you are not satisfied with the previous name of this academy, you can tell me directly and I will help you change it. After thinking for a moment, Lan slowly said, let's call it Origin College. Origin. Origin. The sea is the origin of all things, the beginning of everything. What a good name! Wells couldn't help but praise. By the way, when are you going to take the kids away? Wells suddenly asked. If you want to enhance the fighting capabilities of these children on land, actual combat is undoubtedly the best way. You can go to the Soul Beast Forest for training, or you can go to the large soul fighting arena on land for actual combat. Both of these are necessary. Lan also had this plan. First, we will provide these children with 3 months of specialized training, and then take them to the large fighting arena on land for actual combat. The sooner they adapt to the fighting methods on land, the better. Lan already had a plan for the location in mind. That is Soto City, located in the Tiandu Empire. Soto City is located at the junction of the 3 major forces of the Xingluo Empire, the Tiandu Empire, and the Spirit Hall, and is not far from the Xingda Great Forest. It is the best place to hone your skills. Not only can you understand the fighting style of the Soul Masters of the Tiandu Empire, but you may also meet 1 or 2 college teams participating in the Tiandu competition area, which is beneficial in every way. The most important thing is that it is not far from Wuhan City. As long as Lan wanted, he could reach Wuhan City in less than a day. That's where his dream began. I haven't seen her for more than 10 years. She should have grown into a big girl. I have changed a lot too. Maybe she can't recognize me anymore. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Tempering from the Sea of Heart. Chapter 28, Tempering from the Sea of Heart. Lan's appearance and temperament had completely changed. Even Wells, who had been with Lan for 10 years, was dazed for a moment before he could barely recognize Lan. What's more, what about Jian Rongxiu, who only met Lan once? However, if the grown-up Jian Rongxiu stood in front of Lan believed that he would be able to recognize Jian Rongxiu at the first moment. Although Jian Rongxiu was young at that time, her perfect facial features and delicate skin had already destined her to be an extremely beautiful woman in the future, not to mention her eye-catching long golden hair that flowed like a waterfall. If 2 people meet, what kind of scene is that? Lan herself didn't know whether she felt awkward, unnatural, speechless, or happy to see the other person after a long separation. Maybe when Jian Rongxiu grows up, she will come to her senses and strike Lan with the sword. Of course, all this can only be known after the 2 meet. Lan chatted with Wells for a while and then returned to his room. The light in Lan's room was not turned off until late at night, and the only sound that could be heard was the rustling sound of the pen tip scratching across paper. The next day, the sun rose in the east, and a hint of paleness appeared in the distant sky. The darkness of the night gradually disappeared, emitting brilliant morning light. Lin Luoquan, Yang Hao, Xiao Luo, Mu Shui, Mu Ling, Wei Chen, and Yan Yu are lined up in the courtyard early, quietly waiting for Lan's arrival. The scale of Kanglan Advanced Soul Master Academy is not large, and there are less than 20 students in the entire academy. Lin Luoquan and his friends are the 7 best Sea Soul Masters among this group of Sea Soul Masters, and they are also the 7 best Sea Soul Masters of this era. Lan didn't know how Wells had managed to trick these 7 outstanding and talented young girls into coming here. Lan was holding a notebook in his hand and slowly walked towards Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people. Seeing Lan coming over, the 7 people immediately stopped communicating and retracted their expressions. Last night I customized a training plan for each of you 7 based on your martial spirits and spirit skills. I will now hand out the plan to each of you in turn. If you have any questions about the plan, you can come and ask me. If you have no questions, the training will begin immediately. Come up when your name is called. Then, Lan handed everyone's plan to them. Lin Luoquan nodded after seeing his training plan. The plans tailored for him by Lan were the most suitable for his current needs. They focused on tempering the body, but the training volume was too large. 1 training session was enough to be compared with the previous 2 or 3 days of training. Everyone's training program is different. For example, Xiao Luo, who possesses the swift swordfish martial soul, is an agile attack soul master who is good at speed, surprise attacks, and giving enemies fatal blows. Therefore, Lan directly used his own training plan when he was an assassin on Douluo. The two sisters, Mu Shui and Mu Ling, were training in coordination. Because they are twins, they have a tacit understanding and can perform almost perfect coordination with just eye contact. This shows that the two of them not only have a high degree of compatibility in martial souls, but also have tacit understanding. It won't be long before they will be able to learn the martial soul fusion technique. Lan is also very much looking forward to the martial soul fusion technique of the two sisters. If their martial soul fusion technique is really as Lan expected, then they have already stepped half a foot into the finals of the Soul Master competition. As for Wei Chen and Yang Hao, Lan customized a set of soul skill release plans for them respectively. Their soul skills were broken down and subdivided by Lan, which can maximize their understanding of their respective soul skills, as well as the key points in releasing soul skills and improve fluency. But the most special one belongs to Yan Yuer. Her training regimen is simple. That means receiving special training in the Lan Xinc area every day. If the Heartsea realm is used properly, it can train the Soul Master's mental strength to a certain extent. For control-type Soul Masters, mental power is even more important than soul power. It is extremely important to keep a clear mind, keep eyes and ears open. Higher mental power can ensure that the Soul Master can carry out high-intensity and precise control for a long time and manipulate the overall situation. Lan is already prepared to train Yan Yuer as the core of this team of Sea Soul Masters. Yan Yuer, your training is the most difficult among everyone. You must be mentally prepared. Lan looked at Yan Yuer calmly. For some reason, Yan Yuer suddenly became nervous when she heard Lan's words. Teacher, let's start training, I'm not afraid. Yan Yuer clenched her fists and said with a firm face. Ah! Next moment stars flowed in the depths of Lan's deep eyes. Yan Yuer only took the first glance and her whole consciousness was instantly pulled away. It only took less than half a minute. Yan Yuer came back to her senses, her eyes were filled with endless fear, she was gasping for breath, and her face was extremely pale. Yan Yuer's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Her petite body couldn't help but tremble. Just now, she felt an unprecedented despair, as if she had been forgotten by the world. She thought she was going to die. Lan had suppressed the fear brought by his heartsea to the lowest level, but even so, Yan Yuer couldn't even hold on for half a minute. Lan was not surprised by this result, but Yan Yuer was obviously below Lan's expectations. This shows that Yan Yuer's personality may tend to be timid and introverted. For a control-type soul master, this is a fatal problem. Generally, control-type soul masters are in the position of absolute soul in a soul master team. Even the team captain is not as good as a control-type soul master. Controlling the overall situation and directing the battles are all necessary for a qualified control-type soul master. But Lan doesn't want to change other people's personalities or lives at will. Because he has experienced this feeling of being helpless. Lan walked to Yan Yuer's side, without saying much, and just said calmly, think carefully about whether you are really suitable for this team. After saying that, Lan walked past Yan Yuer. Hearing Lan's words, Yan Yuer's heartstrings trembled suddenly and a look of loss flashed across her face. Teacher, are you ready to give up on me? With a personality like mine, perhaps I am not worthy of joining a team at all. If I stay in the team, I will only hold everyone back. Yan Yuer's mood fell to the lowest point. Lin Luoquan and others wanted to comfort Yan Yuer after seeing this, but Lan was always supervising their training, so they did not dare to slack off. At dusk, the day's training is over. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and the others and said calmly, after dinner, the 7 of you will gather in the classroom on the first floor and prepare for the evening class. Is teacher? Everyone responded. After the team was disbanded, Lin Luoquan and 6 other people ran towards Yan Yuer immediately. At this moment, Yan Yuer was sitting on a bench nearby, her expression gloomy and her world plunged into darkness. Everyone, maybe I'm really not suitable to stay here. Yan Yu'er looked up at everyone and forced a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. The only one who can make you give up is yourself. Chapter 29. The only one who can make you give up is yourself. Seeing the forced smile on Yan Yu'er's face, Lin Luoquan immediately said, "Yu'er, what are you talking about? The 7 of us are a team. We can't be without any one of us. We agreed to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition together and win the championship together." Yang Hao, Wei Chen, Xiao Luo, and the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling beside them all nodded. Yes, we agreed to go together. Without Yu'er, even if we participate in the Soul Master competition, it will be meaningless. Yang Hao grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Xiao Luo patted Yan Yu'er on the shoulder and smiled faintly. "Come on, Lao Wei and I didn't adapt well to the first day of training. We were criticized by the teacher several times. After all, it's the first time. At worst, we can work harder tomorrow and strive to meet the teacher's expectations as soon as possible." Seconded. Sisters Mu Ling and Mu Shui took Yan Yu'er's cold hand. Everyone. The tears in Yan Yu'er's eyes could no longer be held back and burst out. At this moment, a trace of worry flashed across Yan Yu'er's face. "But the teacher asked me today whether I am suitable for this team. Is the teacher already extremely disappointed in me?" After hearing this, Lin Luoquan smiled and said softly, "Yu'er, why do you think so? Actually, the teacher is not as cold and indifferent as he appears. On the contrary, he is really a very gentle person. Don't forget what the teacher said when we just disbanded the team. After dinner, let the 7 of us go to the evening class. Note that it's 7 people. Don't you understand yet? Teacher Lan has never thought of giving up on you. The only person who can make you give up is yourself." At this moment, it's like clouds clearing away fog. Yan Yu'er's silent heart was ignited again. She quickly wiped the tears from her face determined, "I will definitely live up to the teacher's expectations and let the teacher recognize me as soon as possible." Seeing Yan Yu'er return to her former self, everyone was happy for her. "I'm almost starving. Let's go have dinner together. Only when you're full can you have more energy to study." Yang Hao's voice gradually faded away. What they don't know is Lan had been watching them silently from behind. Lan didn't walk up and say anything, but just turned around slowly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. After dinner, everyone arrived at the classroom on time, and 7 of them sat in a row quietly waiting for Lan's arrival. Lan walked up to the podium, saw the 7 people and nodded. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely determined, especially Yan Yu'er, who seemed like a different person. It's not that she has changed, but that she already has something in her heart that she wants to protect. For example, friendship. Since you already have the basics, this class will start with the Spirit Master's team battle skills. Each Spirit Master has his own role and responsibilities in the team. For example, the Control Spirit Master's responsibilities are. Lan's voice came faintly. Everyone listened very carefully. Time passes little by little when the bell rang for the end of get out of class. There was genuine joy on everyone's face. Because the knowledge that Lan shared was like a treasure to them, and just by sitting and listening for 2 hours, they felt that their team battle skills and awareness had reached a new level, for the next 3 months, day after day. During the day, Lin Luoquan and the other 7 carried out the training tailored for them by Lan until the evening. In the evening, we went to the classroom together to listen to Lan's lectures. In just 3 months, the 7 people's strength, soul power, understanding of soul skills, and awareness of team battles have all made a qualitative leap. Even those soul masters who have higher soul power levels and are older than them may not be able to match them in terms of combat skills and awareness. Because Lan really teaches everything he knows without hiding anything, and imparts all the knowledge he has acquired over the years to the students. This also made Lin Luoquan and others extremely moved. They have never seen a teacher as selfless and dedicated as Lan. They decided that after the Soul Master competition, they would follow Lan's footsteps even if it meant shameless. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people in front of him and said calmly, "In the past 3 months, you have completed the training very well. I am very satisfied." Hearing Lan's generous praise, the 7 people were very happy. For them, being recognized by teachers is undoubtedly the greatest joy. Not only did Yan Yu overcome her fear of the Heart Sea, her mental strength also improved significantly, and she was now able to perform high-intensity, long-term, precise control. It perfectly met Lan's expectations. Moreover, Yan Yu is calmer and more composed than before and has become a qualified commander. The sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling also completed their martial soul fusion skills. The ocean is coming. This martial soul fusion technique can completely transform an area of nearly 100 meters into a sea in an instant. It is the soul skill that best suits a sea soul master. However, the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of soul power. Even if 2 people work together, they can only last less than a minute. Lan plans to use this martial soul fusion technique as a basis to create a soul skill similar to the 7-in-1 fusion technique, and use the power of 7 people to forcibly extend the length of time in the sea. Even though it would consume a lot of soul power of each person, once the battlefield was changed to the sea, the soul masters on land would suffer a devastating blow. Except for the captain Lin Luoquan, the soul power of the other 6 people also generally increased by 1 level. This is not because Lin Luoquan lacks talent, but Lan deliberately lets Lin Luoquan suppress his soul power, temper his body, and strive to absorb the 4th soul ring beyond the time limit. After absorbing the soul ring, the accumulated cultivation will be fed back to the soul master and will not be wasted. And it is also to facilitate the next stage of training. Immediately, Lan said, "The first phase of training is over, and the second phase of training is about to begin. I'll give you 3 days to rest. 3 days later, pack your bags and set off early in the morning to Soto City in the Tiandu Empire to participate in the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. You will face a land-based Soul Master team of the same level. The goal I set for you is for everyone to get the Gold Fighting Soul Badge. If you can't get it, you don't have to participate in the Soul Master competition." Hearing Lan's words, Lin Luoquan and the other 7 all had expressions of horror on their faces. Gold Fighting Spirit Badge. There has never been a team of all Soul Master level Gold Fighting Souls on the continent, not even a Soul Master level Gold Fighting Soul team has ever appeared. The difficulty of this can be imagined. Once completed, they will have set a new precedent. Moreover, they were challenging land soul masters with the bodies of sea soul masters despite being at a disadvantage on the field. This is even more difficult. For a moment, Lin Luoquan and others were confused as to whether Lan was joking or not. This is almost an impossible goal. Lan seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. Then he took out a piece of paper. What is recorded above is exactly the team battle system that Lan created for Lin Luoquan and his 7 companions. But when Lin Luoquan and others saw it, they were extremely shocked. As auxiliary spirit masters, the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling were actually arranged by the teacher to sit in the front row. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. The most useless becomes the strongest. Unprecedented tactics. Chapter 30. The most useless becomes the strongest. Unprecedented tactics. I'm in the middle. Why am I at the back? What a strange lineup. Lin Luoquan and 7 other people gathered together, looking at the team battle positions drawn on the paper, staring at each other, unable to make out any clues. Because Lan's lineup is really too weird, it can be said to be unheard of. From a popular perspective, it is no different from committing suicide. The conventional position of Soul Masters is usually defense type, and strong attack type Soul Masters take the lead, which can not only protect their own back row, but also deter the opponent's Soul Masters. The next is the agility type Soul Master, and the control type Soul Master is in the middle, observing the overall situation and waiting for an opportunity to act. Finally, the auxiliary type and food type soul masters are at the back of the team. They play a very important role and can even turn the tide of the battle. However, since they have no self-protection ability, they need the protection of their teammates very much, so they are placed at the back of the team. This is a perfect team fight lineup. Lan's lineup is quite different. In Lan's lineup, Captain Lin Luoquan takes the lead, there is no doubt about that. Lin Luoquan's water dragon crocodile martial soul is of extremely high quality, and he possesses a top-grade deterrent soul skill like Dragon Roar, which is hard to defend against. It can effectively weaken the strength of the opponent's front row and increase our momentum. There are 3 people behind Lin Luoquan. Yang Hao was in the middle, and the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling were at the back on the left and right respectively. Further back were Wei Chen and Xiao Luo. Only Yan Yuer was at the end of the team. The latter part of the lineup completely goes against the so-called best lineup on the mainland at present. The sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling, who are auxiliary soul masters, were unexpectedly placed in the front row by Lan. This would definitely be fatal to any auxiliary soul master. In this way, they will face direct attacks from their opponents. Not only that, Wei Chen, a strong attack spirit master, is actually behind them. Yan Yuer, the control-type soul master who was supposed to be in the middle, was placed at the end of the team. No matter how you look at it, this is a team full of loopholes. Just when everyone was confused, Lan immediately explained to everyone the mystery of this lineup. First of all, from an objective point of view, this is indeed a very bad lineup, but this is a lineup that Lan tailored according to the characteristics of everyone's martial spirits and soul skills after careful consideration. The second soul skill of the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling is called Ring of the Blue Sea, which can be used on teammates and themselves to enhance their abilities. The amplified target's attributes are increased by 15% in all aspects, and it also gains a layer of water protection, which can remove the opponent's strength. Combined with their third soul skill, Gathering the Sea, the positioning of the 2 sisters is actually more like half control, half support. While having auxiliary capabilities, it also has certain control capabilities, which can not only protect itself, but also protect teammates. Coupled with the twin sisters' tacit understanding, the coordination of their soul skills can definitely produce unexpected results. As a defensive soul master, Yang Hao's positioning is even more important. Yang Hao's ice turtle not only has powerful defense, but also has extremely strong ice attributes. As we all know, ice is also an extremely powerful means of control. His first soul skill, the extreme cold light, can freeze the opponent instantly, and it will take time for the opponent to break free from the ice. There is no doubt that Lan ranked Yang Hao in this position, intending to use him as a half-control system soul master. Not only that, the benefits of Yang Hao being in the middle are far greater than imagined. If the defensive spirit master is placed in the front like in the traditional lineup, then Yang Hao will just be a pure defensive spirit master, and his control ability will be wasted. With Lin Luoquan in the front, he will have more room to play. It is also said that placing the defensive spirit master at the front of the team can effectively protect the back row. But is this really the case? If the team makes any mistake, the opponent's agile attack spirit master will take advantage of the opportunity. How could Yang Hao, who was standing in the front row, get back to the back row to protect Mu Shui and Mu Ling as soon as possible? This is simply not possible. But in this lineup, Mu Shui and Mu Ling are almost right behind Yang Hao. If the opponent wants to touch them, they must first pass through Yang Hao's airtight wall. On the surface, it seems that the auxiliary soul masters are sent to the front to die, but in fact, not only are they safe, but they can also lure the enemy into deeper areas to a certain extent. It can be called a human-shaped temptation trap. After all, what agility attack spirit master can refuse the nurse standing in the front? There was nothing much to say about Xiao Luo. He was a quick attack spirit master, so it was normal for him to be in the middle or side of the team. He did not need to bear too many tasks. You just need to wait for the opportunity and look for chances to deal with the opponent's back row. Although Wei Chen is a powerful attack spirit master, his martial spirit is the deep-sea electric eel, and his main means of attack are water and electricity. Since there is no water on land, let's bring its electrical properties to the extreme. Place it in the middle and rear of the team to act as an electric tower, constantly harassing the opponent's front row and effectively carrying out devastating attacks. The voltage released by the deep-sea electric eel is extremely terrifying, and the slightest carelessness will result in serious injury and paralysis. And this is not the most essential part of this lineup, because this lineup can be rotated. If they are on the advantaged side, the two sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling can even switch positions with Wei Chen and Xiao Luo to strengthen the team's offensive capabilities. At the same time, Wei Chen and Xiao Luo will cause great oppression and threat to the enemy's mid-back spirit masters. If you are at a disadvantage, then keep your normal lineup, both offensively and defensively. Moreover, this kind of rotation tactics can only be used in Lan's lineup. If it is used in an ordinary lineup, it is impossible to have such a rotation tactic. Because the auxiliary soul masters in the usual lineup are at the back of the team, if the agile attack and strong attack soul masters exchange positions with them, they will completely lose their role. As for Yan Yuer, there is nothing much to say about this, because Lan has been raising her as the core from the very beginning. After Yan Yuer used her soul skills, the area she controlled covered almost the entire fighting spirit arena. Even if you are at the back of the team, you can still control the enemy and pose a great threat. The key is standing at the end of the line. You can see the positions of everyone in the venue, a true god's perspective. For a control-type soul master, its importance is self-evident. Moreover, only Yan Yuer is qualified for this position. No other control-type soul master at the same level can have such a terrifying coverage area as Yan Yuer. Moreover, the eight-armed octopus martial spirit possesses not only excellent control capabilities, its strength is also not to be underestimated. It can just help share the pressure with Lin Luoquan in the front row. This forms a perfect closed loop. The so-called worst lineup has become an impeccable divine formation under the mutual complementation of their 7 martial spirits and soul skills. This is the strongest lineup that Lan created after spending 3 months and countless targeted calculations. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Origin Team, Why Are They All Sea Soul Masters? Chapter 31, Origin Team, Why Are They All Sea Soul Masters? After listening to Lan's explanation, Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people's eyes all lit up. This is not a useless formation at all, it is clearly a divine formation. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Teacher Lan's thinking and tactics are at the forefront of the entire continent. Even the Spirit Hall, which has won several Soul Master competitions, may not be as good as Teacher Lan in understanding tactics. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and Yan Yuer, and said seriously, "From now on, Lin Luoquan is the captain and Yan Yuer is the vice-captain. You two are the most critical core of the entire team. Remember, no matter what kind of opponent you encounter, always stay rational." Is teacher. Lin Luoquan and Yan Yuer both looked extremely determined. Lin Luoquan needs to withstand the pressure from the front row, while Yan Yuer needs to look at the overall situation. The two of them are not only the core of the team, but also the head and tail of the team. They are the most critical nodes and must not be careless. After giving some instructions on other matters, the team disbanded and everyone went back to pack their luggage. 3 days later, Lan brought Lin Luoquan and others to find Wells and said goodbye to him. "Dean, don't worry, we will definitely win the Soul Master competition. Let those land Soul Masters see how powerful our Sea Soul Masters are." Yang Hao patted his chest and said confidently. Wells knocked Yang Hao on the head after hearing this and said, "You are the most naughty kid. Stop being so cocky and listen to your teacher Lan." This scene made everyone laugh. In front of the gate of Kanglan Advanced Soul Master Academy, Wells looked at Lan and smiled. "Lan, I'll leave the children to you." Lan nodded slightly. "Well, teacher, take care of yourself." After saying that, Lan turned around. The figures of the crowd gradually faded away under the rising sun. Wells stood alone in front of the college gate for a long time without leaving. A few days later, Soto City. Soto City is located within the Tiandu Empire, but is also close to the Xingluo Empire and the Spirit Hall. It is the most prosperous city besides Tiandu City. As night falls, the city of Soto is still brightly lit, truly a city that never sleeps. Lan brought Lin Luoquan and 7 others directly to the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. Mu Shui and Mu Ling climbed to the windowsill and looked at the magnificent fighting arena. Is this the land fighting arena? It's much more spectacular than our fighting arena. The scale of the Soto Grand Fighting Arena is one of the largest in the entire continent, and the fighting arena can accommodate 20,000 spectators at a time. The atmosphere is full. Lin Luoquan looked at the wide field, a look of determination flashed across his face. This will be our starting point. Come on, we will win. The 7 people are united in mind. At the same time, Lan had already completed the formalities at the front desk. Please help us sign up for tonight's group battle spirit. Lan looked at the receptionist and said calmly. The receptionist's eyes remained on Lan's face. What a handsome man! The receptionist was stunned for a moment. Okay sir, what is the name of your team? Origin Team. Okay sir. The receptionist took the badge from Lan and started entering the information. Sir, I have registered for you. Do you need any other service? The receptionist handed the badge to Lan. Lan took the badge. No need. Turn around and leave. Only the front desk lady with a disappointed look on her face was left. Suddenly, when Lan passed by a room, bursts of scolding came from inside. As a titled Douluo, Lan's 5 senses are already extraordinary. Inside the room, a stern-looking middle-aged man was scolding the employees. Can anyone tell me where this Tiandu team came from? If we let them continue to win like this, our Soto Grand Fighting Arena will have wasted this year. Anger was building up in the middle-aged man's chest. No, we don't know either, but they seem to have the Empire and the upper 3 sects behind them. We can't afford to offend them. An employee said cautiously, and suddenly he seemed to remember something. How about arranging the Shrek 7 Devils to fight against the Tiandu team? The Shrek 7 Devils have won more than 20 battles, and they might be able to defeat the Tiandu team. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's anger dissipated a lot. This is a feasible solution, but the Shrek 7 Devils need to win 2 more group battles to obtain the Silver Battle Spirit badge. We can't arrange for them to fight directly against the Silver Battle Spirit level Tiandu team. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man frowned and retracted the anger on his face. Please come in. Immediately afterwards, Lan pushed the door open and walked in. When the middle-aged man saw Lan, he looked extremely puzzled. You are. Immediately afterwards, Lan took a step forward and his body instantly came in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hadn't reacted yet. What a great speed! Could this person be a powerful Contram master? The middle-aged man himself is a soul sage, and the person who can make him unable to react in time must be at least at the soul Douluo level. As for becoming a titled Douluo, he didn't even dare to think about it. Titled Douluo are not cabbages, how can you just meet them easily? What's more, the white-haired man in front of him looks so young. Sir, I am Far, the general manager of the Soto Grand Fighting Arena. May I ask what can I do for you? The steward's tone was extremely respectful. Lan said calmly, what level is that Tiandu team? Is it strong? Hearing Lan's words, the general manager nodded and said, this Tiandu team has a great background. It is a silver fighting spirit team with all members at the Soul Master level. It has won several consecutive days in our Soto Great Fighting Spirit Arena and has never lost. A strange look flashed in the depths of Lan's eyes, and he looked at the steward and spoke slowly. Could you please arrange for my team to face off against the Tiandu team? Your team? The steward looked surprised and seemed a little hesitant. But the next moment, what Lan said made his eyes light up. My team can handle the Tendu team for you. The butler looked a little excited. Really? Sir? No, I am not doubting your words. I would like to ask, what is the soul power level of your team members? All members are soul masters, and all have the best soul ring configuration. Lan said calmly. It is good. The steward agreed without hesitation and continued. Sir, if your team can really beat the Tiendu team, we at the Soto Grand Fighting Soul Arena are willing to pay you 100,000 gold soul coins to express our gratitude. All members are soul masters, and have the best soul ring configuration. This team can definitely compete with the Tiendu team. Even if it fails, there are still the Shrek 7 Devils behind us. Sir, please tell us your team members' information. We will also provide you with the Tiendu team's member information later. Can. Immediately afterwards, Lan informed Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people of all their information. But the more the steward listened, the weirder his expression became. Deep sea electric eel? Octopus? And whirlwind swordfish. How come all of them are sea spirits? End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Our Story Begins. Chapter 32 Our Story Begins. The manager looked at the member information in his hand with some disbelief. The soul power levels and soul ring configurations of the 7 members of the origin team can be said to be quite perfect. But the problem is that the martial spirits of these 7 people are all sea martial spirits. It is basically impossible to see a sea soul master in the central cities on land. Not to mention their Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena. I am afraid that even if you add up all the large soul fighting arenas in the central cities of the Tiendu Empire, you may not be able to see a sea soul master. And now, there are 7 of them coming at once. This is a completely pure team of sea soul masters. To be honest, the strength of the 7 members of the origin team is already among the top ones at the soul master level, but the disadvantages of sea soul masters are too obvious. On the land fighting soul arena, it is already quite difficult for them to exert 50% of their strength. How can they defeat the heaven fighting team with the same configuration? The butler sighed slightly. When he saw that the martial spirits of the 7 members of the origin team were sea martial spirits, he no longer had any hope for them. It seems that in the end it all depends on the performance of the Shrek 7 Devils. I hope they can defeat the Tiendu team. Origin Team Lounge. Everyone sat on the sofa waiting for Lan to arrive. I don't know if our opponent in the first game is strong or not. I heard there are many strong teams in Soto City. Mu Shui curled her lips. We are also very strong. Besides, since we are aiming for the Soul Master Competition Championship, it doesn't matter how strong the opponent is. Isn't it enough to win every game? Mu Ling said. Mu Shui is the younger sister and has a more lively personality, while Mu Ling, the older sister, is more stable. Muling is right. As long as we win every game, there is nothing to worry about. Wei Chen echoed from the side. Crunch. The door to the lounge was pushed open. Lan walked in from outside with a document in his hand. I have found a suitable opponent for you. Here is their member information. Please take a look first. Lan put the information of the 7 members of the Tiendu team on the table. Lin Luoquan opened the information, and everyone gathered in a circle to look at the member information on the information. Lin Luoquan read out, Captain Yu Tianheng, Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Level 39 Strong Attack System Combat Soul Master, 2 yellow soul rings and 1 purple. Vice Captain Dugayan, Martial Soul Jade Scaled Snake, Level 37 Control Type Combat Soul Master, 2 yellow soul rings and 1 purple soul ring. Team Member Shi Mo, Martial Spirit Xianwu Turtle. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. This is almost a top-level soul master team with the same configuration as them. Although they live in the coastal areas, they have heard of the names of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the top 3 sects. Especially their inherited martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, is known as the best beast martial spirit in the world. It's not just the blue lightning T-Rex. Black tortoise, nine-hearted begonia, these are the most famous top martial spirits on the continent. They didn't expect that the opponent they would face in the first game would be so strong. It's as difficult as hell. After all, they are sea soul masters and cannot exert their full strength on land, otherwise they would not be afraid of the Tiandu team at all. If we talk about talent alone, the 7 members of the Tiandu team are actually slightly inferior to them. Because they are directly targeting the Spirit Hall Academy, Lin Luoquan closed the member information and said firmly, "We have received special training from our teacher. Our strength and combat awareness are much better than before. What's more, we have a team battle lineup tailored for us by our teacher. Why not give them a venue? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. It is to prove that even if sea soul masters leave the water, they can still be very outstanding and defeat the so-called genius soul masters on land." Hearing Lin Luoquan's words, everyone's blood began to boil. The captain is right, we are playing against a genius. Lan looked at everyone's enthusiasm and nodded slightly. He seemed to see his former dream. As the captain, Lin Luoquan also perfectly fulfilled his duties as the captain and boosted morale. Only such a team can be qualified to be invincible. On the other side, in the Tiandu team lounge. You may meet your match this time. Team leader Qin Ming placed the information of the 7 members of the origin team on the table, and a solemn look flashed across his face. Opponent. As the team leader, Yu Tianheng was quite interested. Since their Tiandu team came to the Soto fighting arena, they have won consecutive victories and have not encountered any opponents. Yu Tianheng opened the information, and Duguyan and others gathered around to watch. Captain Lin Luoquan, Martial Spirit Water Dragon Crocodile. Water Dragon Crocodile? What kind of martial spirit is this? Yu Tianheng looked surprised. Duguyan pointed at the information about Xiao Luo and Wei Chen, Deep Sea Electric Eel, Swift Swordfish. Why are these all sea martial spirits? Not only that, the martial spirits of other people are also sea martial spirits. When did the Soto Grand Fighting Arena have such a team of sea soul masters? Qin Ming looked at everyone with a serious expression and said, "Sea soul masters are indeed greatly restricted on land, and this is also your advantage. But this team of sea soul masters, whether in terms of soul power level or martial soul quality, is comparable to you. Such a powerful team of sea soul masters cannot come out of nowhere, and it is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. You must not be careless." The strength of this team of sea soul masters shocked Qin Ming. It is impossible for an ordinary academy to put together such a luxurious lineup. This team is very dangerous. This is Qin Ming's intuition. Although Yu Tianheng and others promised Qin Ming that they would take it seriously, they did not think so in their hearts. Just a team of sea soul masters. Even if they have top-level martial spirits and the best spirit ring configuration, they are still sea spirit masters after all. If they don't stay in the sea and come to their large land fighting spirit arena, they are seeking death. This is not because the Tiandu team is prejudiced against sea soul masters. Any land soul master would think so. It's like, if you, a shark, don't stay in the sea and run to land to fight with tigers and lions, can you possibly win? At this moment, the broadcast from the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena sounded. The next Battle Soul match will be between Team Tiandu and Team Kiwan. Members of both teams are requested to enter the venue within 10 minutes. The broadcast was repeated 3 times. The entire Soto Grand Fighting Arena was packed with people, and the cheers from the audience seemed to blow the ceiling off. The host held the microphone and shouted loudly, "Let's welcome the last 2 teams tonight. Team Tiandu and Team Origin." The voice just fell. The passages on both sides of the fighting arena slowly opened. The 7 members of the Tiandu team were the first to walk out of the passage. They enjoyed the applause and cheers from the audience. At this moment, the other door opened. The 7 members of the Origin team, led by Lin Luoquan, lined up in a row, with brilliant colorful light shining on them. Lin Luoquan raised his head slightly, and a sharp light flashed in his blue eyes. Brothers, our story has begun. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, First Battle, the Tactics Worked. Chapter 33, First Battle, the Tactics Worked. Lin Luoquan and 7 others walked onto the fighting spirit stage. In their ears were the never-ending cheers and shouts of the audience. Team Tiandu! Team Tiandu! Team Tiandu! Thousands of spectators shouted the name of the Tiandu team. Team Tiandu has won consecutive games since entering the Soto Grand Fighting Arena, and has never lost a single game. They are a well-deserved popular team. And their opponent, the Origin team, is a newly created team, and their information is unknown. Will the Tiandu team win again tonight and maintain their winning streak, or will the Kiwan team show their prowess for the first time and interrupt the Tiandu team's winning streak? Let us wait and see. Now both sides have 1 minute to summon martial spirits. The host shouted. Next moment the players of both teams began to adjust their positions and summon their martial spirits. Brothers, activate the martial spirit. Following Lin Luoquan's order, the 7 members of the Origin team summoned their martial spirits together. All members are soul masters, with the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. The same goes for the opposing Tiandu team. I thought this was a battle of evenly matched team spirits. At this moment, many viewers noticed something was wrong. Why is the martial spirit of the Origin team on the opposite side so strange? I have never seen it before. What an ignorant bunch. Those are all sea spirits. It's really strange. How come sea spirit masters come to our land-based Great Spirit Fighting Arena? Damn, what does the leader of the Origin team mean? He has put all the auxiliary spirit masters in front of the offensive spirit masters. Are these sea spirit masters here to cause trouble and provoke us? Get off the stage right now. You can't make it with us, so you come here, right? Many low-quality viewers directly started to insult. These people are nothing but gamblers and hooligans, and they have absolutely no moral character. No matter where you are, there will always be such a group of people. Not only these hooligans, there are also many viewers who are very resistant to the Origin team. This is called a group trend. They will always support their own people and resist outsiders, even if they are in the same country. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Luoquan and his group of Sea Soul Masters came here specifically to provoke them. For a moment, the situation was somewhat out of control. Lan, who was sitting in the spectator booth, looked at Lin Luoquan and the others quietly. This is something they must experience in their lives. If they don't even have this kind of psychological quality, then they are not suitable to participate in the Soul Master competition at all. Qin Ming, who was also in the audience, looked at Lan with a slightly surprised expression. Is he the leader of the Origin team? The other person is as young as me. This surprised Qin Ming very much, and at the same time Qin Ming was also thinking about the position of the Origin team. Auxiliary Soul Masters go to the front row, Defensive Soul Masters are in the middle, and Control Soul Masters are at the end of the team. No matter how you look at it, this lineup is an extremely rubbish one. To describe it in 2 words, it's suicide. But Qin Ming always believed that this lineup was by no means as simple as it seemed. After all, every Soul Master understands the simple truth that auxiliary Soul Masters cannot be placed in the front. He didn't believe that the other team leader didn't know. If he doesn't know, then he has ulterior motives. Qin Ming looked extremely serious. Tianheng, don't take it lightly. On the soul fighting stage, facing the trash talk from the audience, Lin Luoquan slowly said, "Don't worry about these trash words. We will use our strength to shut them up." "Yes, Captain." Yu Tianheng, who was standing opposite, frowned as he looked at the strange positioning of the Origin team. Are these Sea Soul Masters looking down on us? They put the Auxiliary Spirit Master in the front. This is too arrogant. The Tiandu team members were filled with inexplicable anger. Both sides have summoned their martial spirits, and the battle of spirits begins now. With the host's command, this much-anticipated fighting spirit event officially begins. Yu Tianheng took the lead and rushed straight towards Lin Luoquan, with lightning flashing in the depths of his eyes. I want to see how a sea soul master like you can resist my soul skills. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's right hand turned into a dragon claw and attacked Lin Luoquan. A yellow soul ring rose up under Lin Luoquan's feet, and the water dragon crocodile martial spirit behind him stomped its feet on the ground, gathering its soul power at its mouth. First soul skill, Dragon Roar. The terrifying dragon roar instantly shocked Yu Tianheng. His attack stopped and he was in a trance for a moment. What kind of soul skill is this? Yu Tianheng shook his head and came to his senses, but Lin Luoquan's fist had already followed. In panic, Yu Tianheng also raised his fist to meet it. Fists clash. Yu Tianheng's body retreated dozens of steps, staggering continuously. He felt a wave of numbness in his arms. In contrast, Lin Luoquan only took 1 or 2 steps back. Yu Tianheng's eyes widened. How come my strength is so different from his? His martial soul is the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is known as the best beast martial soul in the world. How could he lose to a sea martial spirit he had never heard of? No, Yu Tianheng suddenly remembered something. It must be because of the dragon's roar just now, which weakened all my attributes. A solemn look flashed across Yu Tianheng's face. The teacher is right. These sea soul masters are not simple. However, Yu Tianheng's eyes fell on the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling behind Lin Luoquan, and suddenly shouted loudly, Yu Feng, Oslo. Roger that. Yu Feng and Oslo are both agility attack spirit masters, and one is good at land and the other is air. They are extremely fast and go straight to the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling. Lin Luoquan was held back by Yu Tianheng and couldn't turn back to stop them. Putting auxiliary spirit masters in the front row is your biggest mistake. Even if you have a defensive spirit master protecting them, he can only protect one person at most. Yu Tianheng's mouth corners slightly raised. Qin Ming looked at the situation on the fighting spirit arena, his expression becoming more and more confused. Judging from this situation alone, at least one of the 2 auxiliary soul masters will die, but Qin Ming felt that things were definitely not as simple as he imagined. But he couldn't think of any other way that the origin team could break the impasse. Suddenly on the fighting spirit arena, the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling took action. Second soul skill, Azure Sea Ring. The 2 sisters quickly covered themselves with a transparent water cover. When Oslo and Yu Feng's attacks landed on the water shield, their faces suddenly changed. What kind of soul skill is this? The water shield created ripples, and their attacks were like hitting a piece of cotton. 8 or 9 out of 10 of the force were removed, and there was no sense of force at all. Just when the 2 were about to launch another attack, they suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill behind them. Don't underestimate the defensive spirit master. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Light. The ice turtle behind Yang Hao spit out an ice blue ray, and dense frost streaked across the fighting arena, and the temperature around it dropped sharply. Oh no, it's a trap. Graphite, grindstone up. Yu Tianheng shouted hurriedly. The Shi brothers had already been ready for action. They both threw out the black tortoise shells in their hands, trying to block the extremely cold light for Yu Feng and Osro. Want to save people? Is it possible? A cold voice sounded from the back of the origin team. First soul skill, Strangulation. Next moment several thick tentacles quickly rushed forward and slapped the flying black tortoise shell back. The whole place was in an uproar. P.S. I recommend a good Douluo book. Douluo, play as Sikong Zhen and shatter the darkness with thunder. Interested readers can go and have a look. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, The sea gathers to break the snake venom, and lightning strikes the 8 wastelands. Chapter 34, The sea gathers to break the snake venom, and lightning strikes the wilderness. The octopus tentacles knocked the black tortoise shell away. Yang Hao's extremely cold light instantly froze Yufeng and Ozro into ice cubes. The Origin team's superb cooperation shocked the whole audience. Many spectators who watched the fighting spirit competitions for many years stood up in awe. This level of cooperation might not be seen even in the Soul Master competition. I didn't expect to see it in the soul fighting arena. It is truly amazing. Go Team Origin! Origin Team! Gradually, the audience's applause and cheers drowned out the foul language. The black tortoise shell returned to the hands of the Shi brothers, and both of them looked extremely solemn. Their reaction speed was very fast. When Yang Hao was about to take action, he had already thrown the black tortoise shell in his hand away. But even so, it was still blocked in time by the opponent's control-type Soul Master. The Shi brothers' hands were trembling slightly. The martial soul and the Soul Master are connected as one. Just now when the tentacles of the octopus slapped the black tortoise shell, they felt an extremely terrifying force. If their basalt tortoise shells were not strong enough, they would have collapsed on the spot. In the audience, Qin Ming's expression became increasingly heavy. The control-type Soul Master's coverage is so wide. She is clearly in the last row, but she can protect the teammates in the front row in an instant. This is not only the advantage of her martial soul, but also her judgment ability and psychological quality are extremely outstanding. There is also the Auxiliary Spirit Master with self-protection ability and the Defensive Spirit Master with control ability. This game is going to be lost. On the soul fighting stage, the situation suddenly turned to one side. Ozlo and Yufeng were still trying to break free from the ice, but they were unable to do so in a short period of time. Lin Luoquan looked at Yu Tianheng, who looked nervous, and chuckled, "Why, you don't want to continue the attack? If that's all your attack is, then it's my turn." Lin Luoquan clenched his fists, red light flashed in his eyes, and the soul power in his body surged wildly. Second soul skill, Broken Tooth Rage. Lin Luoquan stomped his toes on the ground, causing gravel to fly everywhere, and his body rushed towards Yu Tianheng like a cannonball. Yu Tianheng looked at Lin Luoquan, who was coming to attack him, with an extremely excited expression, and his right arm was flashing with dense lightning. When it comes to one-on-one fights, I, Yu Tianheng, have never been afraid of anyone. The second soul skill, Thunder. Yu Tianheng had no fear in his heart, and he raised his fist to meet him head-on. At this moment a hint of disdain flashed in the depths of Lin Luoquan's eyes. Madness! Only two overlapping sounds were heard. First soul skill, Blessing of the Sea. The two sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling seemed to be in sync with each other and simultaneously used their soul skills to amplify Lin Luoquan. With the assistance of the two, Lin Luoquan's strength and speed both increased by more than double. Tianheng, be careful! Duguyan quickly reminded Yu Tianheng. But it's too late. Lin Luoquan instantly broke Yu Tianheng's thunderous blow, and his fist slammed heavily on Yu Tianheng's chest. Yu Tianheng's facial features were filled with pain, he vomited bitter water, and his body was blown away like a cannonball. The Shi brothers immediately jumped to the back to catch Yu Tianheng. The terrifying impact force forced the Shi brothers to retreat dozens of meters, close to the edge of the fighting arena. Lin Luoquan's water dragon crocodile martial spirit is based on extremely strong power. With the help of two auxiliary soul masters, even an ordinary soul master would not dare to take that punch head-on. You are looking for death. Duguyan looked at the seriously injured Yu Tianheng. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her emerald eyes. The green phosphorus snake martial spirit emerged behind Duguyan. It opened its bloody mouth and spit out a large amount of emerald green poisonous mist. Jade phosphorus snake venom. When Qin Ming saw this, he immediately shouted, "Yanzi, no! Duguyan's green phosphorus snake venom is extremely terrifying. It was passed down from her grandfather. Ordinary soul masters or soul sect members would be poisoned and die in a matter of seconds if they were exposed to even a tiny bit of it." Qin Ming allowed Duguyan to use the green phosphorus snake venom in the competition, but prohibited her from releasing a large amount of venom. Otherwise, the meaning of competition will be lost. But in his rage, Duguyan forgot everything Qin Ming had told him. Lan looked at the green poisonous fog that filled the fighting arena with a slightly solemn expression. As an assassin, he naturally knew something about poison, although not much, but he could see the horror of the poisonous fog. The soul power in Lan's body fluctuated slightly. Once he rescues Lin Luoquan and the others, it means he has given up. He stared at the situation on the fighting arena. Seems to be considering. He believed in Lin Luoquan and others. Poisonous fog rose above the fighting arena and slowly floated towards the 7 members of the origin team. At this moment, Mu Shui and Mu Ling stood up. The azure sea staffs in the hands of the 2 men flashed with blue light, and a purple soul ring rose under their feet. Third soul skill, gathering the sea. Ho-ho! 2 ocean currents, accompanied by a refreshing sea breeze, descended upon the soul fighting arena. The sea breeze, with the power of the ocean current, actually washed away and dispersed all the poisonous fog. Mu Ling and Mu Shui both had a smile on their faces. This is what the teacher taught them. You should make good use of your own soul skills instead of just relying on stubborn ideas. Teacher, we did it. Duguyan was horrified to see that the green phosphorus snake venom that he was so proud of was broken. My snake venom was broken? Impossible. Duguyan gritted his teeth, ready to release the green phosphorus snake venom again. Yanzi, that's enough. Leave the rest to us. Yu Tianheng placed his hand on Duguyan's shoulder. The injuries on his body had been healed by Yelingling's 9-hearted begonia to about 70%. Oslo and Yufeng also broke free from the ice, but their movements were slow as their blood and meridians were still affected by the ice. At this moment, Yu Tianheng looked extremely serious, having put aside his previous contempt and arrogance. Yanzi, you assist me in the attack. Oslo and Yufeng will go to both sides to put pressure on the opposing auxiliary spirit masters. Graphite and Shimo will be on guard against the other people on the opposite side at all times. Seeing Yu Tianheng's changes, Lin Luoquan was slightly surprised and said calmly, "It's a good thing to realize your own problems, but it's too late. Change the formation." Following Lin Luoquan's order, the twin sisters who were originally standing on Yang Hao's left and right quickly switched places with Wei Chen and Xiao Luo behind them. Their mission has been completed, and they have gained a huge advantage for the team. At this moment, all 7 members of the Tiandu team have suffered considerable injuries and their soul power has been consumed a lot. Leave the rest to us. There was a flash of lightning in Wei Chen's eyes. The attack horn of origin has been sounded. Seeing the origin team's position suddenly change, Yu Tianheng immediately realized something. Not good. Everyone retreat. Wei Chen chuckled when he saw this scene. Retreat? How naive. The fighting arena is so small, where else do you want to retreat to? Third soul skill, lightning strikes the wasteland. In an instant, the deep-sea electric eel behind Wei Chen released dense yellow lightning, attacking the 7 members of the Tiandu team at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Seeing that the opposing soul master's attack method was lightning, Yu Tianheng immediately wanted to rush forward to block it for his teammates. But the next moment, Yu Tianheng discovered something horrifying. The entire fighting arena, including the 7 of them, was wet. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 The next opponent, the Shrek 7 monsters? Chapter 35 The next opponent, the Shrek 7 devils. Just now, when the sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling performed the sea-gathering soul technique, on the surface it was just to blow away the poisonous fog, but in fact, at that time, they had already prepared to end the battle. They attached the sea water to the venue and the bodies of the 7 members of the Tiandu team. With the blessing of the sea water, the power and coverage of the lightning released by Wei Chen increased by more than double. Boom! With a loud bang, countless dense lightning bolts instantly fell between heaven and earth, and the entire fighting arena was filled with brilliant light. These lightning bolts entangled the 7 members of the Tiandu team like a spider web. No matter how they fled, they could not get rid of the lightning attached to their bodies. Except for Yu Tianheng, the rest of the Tiandu team members became stiff and numb. Ye Lingling, an auxiliary spirit master, was directly electrocuted unconscious by the terrifying voltage. The most spectacular scene was when the 6 people's hair was all turned into afro, with the roots of their hair standing up. "You Xiao Luo," Lin Luoquan said calmly. "Copy that, Captain." Next moment Yan Yuer and Xiao Luo attacked together. Before Yu Tianheng could react, the 2 men had knocked all his teammates to the ground. On the fighting spirit arena, Yu Tianheng was the only one left. This scene came too suddenly. The entire Soto fighting arena was in deathly silence. The host was so shocked that he almost dropped the microphone in his hand. Lin Luoquan slowly walked towards Yu Tianheng, who looked unwilling, and said calmly, "Do you still want to fight?" Yu Tianheng clenched his fists, turned his head to the side, and let out a trembling sound from between his teeth. "Team Tiandu, admit defeat." In an instant the 20,000 spectators in the entire Soto fighting arena stood up and gave thunderous applause. People always admire the strong. In this world, strength is the bottom line. What's more, this is an unprecedented and exciting fight. A team of Sea Soul Masters actually defeated a team of Land Soul Masters of the same level in the land-based Soul fighting arena. This was something I would never have dared to think about before. The results of the game can be announced. Lin Luoquan looked at the host and said calmly. The host came back to his senses and immediately shouted loudly, "The Origin team won this battle. They ended the Tiandu team's winning streak. Let's give them the warmest applause." With the comments of tens of thousands of viewers, Lin Luoquan and 7 others walked down from the fighting arena. As soon as the fighting spirit ended, Lin Luoquan and his 7 companions found Lan. "Teacher, we won." Lin Luoquan looked at Lan and spoke quickly, like a child eager to take credit. Lan nodded slightly and smiled faintly. "You did a great job, I am very satisfied." Seeing the smile on Lan's face, everyone was extremely shocked. This seemed to be the first time they saw the teacher smile. Yang Hao walked forward, tilted his head and looked at Lan with wide eyes. "Teacher, it turns out you can laugh. We thought." Yang Hao almost let the cat out of the bag and stopped immediately. Suddenly, the smile on Lan's face disappeared, and he returned to his previous coldness and indifference. "Why? Nothing, nothing." Yang Hao's desire to survive was instantly aroused, and he waved his hands quickly. At this time, Qin Ming and 7 members of the Tiandu team slowly walked over from not far away. Qin Ming took the initiative to walk towards Lan and said with a smile, "Hello, you should be the leader of the Origin team, right? My name is Qin Ming, and I'm the leader of the Tiandu team. What's your name?" "Lan." Lan responded calmly. The 7 members of the Tiandu team behind Qin Ming supported each other, but the afro of Duguyan and the other 6 looked particularly eye-catching. Looking at their afro, Yang Hao and Wei Chen covered their mouths and kept coughing, thinking about the sad things in their lives and their minds, but the smiles on their lips were harder to suppress than AK. "Don't laugh. Never laugh. They are our first opponents on land anyway. The teacher said that in the fighting arena, we must respect our opponents. But their heads really do look like chicken coops. Just imagine, what kind of picture would it be if 6 chicken coops were dangling in front of you? No, I can't bear it anymore." Yang Hao quietly stretched out a hand and tickled Wei Chen's armpit. The next moment, Wei Chen couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. In fact, Lin Luoquan and the others were also pretending to remain calm. But Wei Chen's smile instantly broke the silence, and everyone else started laughing too. "You! Just wait." Duguyan, with her afro hair, was instantly furious, tears welling up in her eyes, and she ran out in anger. "Yanzi, Yanzi!" Yu Tianheng hurriedly chased after him. Lan turned around and glared at Yang Hao and Wei Chen. Everyone immediately put away the smiles on their faces. "I'm sorry, Captain Qin, my students were a little rude. I'll ask them to apologize to your students later," Lan said. Qin Ming waved his hands quickly. "Captain Lan, there's no need to apologize. It's just that Tianheng and his team are not as skilled as others. What's more, if they were asked to apologize specifically, it would be like rubbing salt into the wound for geniuses like Tianheng, which would be more painful than killing them. Maybe they would even start a fight on the spot." Qin Ming held his forehead and shook his head slightly. "Captain Lan, it's getting late. I won't bother you anymore. If there's a chance, I will definitely lead the Tiandu team to compete with the Yuankai team next time." Qin Ming smiled. "Yes, you are always welcome." Lan rode. Tendu Team Lounge. Qin Ming walked into the lounge, and before he could even open his mouth, Yu Tianheng took the blame for the defeat on himself. "Teacher, if I hadn't underestimated my opponent, with the strength of our Tiandu team, we would not have lost to them at all." Yu Tianheng blamed himself extremely. Qin Ming shook his head slightly and sighed. "Tianheng, you still don't realize your biggest mistake." Yu Tianheng was puzzled. "The strength of the origin team is superior to ours. Even if you don't fall for their trick, it's only a matter of time before you lose. At the same time, it's also my problem." Qin Ming looked disappointed. The fundamental reason why the Tiandu team lost was in tactics. There was nothing wrong with the Tendu team's tactics, and they could be said to be excellent. But even so, the origin team's tactics and coordination were still far superior to theirs. This is the gap between him and Lan. It is also the gap between team leaders. Qin Ming knows it better than anyone else. "No, sir, how can this be your problem? In terms of individual strength, they are no match for us. I was too impatient and fell into their trap, disrupting the tactics arranged by the teacher." Before Yu Tianheng finished speaking, Qin Ming suddenly spoke. "Tianheng, have you forgotten? They are a team of Sea Soul Masters. If you were on a Sea Soul Masters fighting arena, you would be as powerless as a baby in front of them." Yu Tianheng's pupils shrank slightly and his body trembled violently. Original. The origin team is already strong enough that they subtly regard them as land spirit masters. They completely forgot that the opponent had already given them the biggest field advantage at the beginning of the game. This battle, it was their Tiandu team that lost. On the other side, the VIP lounge. "Dear team leader, I didn't expect that your team would actually beat the Tiandu team. This is the reward I promised you." The butler pushed a gold card towards Lan. Lan put the gold card away. The steward personally poured tea for Lan. "Mr. Butler, please speak up if you have anything to say." Lan took a sip of tea and said calmly. Seeing that he was exposed, the manager said directly, "Mr. Leader, we have another commission in the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena. It's about fighting souls. I wonder if you are interested." Then, the steward handed a team profile to Lan. Lan opened the information. Team, Shrek 7 Devils. Captain, Daimyo Bai, Martial Soul Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Level 37 Strong Attack System Combat Soul Master. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 Young Master, his name is Lan. Chapter 36 Young Master, his name is Lan Daimyo Bai, the Evil-Eyed White Tiger. Some memories emerged in Lan's mind. If he remembered correctly, the prince of the Xingluo Empire was also called Daimyo Bai, and the evil-eyed white tiger martial soul was the unique inherited martial soul of the Xingluo royal family. I didn't expect that the prince who had been away for many years would actually develop in the Tiandu Empire. It seems that he has not given up the fight for the throne. But Lan didn't think too much about it, because he now had nothing to do with the Xingluo Empire. Lan turned his attention to the information of other members of the Shrek 7 Devils. Deputy Captain Tang San, his martial soul is Blue Silver Grass, and he is a level 32 control weapon soul master. Member Ma Hung Jun, martial spirit Evil Fire Phoenix, level 29 strong attack type combat spirit master. Lan frowned when he saw the member information of the Shrek 7 Devils. Except for the blue-silver grass spirit of the deputy captain Tang San, the spirits of the others were all top-level spirits. They can barely be a rival to the origin team. However, their overall soul power level is too low. There are quite a few great soul masters over level 20. The chief steward seemed to have noticed Lan's hesitation and quickly explained, this team cannot be judged simply by their spirit power. They have won more than 20 games in a row in our Soto Great Spirit Arena without losing a single game. Their team battle awareness and quality are far superior to those of ordinary Spirit Master teams. Perhaps even the Tiendu team may not be able to defeat them. It will definitely meet your requirements. Of course, if you can defeat the Shrek 7 Devils, we will also give you the same reward. After listening to the manager's words, Lan closed the member information in his hand. Okay, then I'll trouble the steward to arrange it. The purpose of their trip was to hone the cooperation of Lin Luoquan and his 7 companions, so naturally the stronger the opponent, the better. Soon, Lan left the VIP lounge. After all, today was the Origin team's debut, and they won a great victory, so naturally we have to give these kids a good meal. Lan took the reward he had just received and took Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people to a restaurant. What Lan didn't know was everything that happened in the Soto fighting arena today has been recorded and quickly sent to Tiendu City. At midnight. Tiendu Palace, the prince's bedroom. Although it was late at night, Xue Qinghe was still sitting at the table handling official business. He must perform his duties as a crown prince perfectly and not let anyone notice or even suspect him. Xue Qinghe closed his eyes, pinched the bridge of his nose, and his face was full of fatigue. Suddenly, 2 soul power fluctuations came from behind him. What happened? Xue Qinghe didn't open his eyes, but just asked lightly. Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise would not appear beside Xue Qinghe unless there was an emergency. But for her, ever since she learned that Lan was likely dead several years ago, nothing in this world could shake her state of mind. During these years, she has been secretly targeting the Star Luo Empire, and now she has become a thorn in the side of the Star Luo Empire. But to her, none of this matters anymore. What would it be like to become the king of the Tiendu Empire? So what if you have the power to rule the world? Without him, none of this would mean anything. Now all her actions are only for Spirit Hall and the Angel family. And prove it to that woman. The Thornfish and the Snake Spear looked at each other, and the Snake Spear said respectfully, "Young master, our people have sent news. They said that a team of Sea Soul Masters at the Soul Master level suddenly came to Soto City and completely defeated the Tiendu team on the first day." Xue Qinghe stopped moving, slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Sea Soul Master team defeated the Tiendu team. Interesting. How did they do it? The strength of Sea Soul Masters is weakened on land. It is basically impossible for Sea Soul Masters of the same level to defeat Land Soul Masters on land, not to mention that the opponent is a top team at the Soul Master level, the strongest lineup of Tiendu Royal Academy. This made Xue Qinghe quite interested. Send some people to pay more attention to this team of Sea Soul Masters, and if possible, bring them over. Xue Qinghe ordered. Now she wants to win over all the forces that are worth winning over in order to consolidate her position. Yes, my lord. After saying this, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo showed no intention of leaving. They seemed to be considering and hesitating. Xue Qinghe tilted his head slightly and asked with a puzzled look, "Anything else?" Snake Spear Douluo took a step forward and lowered his voice, "Young master, the reason why that team of Sea Soul Masters was able to defeat the Tiendu team was entirely due to their unprecedented tactics, that is, their leader." "Oh?" Xue Qinghe asked in confusion. "Unprecedented tactics? If that's the case, then the leader of this team of Sea Soul Masters must not be an unknown person. Have you found out his name?" Xue Qinghe was quite interested. "Lan." Snake Spear Douluo's voice rang out in the quiet room. In an instant the expression on Xue Qinghe's face suddenly froze. She hadn't heard this name for a long time. But I have never forgotten it and it still haunts me. Can you please say that again? What's his name? Xue Qinghe's voice seemed to tremble and returned to her original voice. Her tone was surprised and flustered. Seems to be expecting a positive answer. Master, his name is Lan, the same name as the killer you asked us to find back then. The thorny porpoise Douluo next to him suddenly spoke. However, this Lan seems to be different from the assassin you were looking for back then, young master. Immediately, the thorny porpoise Douluo repeated the spy's words to Lan. Xue Qinghe looked dazed, and murmured something vaguely, white hair. The Lan that the spy saw was completely different from the Lan she had seen that year. Now, Lan has a more noble temperament in addition to her original cold and indifferent temperament. Lan's appearance and temperament are like those of the princes and nobles in fairy tales. Not an assassin at all. Besides, since Lan is an assassin, how could he become the leader of a team of Sea Soul Masters? There are so many differences between these two people. But she doesn't think so. There is absolutely no such coincidence in the world. A look of determination flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. No, I won't give up even if there is only a slight possibility. I've already lost him once, and I can't let that happen again. Snake Spear Douluo looked at the emotional Xue Qinghe and quickly reminded him, young master, if this Lan is really the assassin from that year, then you still have to be more careful. After all, your current identity. Indeed, Qian Rongxiu's current identity is Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. If it were discovered that she had a connection with the assassins of the Xingluo Empire, it would very likely disrupt all their previous plans. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Seeing Through Xiaowu's Identity. Chapter 37 Seeing Through Xiaowu's Identity. Xue Qinghe naturally knew it as well. He looked at Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo and said slowly, I will stay in my bedroom for the next few days. I have something for you two to do. Just at the young master's command. The two spoke respectfully. You two should go to Soto City immediately and find a chance to find out about his background. If he uses a martial spirit similar to that of a shark, or a weapon similar to this one, come back to see me immediately. Xue Qinghe showed the two the dark blue shark fin that Lan had left him. A serious look flashed across his face. Remember, don't hurt him. This is just a test. Do you understand? Yes, young master. After saying that, the two figures disappeared from the spot in an instant. She looked at the blue shark fin in her hand, her expression dazed, and murmured, Big brother, could it be you? The next evening. Soto Fighting Spirit Arena, Shrek Lounge. A middle-aged man with a stiff and weathered face walked into the room with a document in his hand. Your opponent's information for tonight is out. Yu Xiaogang looked at the 7 Shrek people playing on the sofa and spoke slowly. The teacher is here. Tang San saw a smile on Yu Xiaogang's face. Oscar trotted over to Yu Xiaogang and asked curiously, Master, how strong is the opponent? Can you survive 10 rounds against us? At this moment, Ma Hongjun, who was lying on the sofa, yawned and said nonchalantly, 10 rounds. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. We, the Shrek 7 Devils, have been fighting in the Soto Great Fighting Arena for several months. Apart from the Berserker team, the other opponents are simply not worth watching. How can they be our opponents? Oscar nodded after hearing this, it seems so. After we win the soul fighting match tonight, we should all be promoted to the Silver Soul Fighting Batch, right? This doesn't have to be a grand closing ceremony to put a perfect end to our second phase of training. Don't you think so, Rong? Oscar came to Ning Rong with a rose in his mouth. Ning Rong folded her arms, turned her head away, and ignored Oscar's courtesy. Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang who had not spoken a word, and asked with a puzzled look, what's wrong with Xiaogang? Is the opponent strong? Yu Xiaogang shook his head, his expression a little strange, and said slowly, the situation of this team is a bit complicated, even I have never encountered it, you can see for yourself. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San and the others were all extremely confused. Is the other party really that strong to be able to make the master say such words? The Shrek 7 devils, including Flanders and Zhao Wuji, all gathered together and looked at the member information in Yu Xiaogang's hand. Origin Team: Captain Lin Luoquan, Martial Soul Water Dragon Crocodile, Vice Captain Yan Yuer, Martial Soul Octopus. The more he looked down, the wider Flanders' eyes became. This is really strange. Why are all the members of the Origin Team Sea Soul Masters? Tang San and the others were completely confused. It was the first time they had come across the term Sea Soul Master. Yu Xiaogang nodded and explained to everyone, the martial souls possessed by Sea Soul Masters are all sea martial souls, just like this gust of wind swordfish and octopus. They can only exert the full power of their martial souls in water. Generally, Sea Soul Masters only appear in remote sea cities. They are almost never seen here. I have never heard of this Sea Soul Master team either. Suddenly, the Captain Dai Mubai said, this Origin team is made up of all Soul Masters, and their soul ring configurations are also the best. What? All Soul Masters? Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu opened their mouths wide in surprise. It's over, it's over. When did such a strong team come to the Soto Arena? Ma Hongjun, who had originally looked relaxed, suddenly felt under great pressure. Suddenly, Tang San noticed that Flanders looked relaxed, even smiling a little, and he thought of something. Dean, teacher, will Sea Soul Masters be greatly restricted on land? After all, the martial spirit is fish. Tang San said. Yu Xiaogang smiled and nodded. That's right. It's rare that you noticed this. Flanders held his eye sockets and smiled faintly. It's extremely difficult for a Sea Soul Master to exert half of his strength on land, so you basically don't see any Sea Soul Masters in the central city. Originally, the Soul Master competition allowed the Sea Soul Master Academy to participate, but because the Soul Master competition is more for the general public, the fighting arena is all on land, which results in the Sea Soul Master Academy being eliminated in the preliminaries every year. The two empires felt that the Sea Soul Master Academy was wasting its place in the competition, so they simply excluded the Sea Soul Master Academy from the Soul Master competition. Hearing this, Oscar nodded, then these Sea Soul Masters are really unlucky. At this time, Flanders suddenly walked out the door. Flanders, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang looked at Flanders puzzledly. Flanders chuckled, revealing a sly smile, and said, in the next match, the little monsters will fight against the Sea Soul Masters. Isn't it a sure win? Of course, we'll bet on the little monsters to win and earn some college funds. Xiaogang, you know. You go discuss tactics with the little monsters. I'll go grab a spot first. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. This Flanders. Then, Yu Xiaogang began to arrange pre-match tactics for the Shrek 7. Although your opponent is a Sea Soul Master, you must not underestimate him. During the competition, you just need to pay more attention to the other team's captain and the Ice Turtle Spirit Master. Their spirits should be amphibious, and they can also exert a lot of strength on land. The others should not be able to compete. Yes. The Shrek 7 said in unison. Then, the sound of the radio sounded. The next team battle soul match will be between the Shrek 7 Devils and the Origin team. Players from both sides please enter the field within 10 minutes. Led by Yu Xiaogang, the Shrek 7 Devils walked out of the lounge. Just then, Lan and 7 members of the Origin team came towards them. The moment Lan appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Because Lan's appearance is so outstanding, it is hard not to attract attention. Yu Xiaogang looked at Lan, and Lin Luoquan and the other 7 people behind him, with a slightly surprised expression. Is he the leader of the origin team, so young? Lan's eyes swept over Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Suddenly Lan's gaze rested on one person. Xiaowu noticed Lan's gaze and raised her head to look at Lan. Lan's galaxy-like eyes were like the abyss, full of attraction. Xiaowu felt as if Lan saw through her. She couldn't help but clutch the corner of her clothes. Shouldn't it be? Soul Douluo, it is not so easy to meet titled Douluo. And he is so young. Xiaowu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang San asked with concern. No, it's okay, let's go. Xiaowu smiled. As the two teams passed each other, it became clear to them that they were each other's rivals. The stars in Lan's eyes gradually dimmed. The transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast is interesting. Then, both teams stepped onto the fighting stage. The entire Soto fighting spirit arena was bustling with people. The Shrek 7 Devils are the biggest hit nowadays. The origin team has just defeated the Tiandu team. These two teams represent the popularity of the entire Soto fighting arena. At the same time, in a corner of the audience, two men in black robes set their eyes on Lan on the viewing stand. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Do you think you can change the situation with just that little blade of grass? Chapter 38. Do you think you can change the situation with just that little blade of grass? The number of spectators present tonight has broken a record high. I believe that everyone is here for the origin team and the Shrek 7 Devils. The origin team ended the Tiandu team's winning streak in the last group battle, and the Shrek 7 Devils have never lost since arriving at the Soto Grand Battle Arena. The origin team and the Shrek 7 Devils represent our Soto Great Soul Arena, the two strongest teams at the Soul Master level. Tonight's fighting spirit competition is destined to be very exciting. Now both sides have 1 minute to summon martial spirits. The host held the microphone and shouted passionately. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Luoquan and Dai Mubai, who were standing at the front of the team, shouted at almost the same time. Brothers, activate the martial spirit. Next moment 14 martial spirit shadows appeared on the fighting spirit stage. Purple light flashed in Tang San's eyes, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Why is the opponent's position so strange? The auxiliary spirit masters are standing in the front row, while the attack and control spirit masters are in the back. Don't say that Tang San and others have never seen it. At this moment, even Yu Xiaogang on the viewing stand was confused, with a hint of doubt flashing across his stiff face. What does the other team leader mean by this? Flanders on the side waved his hands and said nonchalantly, "What's the point?" They probably heard about the reputation of our Shrek 7 Devils and were scared to give up the game. But it would be too embarrassing to admit defeat directly, so they used this method to resolve the battle in disguise. Now Flanders had a sly smile on his face, his mind filled with only his gambling money. He put almost half of the college's funds into it. Hey, I'm going to get rich. Yu Xiaogang stared at the situation on the fighting arena. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. I hope so. On the soul fighting stage. Although the opponent's position was strange, Tang San decided to take the initiative after repeated doubts. This was their usual tactic. Disease. As the captain, Dai Mubai rushed directly towards Lin Luoquan, and the evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit behind him roared suddenly. Take my punch. Dai Mubai swung his fist at Lin Luoquan, and Lin Luoquan also clenched his fist and punched out. The two men collided with fists. Dai Mubai's body took several steps back and his right arm felt numb. Tang San was extremely surprised when he saw this scene. What a terrifying power! Although Boss Dai is 2 levels lower than his opponent in terms of spirit power, the power gap shouldn't be so big. What the teacher said is indeed true. This captain must pay more attention. Ning Rongrong, who was at the back, cried out, Boss Dai, let me help you. The 7 treasures turned into colored glaze. Before Ning Rongrong could finish releasing her soul skill, two almost overlapping voices came out even faster than her. First soul skill, Blessing of the Sea. The two sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling used their amplifying soul skills on Lin Luoquan together. Lin Luoquan's speed and strength increased significantly. First soul skill, Dragon Roar. Lin Luoquan immediately used Dragon Roar to stun Dai Mubai. For a moment, Dai Mubai looked dazed and unconscious. Second soul skill, Broken Tooth Rage. Lin Luoquan took advantage of the victory and pursued, stepping suddenly on the ground and rushing towards Dai Mubai. Not good. Tang San said secretly, and he immediately used his spirit skills. The first soul skill, Entanglement. The blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand wrapped around Dai Mubai. He wanted to pull Dai Mubai to a safe place. But the next moment a cold voice came. First soul skill, Strangulation. Swish, a thick octopus tentacle came flying from the last row of the origin team with a series of breaking sounds, and directly whipped Tang San's blue-silver grass into two pieces. What? Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted. Before he could react, Dai Mubai's screams followed. Dai Mubai was punched into a bow shape by Lin Luoquan, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The intense pain woke him up. Boss Dai! Zhu Zuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar all shouted out in worry. Tang San immediately released the blue-silver grass to catch Dai Mubai steadily, and he immediately checked Dai Mubai's injuries. Such a strong force, Boss Dai's ribs were almost broken. If it was replaced by a support-type spirit master like Rongrong or Xiao Ao. A sharp look flashed in Tang San's eyes. Xiao Ao, you take 2 of your sausages for Boss Dai. Fatty, Zuqing, Xiao, the 3 of you come with me. Rongrong, always pay attention to the assists on the field. No matter where the other party is, we must deal with those 2 auxiliary spirit masters. Tang San and the others had just seen it. The combat awareness of the other 2 auxiliary soul masters was obviously higher than Ning Rongrong's, and they were not on the same level at all. And there is the control-type soul master at the back. Her martial soul covers such a wide area, no wonder that control-type soul master can be at the back of the team. However, their biggest mistake was placing 2 auxiliary soul masters in front in order to protect the control soul master. Little dance. Tang San chuckled loudly. Receive. The third soul skill, Teleportation. Xiao Wu took a step forward and her body instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a breath, Xiao Wu's body instantly passed Yang Hao and appeared beside Mu Shui. This scene shocked the whole audience. Pretty. Xiao Wu's teleportation soul skill can indeed produce unexpected effects. It seems that Xiao San has also noticed the opponent's 2 auxiliary soul masters. Yu Xiaogang nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Wu's combat capability is widely recognized by Shrek. Once Xiao Wu gets close to her, there is no possibility of escape except for the soul masters of the strong attack type at the same level. Xiao Wu looked at Mu Shui, who looked flustered in front of her, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. There's no point in being scared. You can't escape. The first soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu reached out and grabbed Mu Shui. But in the next moment, Mu Ling's voice suddenly sounded. Second soul skill, Azure Sea Ring. Suddenly, a layer of water covered Mu Shui's body. Xiao Wu was instantly separated by the water shield and was unable to perform the waist bow. What's this? Xiao Wu widened her eyes and looked at Mu Shui in the water shield with an incredible look. Mu Shui just made a face at Xiao Wu. Hey, I was lying to you. How could you be fooled if I didn't reveal any flaws? Tang San's body trembled violently when he saw this scene. Oops. Xiao Wu, run away. Tang San immediately used his blue-silver grass to wrap around Xiao Wu. When Yan Yuer saw this scene, a look of disdain flashed across her face. You think you can change the situation with just that little blade of grass? I see. The 8-armed octopus spirit behind Yan Yuer suddenly stretched out its tentacles. The moment the blue-silver grass came into contact with the tentacles, it instantly broke into 2 pieces. Tang San stood there in a daze. His blue-silver grass broke again. Next moment the thick tentacles hit Xiao Wu's body hard, and her face and body had an intimate kiss with the octopus's tentacles, and her body flew towards the ceiling like a rocket. Boom! The entire Soto fighting spirit arena trembled suddenly. Do not! Tang San let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Want to explain? You all come together. Chapter 39. Want to explain? You all come together. Words long chapter. Xiao Wu, Tang San, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zuqing, and others all shouted out. Xiao Wu's body hit the ceiling and slowly fell down. Tang San quickly caught Xiao Wu, tears flashing in his eyes. Third brother. Xiao Wu wanted to say something, but before she could finish, she fainted. The whole place was in an uproar. On the observation platform, Flanders was no longer as relaxed as before. He clenched his fists and hit the guardrail. Damn it, it's just a fighting spirit competition, why are you hitting so hard? I'm going to complain to the referee about Team Origin. Flanders turned around and went to find the referee. That's enough, Flanders. Soul skills are blind on the fighting stage. Even if you go to the referee, he will not cancel this fighting. Yu Xiaogong's face was extremely solemn, and he slowly said, now we can only hope that the little monsters can win this battle of spirits, otherwise, we can only admit defeat. After hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Flanders could only swallow his anger. Xiao Luo looked at Yan Yuer behind him and sighed, you're really cruel. I guess the girl across the street won't be able to get out of bed for half a month. Play well, or be careful Yuer will whip you too. Wei Chen beside him chuckled. They were just talking and didn't think Yan Yuer was being too harsh. After all, this is on the fighting spirit arena. If it weren't for Mu Ling and Yan Yuer's timely help, Mu Shue's fate would probably not be much better than Xiao Wu's. After sending Xiao Wu off the stage, a flash of anger appeared on the faces of everyone at Shrek. Especially Tang San, his expression was as cold as ice. How dare you severely injure Xiao Wu? Unforgivable. Yang Hao was confused when he saw Tang San talking to himself. What is this guy talking to himself about? Isn't it that he has turned evil? Tang San slowly walked towards the 7 members of the Origin team, and 8 spider legs suddenly appeared behind him. Ghostly. Tang San walked at a very fast pace, bypassing Lin Luoquan, and Yang Hao ran straight to the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling behind him. So fast. Lin Luoquan and Yang Hao were so shocked that they didn't even have time to react. Dai Mubai, who had just recovered, saw the furious Tang San and sighed slightly. It seems that only when Xiao Wu is injured, Xiao San will turn into Shura. Oscar nodded and chuckled. It looks like the Origin team is going to have a hard time. The 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding. My 3rd soul skill absorbs the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The blue-silver grass has long been extremely tough. As long as we deal with these 2 auxiliary soul masters, we still have a chance. Tang San analyzed the battle situation in his mind. His 8 spider soul bone is extremely poisonous. Even if the opponent has a high level of soul power, as long as he is scratched by the 8 spider soul bone, he will lose his combat ability on the spot. After making the plan, Tang San was just about to take the next step. A cold voice came again. 1st soul skill, Strangulation. A thick tentacle flew over again. Tang San's expression became extremely determined after seeing this. This is the blue-silver grass with my 3rd soul skill, and hers is only the 1st soul skill, there is no way it can be broken. Before Tang San finished speaking, his blue-silver grass was broken into 2 pieces again and again by the octopus's thick tentacles. Tang San's eyes widened, his mind went blank. No, why she only has the first soul skill, how can she break my third soul skill? Tang San's state of mind collapsed instantly. Next second Mu Shui and Mu Ling quickly changed positions with Wei Chen and Xiao Luo. The first soul skill, Thunder. Wei Chen used his soul skill, and a golden lightning bolt struck Tang San fiercely. Tang San suppressed his emotions and prepared to use Ghost Shadow to avoid the falling lightning. Still want to escape? First soul skill, Extreme Cold Light. A ray of cold light instantly controlled Tang San's feet. Boom! The angry thunder struck Tang San accurately. What? Tang San screamed, and all his hair stood up instantly. Xiao San, third brother. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zuqing all rushed towards Tang San. But at this moment, a cold figure disappeared in a flash. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry more about yourself. Third soul skill, Swift Wind Stab. Xiao Luo's figure instantly passed across the fighting arena. Zhu Zuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai fell down instantly without making a sound. Xiao Luo took care of the three people with one strike. This was not only because Mu Shui and Mu Ling provided him with timely assistance, but also because he had learned everything about assassins from Lan in the past 3 months. Among the 7 members of the origin team, his threat is no less than Yan Yuer's. After being hit by the falling lightning, Tang San also slowly fell down. On the soul fighting stage, the Shrek 7 Devils only had 2 auxiliary soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar looked around with a weak expression, looking at his fallen teammates. This was the first time he felt such a deep sense of powerlessness. They lost this battle of souls. Oscar looked at the referee with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "Shrek 7 Devils, admit defeat." The entire Soto fighting spirit arena was instantly filled with shouts that resounded through the sky. Origin Team! Origin Team! Origin Team! The name of the Origin Team resounds throughout the Soto arena. On the viewing platform, Yu Xiaogang slumped in his chair. Lost, he actually lost. Yu Xiaogang has been studying the theoretical knowledge of martial arts for many years. How could he have seen tactics like those of the Origin Team? The auxiliary soul masters stand in the front row as defense soul masters to attract firepower, and the defense soul masters treat them as control soul masters. And the deep sea electric eel soul master is not an attack soul master at all, but a mobile electric tower. The most outrageous thing is the control type soul master, who stands at the end of the team and can actually provide precise assistance throughout the game. Tang San, the core of the team, was suppressed by her from beginning to end. In this battle of spirits, the Shrek 7 Devils were completely defeated. This is true not only in terms of team battle awareness and tactics, but also in terms of personal strength. Are they really just a team of sea soul masters? Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but doubt his life. After the spirit fight ended, the 7 members of the origin team immediately found Lan. "Teacher, didn't you say that our opponents were very strong? Why do I feel that they are not as strong as the Tendu team?" Yang Hao scratched his head. In fact, in terms of overall strength, the Tiendu team is stronger than the Shrek 7 Devils, and the Shrek 7 Devils are only strong in tactics. But when their tactics were crushed by the origin team, they no longer posed any threat. For example, Tang San's blue-silver grass. Compare your head with Yan Yuer's octopus with 8 tentacles. There wasn't even a chance for Yan Yuer to whip him a second time. You kid, it's all thanks to the teacher's teachings. If it were us in the past, we might not be able to defeat the Shrek 7 Devils. Lin Luoquan smiled. Under Lan's guidance, they not only had a unique tactical system, but everyone's combat awareness and skills also improved by leaps and bounds. This is how an invincible team was built. Well, tactics are important, but you who execute them are just as good. Lan praised generously. For students, you should praise them when it is necessary, otherwise it will discourage their enthusiasm. Just then, several figures came from not far away. "You are the leader of the origin team," right? Aren't you going to give us Shrek an explanation? Flanders looked at Lan with a cold expression, and Zhao Wuji was beside him. Just now, the doctor from the Soto fighting arena has examined Shrek's injuries. Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai were both seriously injured and it would take them at least a month to recover. Tang San, Ma Heng-jun, and Zhu Zuqing also suffered serious injuries. For a fighting spirit, this has gone beyond the scope of competition. Lin Luoquan took a step forward, looked at Flanders and sneered, "What do you mean? Soul skills have no eyes on the fighting spirit stage. This is the rule of the fighting spirit stage. Besides, we have already held back. Where did this youngster come from? Let your leader speak. Otherwise, this matter cannot be cleared up today." Zhao Wuji's face was cold, and he faintly exuded the aura of a soul saint. 7 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black slowly rose under the feet of Zhao Wuji and Flanders. Both of them were 7-ring soul saints, and their souls were far beyond the ordinary soul saints. They are actually 2 soul saints. Damn it! Xiao Luo's face was extremely cold. Although he heard from the dean that even at level 85, he was no match for teacher Lan, but now they were on land. They had never seen Lan fight, but they could roughly guess that Lan's martial spirit should also be a sea martial spirit. Even if the teacher is a soul Douluo, there is no way he can defeat 2 soul saints on land. Are you all Shrek people, a bunch of people who can't afford to play when you lose? Lin Luoquan's eyes were cold, and the 7 of them were also secretly preparing for battle. After hearing this, Flanders said coldly, "Of course, Shrek can afford to lose. I admit that we are not as skilled as others, but you shouldn't be so heavy-handed and hurt our Shrek students. After all, this world is one where strength is respected. Since you have taken such a heavy hand, you should be prepared accordingly." At this moment, the manager of the Soto Soul fighting arena also rushed over. He kept persuading both parties. After all, these were 2 soul saints. Although they, the Soto Soul fighting arena, were not afraid of them, there was no need to offend them. Lan raised his hand slightly, as if to stop the steward. "You want an explanation, don't you? Can. I'll give you 2 a chance, come on together. If I summon my martial spirit, I lose." Lan said softly. Hearing Lan's words, Lin Luoquan and others widened their eyes. Not summoning martial soul to deal with 2 high-level soul saints, how can this be? The 2 men in black robes who were quietly watching melons in the corner were also slightly startled. Not summoning martial soul to deal with 2 soul saints, this guy couldn't be. Zhao Wuji, Flanders hesitated for a moment after hearing Lan's words. Especially Zhao Wuji, the last time he heard similar words, he was beaten up. But the white-haired man in front of him is so young, he can't be a titled Douluo. Seeing Flanders and Zhao Wuji hesitated. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of Lan's eyes, and his voice was indifferent, "If you don't take action, then it's my turn. Return to the ruins." As soon as the word fell, boom, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Flanders and Zhao Wuji felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The overwhelming pressure instantly forced them to their knees, unable to raise their heads. The ground was also crushed by the pressure, there was dead silence all around. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, looking at the scene happening before their eyes in disbelief. P.S. In order to thank all the book friends for their support, today's chapter is a 3,000 word chapter. I will update more often in the future. It's a little late for posting. End of this chapter. Chapter 40, Shrek goes bankrupt with just one look. Chapter 40, Shrek goes bankrupt with just one look. Why can't I move? The martial spirits behind Flanders and Zhao Wuji collapsed instantly, and their bodies were pinned down by an invisible pressure, unable to move. Yang Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said in shock, "Teacher is so strong." With just one look, 2 soul saints were suppressed and unable to fight back. I declare that from now on, the teacher is my idol. The 7 members of the origin team began to respect and admire Lan more and more. Is this their teacher? Not only is he unique in teaching, but his abilities are also so strong. The steward's body trembled violently and he slowly uttered a few words. Titled Douluo. This white-haired man is definitely a titled Douluo. He was extremely sure in his heart. Without summoning the martial spirit, it is absolutely impossible for a soul Douluo to suppress 2 soul saints instantly. Only titled Douluo. Who would have thought that one day their Soto fighting arena would welcome such a distinguished guest? However, the white-haired man in front of him looked too young, and it was impossible to tell whether he was that lord, or a titled Douluo who had never appeared before. If it is a titled Douluo who has never appeared before, then the significance it represents will be even greater. In the corner, 2 men in black looked horrified when they saw what was happening. This Lan is actually a titled Douluo. Old Shi, how can we test this? The 2 men in black were none other than the Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear who were sent by Qian Rongxiu to test Lan. The battles between titled Douluo are usually very fierce and affect a huge area. Furthermore, the test they had intended at the beginning was not to summon their martial spirits. After all, martial spirits can be considered as a form of identification. Once their martial spirits are revealed, isn't it equivalent to introducing themselves to Lan? But if they don't use their martial spirits, how can the 2 of them defeat a titled Douluo? Isn't this just being a living sandbag for Lan? The young master really gave them a big problem. Most importantly, they discovered an unexpected surprise. The female student among the Shrek 7 devils is actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed. This is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It can attract countless titled Douluo and various forces to scramble for it. The former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Sunji, died in the fight for a 100,000-year soul beast. This is a great temptation that even the pope could not resist. If it were normal times, they would definitely give up their current mission and go back immediately to inform Qian Rongxiu of the news about the 100,000-year soul beast. But they have followed Qian Rongxiu for many years, and no one knows better than them how important the word Lan is in Qian Rongxiu's heart. Snake Spear is sure if the 2 of them messed up the mission regarding Lan because of the news about the 100,000-year soul beast, they would definitely suffer the most severe punishment. Moreover, since Lan is also a titled Douluo, he has probably seen through the identity of the 100,000-year-old soul beast and has set his sights on its soul rings and soul bones. Things were getting increasingly difficult. Suddenly, a figure came running hurriedly from the side. Dean, Teacher Zhao. Qin Ming looked at the 2 people kneeling on the ground, then looked at Lan who had an indifferent expression, and quickly said, Captain Lan, has there been any misunderstanding? These 2 were my former dean and teacher. Lan's expression remained calm. It was indeed just a misunderstanding, but your 2 elders' actions told me that it was not a misunderstanding. But I still agree with what your teacher said. After all, this world is one where strength is respected. The voice just fell. Lan's mind moved. The pressure in Gigzu increased exponentially in an instant. Boom, there was a loud bang, and the bodies of Zhao Wuji and Flanders suddenly fell to the ground. Their internal organs were almost squeezed to the point of breaking. Both of them screamed, and the intense pain caused them to pass out. Seeing this, Lan withdrew his pressure. He looked at Qin Ming and said, Tell these 2 elders of yours that if there is a next time, it will not be just this simple. Let's go. Immediately afterwards, Lan took the 7 members of the origin team and left the Soto arena. At the same time, the 2 black figures in the corner also disappeared. Shrek Lounge. Flanders and Zhao Waoqi woke up in a daze. Flanders, are you all right? Yu Xiaogang looked at the 2 of them and spoke slowly. Qin Ming also stood aside. Qin Ming has just told Yu Xiaogang everything. In response to this, Yu Xiaogang just sighed slightly. This time, the trouble has hit a brick wall. He actually provoked a titled Douluo. If it weren't for the Soto fighting arena, under the watchful eyes of everyone, I'm afraid neither Flanders nor Yu Xiaogang would have survived. Flanders shook his head slightly, a hint of bitterness flashing across his face. How could he have imagined that he would actually meet a titled Douluo in the fighting spirit arena? Isn't it said that the titled Douluo dragon is hard to find? This is the second titled Douluo they have encountered in the past 6 months. Well, never mind. Since His Majesty has no responsibility to pursue you, I guess the matter has been exposed. By the way, don't forget to go to the front desk to pay the medical bills later. The injuries of both of you were treated by the Soto Fighting Spirit Arena. Faced with 2 stupid teammates, Yu Xiaogang didn't want to say anything more. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flanders was stunned. Pay medical bills? Doesn't the Soto Great Fighting Soul Arena provide free treatment for soul masters? Yu Xiaogang's eyes twitched slightly. Soto Grand Fighting Spirit Arena is not a charity clinic. It just provides free medical services to contestants. What kind of contestant are you? Go to the front desk to pay the medical bills later. Haven't the little monsters made a lot of money playing games during this period? Looking at Flanders, who looked hesitant, Yu Xiaogang asked in confusion. Flanders, you're not unwilling to pay even this little money, are you? Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Flanders looked a little embarrassed. Originally our school had quite a bit of money, but we just lost it all. What? You've lost everything? How much did you bet in that game just now? Yu Xiaogang widened his eyes and saw Flanders slowly extend a finger. 10,000 gold soul coins. It's not 100,000. To be precise, our Shrek Academy is bankrupt. Yu Xiaogang FFLD. This is the money that the little monsters worked hard for 3 months to earn. How can we start Phase 3 training without this money? Without these funds, our college would be bankrupt. What's the difference? Yu Xiaogang was trembling with anger. Flanders knew he was in the wrong and kept silent. How could he have imagined that a team of sea soul masters could be so strong? I thought it was an opportunity to make money. As a result, he shot himself in the foot. At this moment, Qin Ming on the side smiled faintly and said, "Let Qin Ming take care of the medical expenses for the teacher." I didn't expect that after so many years since Qin Ming left, the financial problems of the academy have not been solved. Why don't you teachers and deans bring the students to our Tiandu Royal Academy? End of this chapter. Chapter 41, Its Martial Spirit is Really a Shark. Chapter 41, Its Martial Spirit is Really a Shark. When Yu Xiaogang heard Qin Ming's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Flanders was about to refuse, but Yu Xiaogang talked him back. At last Shrek Academy decided to join Tiandu Royal Academy, but of course, it was not a real joining. Flanders sighed slightly. After being bent for so many years, the waist finally collapsed. Now he just hopes. Don't let anything like the last 2 happen again. Especially when encountering a titled Douluo. He was almost suffering from titled Douluo phobia. Early in the morning, the streets of Soto City were deserted. After Lan and Lin Luoquan and 7 others celebrated today's victory, they rushed back towards the hotel. Suddenly, Lan stopped. You 7 should go back to the hotel first. I have some things to take care of. Lan looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Although Lin Luoquan was confused, he still nodded. Okay, teacher, please be safe. Then, the figures of the 7 people gradually walked away until they disappeared. Lan was the only one on the empty street. You 2 have been following us for a whole day. Aren't you tired? Lan spoke slowly, his indifferent voice echoing in the quiet street. Next moment 2 black figures instantly appeared in front of Lan. Their faces were covered by veils, making it impossible to see clearly. Sure enough, you discovered us a long time ago. Snake Spear Douluo looked at Lan and said calmly. After much hesitation, Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo decided to fulfill the task given to them by Qian Rongxiu first. Here they are. The young master's mission is always the greatest, even 100,000-year soul beast cannot compare to it. Lan looked at the two people in front of him and frowned slightly. The auras exuded by these two men in black are actually those of titled Douluo. You two have been following us for a day. What's up? The thorny porpoise Douluo twisted his neck, making a crisp sound of bones, and chuckled. Nothing, I just saw that you are quite strong and wanted to spar with you. Discuss. A sharp light flashed in the depths of Lan's eyes. Does it count as a competition if two people fight together? Someone must have sent you here. You guessed it right, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Do it. Next moment Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise rushed towards Lan together, but they did not summon their martial spirits, obviously not wanting to reveal their identities. Their mission was originally to verify Lan's identity. There was no need to actually defeat Lan. With their two titled Douluo level bodies, it is quite easy to force out the martial spirit of a titled Douluo. Lan looked at the two people rushing towards him, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his narrow and deep eyes. Well, let me see the strength of the titled Douluo on land. Lan had wanted to spar with titled Douluo on land a long time ago, but the people on Sea God Island were all sea soul masters, so Lan had never been able to fulfill this wish. Lan took a step forward and his body instantly disappeared into the dark night. Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise all stopped and looked around. Where are the people? Why did they disappear? Suddenly a cool breeze blew across their necks. Under the moonlight, a human figure appeared on the ground. Snake Spear Douluo noticed the figure coming out and his pupils suddenly contracted. No, get out of here. The two of them immediately retreated to both sides. Even though they reacted quickly, they were still a step too slow. Lan jumped up and kicked them in the back. Boom, there was a loud bang, and the two men flew backwards together, leaving several broken grooves on the ground. Without giving them time to breathe, Lan launched another attack. Lan has been an assassin for many years and has accumulated a lot of practical experience. Both his awareness and close combat skills have reached perfection. Plus, it's already late at night. The bright moonlight hangs in the dark sky. This is the world of assassins. Snake Spear and Thorny Pig were beaten back step by step and had no chance to fight back at all. Damn, why is this guy so strong? Thorny Porpoise Douluo cursed inwardly while defending. How can this be considered as forcing Lan to use his martial spirit? If they continue to be beaten like this, the two of them will be forced to use their martial spirits. You don't even need to use your martial spirit to get beaten like this. Are you afraid of exposing your identity? Lan's expression was extremely calm. Lan took a step forward, a brilliant starry sky flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he slowly uttered the word Gigzu. In an instant an invisible and extremely strong pressure actually acted directly on Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo without any signs at all. Since the second awakening of his martial soul, Lan can now use domain skills directly without releasing his martial soul. Just like how we dealt with Zhaowuji and Flanders before. This is a field. Snake Spear Douluo was under pressure, his eyes filled with horror. Domains are even rarer than titled Douluo. In Douluo continent, there are even fewer soul masters with domains than titled Douluo. Among the titled Douluo, only a few have domains. Those who can possess a domain are all unparalleled geniuses. The pressure brought by Gigzu completely restricted Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise. Even though they had reached the titled Douluo realm, they could not escape the pressure brought by Gigzu. You know, even the sea dragon Douluo, who was at level 95 at the time, could only barely withstand the pressure brought by Gigzu. What's more, Lan is now at the titled Douluo level, and his martial spirit has even awakened for the second time. Now Lan only needs a thought to shatter the earth and create a tsunami. Snake Spear Douluo could no longer bear it, and gritted his teeth and said, "Summon the spirit, it's exposed, the young master's mission is more important." The Aguda Douluo nodded. Next second the two of them summoned their martial spirits together, and 9 spirit rings slowly rose under their feet. The aura of the titled Douluo swept towards the surroundings. When Lan saw the two people's martial spirits, his expression was stunned for a moment. The martial spirits of these two people. Are they the two titled Douluo beside the little ghost? In order to carry out the mission, Lan observed for a full 3 months. He was naturally aware of Snake Spear, the martial spirit of Thorny Porpoise Douluo, and he also knew that Jian Rongxiu was their young master. Except for the chief priest, they only obeyed Jian Rongxiu's orders. Lan's emotions were a little mixed. Why did the little devil send two titled Douluo to deal with him, before Lan could figure it out? Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo summoned their spirit abilities together and attacked Lan. Third soul skill, 9 shadow hunting slashes. Fifth soul skill, the power of porcupine. The spirit skills of the two titled Douluo rushed towards Lan, and the terrifying soul power fluctuations shattered the surrounding earth. The hazy night stirred up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view. Oh no, this guy didn't have time to summon his martial spirit, did he? Snake Spear Douluo was shocked. Before coming, Jian Rongxiu specifically told him not to hurt Lan Laoshi. Let's go take a look together. Ah! The two walked forward, remaining alert at all times. But suddenly, a stream of clear water instantly dispersed the dust between heaven and earth. Third soul skill, Shark's Fang. Swish, a blue wave blossomed in the gloomy night, and a dark shark carrying terrifying pressure, brutality, and killing suddenly jumped out. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise. Snake Spear Douluo stared at the shark shadow that was attacking him. Its martial spirit is really a shark. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Shark Martial Spirit, the 10,000-year spirit ring shocks Shuiyet. Chapter 42 Shark Martial Spirit, the 100,000-year spirit ring shocks Shuiyet. Its martial spirit is actually a shark. Snake Spear Douluo was extremely shocked. He is the person the young master has been searching for many years. Thorny Porpoise Douluo looked at the shark shadow that was attacking him and quickly used his soul skills. Fourth soul skill, Thorny Pig Protection. The blood-red phantom of the porpoise behind him was infinitely enlarged and blocked their way. The shark's sharp teeth instantly pierced through the body of the porcupine. The porcupine Douluo's facial features twisted in pain. He endured the pain and shouted loudly, "Lao Shi, save me!" Snake Spear Douluo gritted his teeth, the snake spear martial spirit in his hand burst out with golden thunder, and the soul power in his body surged wildly. The fifth soul skill, Thunderous Explosion and Crushing Kill. Snake Spear Douluo's body turned into a streak of lightning, and the snake spear in his hand suddenly pierced into the shark's phantom. Boom! An extremely dull explosion sounded, and the horrific aftermath blew the bodies of the two men dozens of meters away before they barely stopped. Thorny Porpoise Douluo kept breathing heavily, and a hint of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. His strength is so strong. If Snake Spear Douluo hadn't come to his rescue in time, he would have definitely been seriously injured. Isn't this guy's martial spirit the sea martial spirit? Why? Just as Thorny Porpoise and Snake Spear Douluo were confused, they looked up at Lan in the night sky. The next moment, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on their faces at the same time. Because at this moment, the 9 soul rings under Lan's feet are configured with 2 purple, 4 black, and 3 red. Especially the 3 bright red 100,000-year soul rings, which appear particularly eye-catching in this dim night sky. 300,000-year spirit rings. Snake Spear Douluo's tone was full of disbelief and a hint of fear. A 100,000-year spirit ring can be said to be the most precious treasure in Douluo continent. Even among titled Douluo, those who possess a 100,000-year spirit ring are rare. Even Qian Daoliu, the 99th level great priest of their worship hall, only possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. And Lan in front of them actually possessed 3 of them. How could they not be shocked? Thorny Porpoise Douluo swallowed his saliva, and he and Snake Spear Douluo looked at each other, as if they had reached some consensus. Next moment the shadows of their martial spirits behind them instantly expanded dozens of times, standing between heaven and earth. The seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. The seventh soul skill, martial soul true form. After releasing their martial spirits, their overall strength increased several times. Lan became slightly serious when he saw this scene. Are they going to give it a try? Although Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise are at the bottom of the titled Douluo's strength, they can still pose a considerable threat if the two titled Douluo fight with all their strength. Lan's right leg flashed red, and he was ready to use the evil killer whale's soul bone skills. Just when Lan was about to use his soul skill, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise turned around at the same time, transformed into a streak of light and quickly fled. There is no sloppiness at all. The two have lived for so many years, and their cultivation to the titled Douluo realm is not just based on their own talent. Who among those who can cultivate to the titled Douluo is not shrewd and scheming? Their mission was to find out Lan's identity, so there was no need to fight to the death with Lan. At least, when they saw the 300,000-year soul rings under Lan's feet, they no longer had any intention of continuing to fight with Lan. Lan's casual soul skill put a lot of pressure on them. If the fight continues, maybe both of them will have to stay here. Lan looked at the direction the two people fled, and a hint of doubt flashed in his originally calm eyes. Just now, during the battle with Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, Lan did not sense any murderous intent from them. It seemed that the other party just wanted to test him. Lan knew that this must be Qian Rongxiu's order. He didn't know what identity he should use to face Qian Rongxiu, nor did he know whether Qian Rongxiu was still the same as before. More than 10 years have passed. Times have changed and things and people are no longer the same. Little ghost, is it still the little ghost in his memory? The cold evening breeze wrapped the fallen leaves after autumn and blew through the empty streets and alleys. The blue Lan's silver-white hair gently. Lan lowered his head to look at the dark blue shark fin in his right hand, his eyes flickering, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a gentle smile flashed across his face. 2. No matter whether the little ghost is still the same little ghost as before, you should at least go and meet him. Because this is his true intention. Now he has the power to control his own destiny. Instead of thinking about it here. Might as well that is to follow your heart. Gradually the cold wind gradually died down and the leaves fell into the ground. Lan's figure disappeared into the night. The next day, Tiandu Empire Tiandu Palace. An old man with grey hair and an aged face, wearing a crown and a platinum robe, was sitting on the throne in the center of the palace. He looked majestic without even being angry. This person is the current emperor of the Tiandu Empire. Emperor Sui. The person standing next to him was Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, and below him were civil and military officials. There was a seat left next to Emperor Shui Yat, where a middle-aged man with an elegant and easygoing appearance sat quietly. Next to him stood an old man in a blue robe and white hair. The old man's eyes were like swords, and just one glance at him was enough to make people feel afraid. Your Majesty, a large-scale battle broke out in Soto City late last night. The perpetrators have not been found yet, but many of our soldiers witnessed the battle with their own eyes. However, because the aftermath of the battle was too strong, they were unable to get close and did not see the other party's appearance clearly. A general in armor knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. Then, soldiers who had witnessed the battle were brought up. They are soldiers stationed in Soto City. One of the soldiers spoke slowly. When we rushed over, the two sides had already started fighting. We just wanted to step forward to stop them, but then they summoned their own martial spirits. The pressure they released made it impossible for us to get close. Hearing this, the elegant middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What are their martial spirits, and what level of spirit masters are they?" The soldier nodded, carefully recalling the scene of late last night, and then continued. Two people form a group. Their martial spirits are a porcupine covered with thorns, and a weapon that is both a snake and a spear. And their opponent's martial spirit is even stranger. It seems to be a shark. 9 soul rings rose up under their feet. When I heard the words 9 spirit rings, all the civil and military officials present, including Emperor Shuiyat, were suddenly shocked. 9 soul rings. Titled Douluo, there were actually 3 titled Douluo fighting in Soto City last night. At this moment, Xue Qinghe's heart suddenly tightened. Spiny pig, snake spear, shark spirit, could it be that Lan is really the big brother? End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Liking one person is vague, so I should be. Chapter 43, Liking someone is vague, so I should be. Shark spirit Xue Qinghe felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Yes, it must be the big brother. Big brother, he is really not dead. Not only did he not die, he even cultivated to the titled Douluo realm. Thinking of this, for some reason, she felt a little happy in her heart. As expected of you, big brother. Just as awesome as it was back then. Today. Qianrongxiu's mind occasionally emerged the scene of Lan standing in front of her. That scene was forever imprinted in Qianrongxiu's mind and could never be forgotten. Even Qianrongxiu herself couldn't tell how she felt about Lan. Thanks, worship, dependence, or like. She only knows. She would think of him when she was bored, when she was dreaming, before going to bed, and after waking up. When she learned that Lan was most likely dead, her heart also sank and died. Vague emotions filled her heart over and over again. If you like someone, your emotions are supposed to be vague. Then she probably fell in love with him. Suddenly, a voice came to Xue Qinghe's ears. Qinghe, what are you laughing at? Emperor Shuiya looked at Xue Qinghe, who was still smiling, with a look of great confusion on his face. I heard that his son has been unwell these days and has not attended the morning court for several times, but it doesn't look like he is sick, right? Xue Qinghe immediately came back to his senses and said, reporting to the emperor, I am laughing. This may be an opportunity for our Tiandu Empire. Hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Emperor Shuiya was slightly surprised. Opportunity. Xue Qinghe nodded. There has never been a titled Douluo with a shark as his martial spirit on the continent before. This shows that this titled Douluo has just broken through in recent years. He is most likely a free spirit master. Father, don't you think this is an opportunity for our Tiandu Empire? As Xue Qinghe finished saying these words, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Was she distracted just now? This was the first time she made such a low-level mistake. She was able to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe and lurk in the Tiandu Empire for many years, relying on her meticulous mind and strong ability to respond to emergencies. But now, his appearance made her heart completely confused. Emperor Shuiya is an emperor after all, and next to him is Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. She must maintain the perfect image of Xue Qinghe at all times. Xue Qinghe's words instantly made Emperor Shuiyi's eyes light up. Titled Douluo. The titled Douluo is undoubtedly what every force wants most. Although their Tiandu Empire is strong in both military and military power, it has never had a titled Douluo of its own. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect could at most be considered an ally of their Tiandu Empire, a relationship of win-win cooperation. If the Tiandu Empire could have a titled Douluo of its own, even if he was a Sea Soul Master, it would greatly boost the morale of the entire empire. Ning Fengzi on the side also nodded, expressing his approval. Qinghe is right. If I am not mistaken, the other 2 titled Douluo should be the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall, Thorny Pig and Snake Spear. Over the years, after Bibi Dong took office as the head of the Spirit Hall would try to win over those free spirit masters. If they failed to win them over, they would secretly deal with them. That's what His Majesty Dogu is like. Since Spirit Hall sent 2 titled Douluo level elders to deal with that titled Douluo, it must be because they failed to win him over. From this perspective, our chances of successfully winning over this titled Douluo are actually very high. A smile flashed across Emperor Shuiyi's face. At this moment, the soldier looked at Emperor Shuiyi and said, Your Majesty, I haven't finished what I was saying yet. Those two titled Douluo seemed no match for the other man. They were beaten so hard that they summoned their spirit bodies and fled. Oh, by the way, the titled Douluo with a shark as his martial spirit, his spirit ring is different from the ones we usually see. If I remember correctly, he seems to have 3 red 100,000-year spirit rings. The soldier's words echoed quietly in the huge Tiandu palace. There was dead silence. All the civil and military officials, as well as Ning Fengzi and Emperor Shuiyat, all had a look of horror on their faces. The white-haired old man beside Ning Fengzi looked sharp. 300,000-year spirit rings. Emperor Shuiyi's expression became more serious and majestic. He looked at the soldier and said, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? If you dare to lie to me, I will punish you for deceiving the emperor." The soldier knelt down immediately and explained, "Your Majesty, I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people. They have also seen it." Then, the soldiers next to him nodded. This moment even the usually calm Ning Fengzi couldn't help but feel shocked. No one is unaware of the significance of the 300,000-year spirit rings. At least for now, there has never been a soul master in the mainland who possesses more than 100,000-year soul ring. Even those peerless Douluo at level 99 are like this. Emperor Shuiyi stood up from the throne, a hint of excitement flashing in his old eyes. "It is good. It seems that this is a rare genius who will never be seen again. Since this person has appeared in our Tiandu Empire, this is indeed an opportunity for us. I will spare no effort to win over His Majesty to our Tiandu Empire." Ning Fengzi also stood up slowly, saluted towards Emperor Shuiyat, and said, "Ning would like to congratulate Your Majesty in advance on finding a good general. But the Spirit Hall is now so bold that it is brazenly committing crimes within the Empire. It looks like the Spirit Hall will make a big move soon. We must prepare as soon as possible. The mainland has been silent for too long." After the morning court session ended, Shuiqinghe returned to his bedroom. At this moment, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo just arrived. "Why did you two return now?" Shuiqinghe slowly opened his mouth. With the speed at which Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise were crowned as titled Douluo, she should have known the news earlier. Suddenly, Shuiqinghe seemed to have thought of something. "Did you hurt Brother Lan?" Shuiqinghe suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them, his expression extremely worried. Although the soldiers said that Lan had 300,000-year soul rings, they had not seen it with their own eyes, so naturally they could not believe it completely, and this also included Ning Fengzi and the others. Moreover, Lan must be a newly promoted titled Douluo. Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise have been titled Douluos for some time. No matter how talented Lan is, how can he fight against two titled Douluos alone? The most important thing is that the elder brother is a sea soul master. The more Qian Rongxiu thought about it, the more worried and anxious she became. "Young master, you worry too much. With the strength of the two of us, we are no match for Lan. Lan is not only a titled Douluo, but also possesses 3 100,000-year spirit rings. Fortunately, he has no killing intention towards us, otherwise I might not be able to see you alive." A trace of bitterness appeared on Thorny Porpoise Douluo's face, and tears streamed down his face. Hearing what Thorny Porpoise Douluo said, a look of disbelief flashed across Shuiqinghe's face. The two uncles, Thorny Pig and Snake Spear, are no match for the big brother even when they join forces. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, The Young Master is in Trouble. Has he fallen in love? Chapter 44, The Young Master is Miserable. Has he fallen in love? Words updated, thanks to the big boss for the reward. After that, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise also told Qian Rongxiu why they came back late. Lan's strength far exceeds theirs, and he is also a professional assassin. They were worried that Lan would follow them secretly to find Qian Rongxiu, so they made a long detour outside before returning to the Tiandu Palace. After all, Qian Rongxiu's identity must not be exposed. The more Shweking he listened to the conversation between the two, the more shocked he was. What the soldier said turned out to be true. Big Brother is a titled Douluo with 300,000-year spirit rings. Moreover, the age of his other spirit rings seemed to have exceeded the maximum age limit. This made Qian Rongxiu feel both pleasantly surprised and a little inexplicably happy. At this time, Snake Spear Douluo's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He looked at Shweking He and said, "Young master, there is one more very important thing. We found a transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast in the Great Soul Fighting Arena of Soto City." Shweking He's expression changed suddenly after hearing this. A 100,000-year-old soul beast that has transformed. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? 100,000-year soul beasts are already extremely rare, and 100,000-year soul beasts that have transformed are even rarer and extremely difficult to encounter. Her father had died in a dispute involving a 100,000-year-old soul beast. The 100,000-year soul beast is a temptation that even the Pope cannot resist. Absolutely true, young master. And I'm afraid we're not the only ones who discovered the 100,000-year-old soul beast. The thorny porpoise Douluo's tone was prolonged, as if he was hinting at something. Generally, only soul masters at the titled Douluo level can see through the identity of a soul beast that has transformed for 100,000 years. Shweking He naturally understood what thorny porpoise Douluo meant. Since Lan is also a titled Douluo, he must have discovered it a long time ago. After thinking for a moment, Shweking He looked at the two and said calmly, "Well, I already know about this matter, you two don't need to mention it again. Also, don't let that woman know about the 100,000-year soul beast." Hearing Shweking He's words, Snake Spear and Thorny Pig were both stunned. "Young master, this is a 100,000-year-old soul beast." How come they didn't understand what Shweking He just said? The young master obviously wants to hand over the 100,000-year soul beast to Lan. Lan is already a titled Douluo, and he also has 300,000-year spirit rings. Why does he need a 100,000-year spirit beast? Shweking He disagreed after hearing this. The 100,000-year-old soul beast was originally discovered by the eldest brother. There was no way she would send anyone to snatch it from her elder brother. But you must not let that woman find out. Otherwise, who knows what she might do? The key is she could go see him. Qian Rongxiu's heart trembled slightly. The reason why she couldn't meet Lan before was because Qian Rongxiu was worried that her identity would be exposed. After all, Lan was an assassin from the Xingluo Empire, and he was now the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. His identity was special, so naturally they couldn't meet. But just now, Emperor Shuiye decided to win over Lan at all costs. This also means that no one would be suspicious if Shweking He tried to win over Lan. Of course, she couldn't tell Lan that she was actually Qian Rongxiu. Moreover, Qian Rongxiu also wanted to use this identity to get close to Lan, or even get to know him. It's a little funny, even a little ridiculous. The two of them only met once. They never tried to understand each other. But even so, a long time cannot stop two hearts from getting closer. More than 10 years have passed, and my brother has become stronger and his appearance has changed a lot. Has he changed? Qian Rongxiu became more and more expectant, yet also a little uneasy. Unconsciously, her heart had drifted far away. Looking at the expression on the young master's face, Snake Spear and Thorny Porpoise Douluo both shook their heads. Ugh! Young master, have you fallen in love? He didn't even want a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Sure enough, love is such a terrible thing. 1 month later, Soto Spirit Fighting Arena. Let us congratulate the Origin team for their victory in tonight's Team Battle Spirit. At the same time, they have also achieved a historic achievement. The Team Battle Spirit has won 30 consecutive victories. Let us give the Origin team the warmest applause. The Soto Fighting Spirit Arena was packed with people. The shouts and cheers from the audience seemed to be about to lift the ceiling apart. Lin Luoquan, Yan Yuer, Yang Hao, Mu Ling, Mu Shui, Wei Chen, and Xiao Luo stood in the center of the fighting spirit arena. Brilliant spotlights fell on each of them. At this moment, they were enjoying the attention of the crowd that belonged to them alone. From the beginning, I was not recognized. The current favorite to win the championship. All of this is inseparable from their teachers. Under the spotlight, the 7 people bowed deeply to Lan on the viewing platform. Lan saw the smiles on their faces and a smile flashed across his face as well. This can be regarded as making up for the youth he never had. After the ceremony, all 7 members of the Origin team have been promoted to the Gold Fighting Soul batch. They are a veritable Gold Fighting Soul Master level team, and also the first Soul Master level Gold Fighting Soul team on the continent. It can be said at the Soul Master level, there is no one stronger than Lin Luoquan and his group in the entire continent. In the Origin team's lounge, Yang Hao looked at the Gold Fighting Spirit badge in his hand with great pleasure. Teacher, look, we have completed your task. I never thought that we could win the Gold Fighting Spirit badge in the Land Fighting Spirit arena. This feeling is so great. Mu Shui and Mu Ling covered their mouths and laughed. It's all thanks to the teacher, otherwise we would still be wasting our time in the academy. Speaking of college, a trace of melancholy flashed across the faces of several people. I don't know how the dean is doing these days. Lan looked at everyone and said calmly, this stage of training has ended. Your spirit power is almost reaching the level of Soul Sect. It's time to get the 4th spirit ring. Lin Luoquan has been stuck at level 40 for several months. Yan Yuer's soul power level has also reached level 40, and except for Mu Ling and Mu Shui, the soul power of the other students is around level 39 or 38. It won't be long before they can be promoted to a Soul Master level team. Lan looked at Lin Luoquan and Yan Yuer and said calmly, what do you think about the 4th soul ring? Lin Luoquan nodded and smiled, teacher, my martial soul, the water dragon crocodile, is an amphibious martial soul. It can be absorbed by land soul beasts and sea soul beasts. However, in order to develop better on land in the future, I want a soul ring of a land soul beast to further increase my combat effectiveness on land. Lan nodded in approval. Yan Yuer placed her index finger on her chin, thought for a moment, and then slowly said, I also want a soul ring from a land soul beast. Hearing Yan Yuer's words, a look of surprise flashed across everyone's face. You know, the soul rings absorbed by sea soul masters are basically from sea soul beasts, so that the advantages of their martial souls can be maximized. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. What are you going to do to my butt? Chapter 45. What are you going to do to my butt? Words, thanks to the big boss for the reward. Oh. What's your reason for choosing a land soul beast? Lan asked. Yan Yuer showed a determined look on her face and said, I want to win the Soul Master competition with everyone. 2 of my 3 soul skills require the help of seawater to be fully utilized. On land, I can only use the first soul skill. Although my martial soul has an advantage over ordinary control-type soul masters, once I encounter a control-type soul master who also has a top-level martial soul, the disadvantage of lacking 2 soul skills will be very obvious. For this Yan Yuer knew it very well. It's not like all spirit masters. Martial spirits are like blue-silver grass that can be broken with a single struggle. If you encounter a top-level control-type martial spirit, the lack of 2 spirit skills will definitely be fatal. About this point Lan has been studying the 7-in-1 fusion technique with Mu Shui and Mu Ling as the core. So far, it's going well, but even if it is developed, it will definitely be used as a trump card, and it is impossible to use it every time there is a game. Exposed too early, the opponent may then deploy targeted tactics. But Yuer, everyone wants to win the championship, but we can't gamble with your future. If that's the case, then we'd rather not have the championship. Mu Shui grabbed Yan Yuer's hand and spoke quickly. Mu Shui is right. As the team leader, Lin Luoquan also had a serious expression on his face. They would never gamble with their teammates' future. In response, Yan Yuer smiled slightly and said seriously, "Don't worry, everyone. I won't do anything I'm not sure of." Teacher once said that the most important thing for a soul master to cultivate is the direction of development. After choosing a good direction of development at the beginning, all the soul rings obtained in the future should be in this direction. Since I have chosen the control direction, whether it is a land soul beast or a sea soul beast, then all my future soul rings will focus on control, and the soul skills of sea soul masters are indeed very limited. I'm not just thinking about the team, I'm thinking about myself as well. Lan nodded. For the 8-armed octopus martial soul, it only needs to enhance the control and strength attributes. After all, such soul skills can also be performed in the sea. In this way, there is really no difference between land soul beasts and sea soul beasts. It seems that Yan Yuer has thought it over carefully. Okay, since you have made up your mind, the teacher will support your decision. Pack your things. We will head to Sunset Forest tomorrow morning to find suitable spirit rings for the two of you. Lan looked at everyone and spoke slowly. At the same time, a strange look flashed through Lan's heart. Lan actually had some selfish motives in choosing Sunset Forest instead of Star Forest. The soul beasts in Sunset Forest are generally much safer than those in Star Forest, and he can take better care of Lin Luoquan and the others. Sunset Forest is not very far from Wuhan City. Although it is not as close as Star Forest to Wuhan City, it is safer. With Lan's speed, he can reach Wuhan City in less than half a day. He wanted to see Qianrongxiu. Even if it's just one side. He didn't know why, but over the past few decades, he always had this inexplicable urge in his heart. For this illusory feeling, perhaps only by meeting each other once can all the answers be solved. What Lan didn't know was, Qianrongxiu is no longer in the spirit hall. The only person there would be a peerless Douluo who is over 100 years old and loves his daughter dearly. Some interesting things are bound to happen on this trip. The next day, Sunset Forest. The sun had not yet risen, the sky was dimly lit, and there were still crystal dewdrops on all the vegetation. It was obvious that it rained last night. Lan brought Lin Luoquan and 7 others to the Sunset Forest early in the morning. This trip to the Sunset Forest was not only to obtain soul rings for Lin Luoquan and Yan Yuer, but also an experience for the 7 of them. If Lan encounters a soul beast in the Sunset Forest, he will judge whether to help based on the strength of the soul beast. The 7 people walked in the Sunset Forest for a whole morning but failed to find a suitable soul beast. Soul masters are particularly strict in selecting soul beasts. After all, this is a matter that concerns their future prospects and cannot be taken lightly. Even if you spend a month searching in the forest, you won't feel that your time is wasted. It will just be a bit boring. Teacher, let's take a break. We have been looking for the whole morning. My legs are going to break if I keep walking. Yang Hao sat on a huge grey rock, a look of fatigue flashing across his face. Xiao Luo looked at Yang Hao helplessly and said, "We've only been walking for the whole morning and you're already exhausted. You are a soul master after all, why are you so lazy?" Yang Hao curled his lips, then lay down and said, "How can you find a soul beast just by taking a few more steps? It mainly depends on luck. Maybe if we rest here for a while, a suitable soul beast will come to our door." Xiao Luo was just about to say something else. Behind them came Mu Shui and Mu Ling, whose eyes widened. The two of them pointed at Yang Hao. Yang Hao, your butt." Yang Hao looked at the two people's strange expressions, and a look of doubt flashed across his face. "But what happened to my ass?" Yang Hao looked at his butt with confusion. The next moment, Yang Hao's expression froze. A pair of turbid and violent eyes were staring at him. Ah 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 ah! Yang Hao suddenly screamed and jumped up in fright. Then, a grey earth dragon suddenly stood up, jumped high, opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Yang Hao's butt. "Mad, what are you going to do to my ass?" Possessed by a martial spirit, Third soul skill, Ice Turtle Armor. In an instant, Yang Hao summoned his martial soul and used his third soul skill. His body was wrapped in a layer of icy turtle shell. The earth dragon bit the turtle shell tightly, but its teeth could never go any further. Lin Luoquan looked at the crocodile biting the turtle shell, and his eyes lit up instantly. He said excitedly, "Is this a barbarian dragon? Judging from its size, it should be around 5,000 or 6,000 years old. Xiao Hao, you are so lucky to have a soul beast coming to your door. This barbarian dragon is also one of the top soul beasts on land. It has terrifying brute force and is very suitable for Lin Luoquan's water dragon crocodile martial soul. The most important thing is that this barbarian dragon is a sub-dragon species. Although the blood of the dragon clan is very tiny, as long as one has a slight connection with the dragon, he will definitely be an extremely powerful existence. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Masters can only choose sub-dragon soul beasts as soul rings. Therefore, the soul skills of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Soul Masters are extremely powerful. After Yang Hao noticed Lin Luoquan's excited look, he quickly shouted, "Boss! Don't stare at my butt with that look. Hurry up and find a way to save me." End of this chapter. Chapter 46 What is Absolute Control? Chapter 46 What is Absolute Control? After hearing Yang Hao's terrible speech, Lin Luoquan's eyes twitched slightly. He then looked at Yan Yu and others standing beside him. "Do it." An electric eel shadow appeared behind Wei Chen, and golden lightning continued to condense in his palm. He shouted loudly, "Old Yang, bear with it, it may be a little numb." Yang Hao looked at the dense lightning on Wei Chen's palm and widened his eyes. "Old Wei, don't mess around." Before Yang Hao finished speaking, Wei Chen suddenly threw the thunder in his palm over and hit the barbarian dragon with incredible accuracy. The strong sense of paralysis caused the barbarian dragon to loosen its mouth and its huge body fell to the ground. Yang Hao's hair also stood up due to the electric shock, and he looked at Wei Chen. "Old Wei, what are you doing? Why are you electrocuting me too?" Wei Chen spread his hands, a hint of helplessness flashed across his lips. "Didn't you ask us to save you? So do you want the butt or the hair? Don't worry, you're thick-skinned, brother, I know what's going on." "Yang Hao, you are thick-skinned." The shadow of a water dragon crocodile appeared behind Lin Luoquan. He grabbed the horns of the barbarian dragon with both hands, and the man and the beast pushed towards each other with all their strength. For a moment, the strength was evenly matched. No one can do anything to anyone. "Boss, we are here to help you." First soul skill, Blessing of the Sea. Sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling quickly stepped up to provide assistance. Lin Luoquan felt like he had endless strength in his body, and he used all his strength to send the huge body of the barbarian dragon flying. "You Roger that." First soul skill, Strangulation. Yan Yu immediately released her soul skill, and 8 thick octopus tentacles quickly and tightly wrapped around the barbarian dragon's body. The power of the 8-armed octopus is extremely terrifying, especially when its 8 tentacles come together to control it. Even a barbarian dragon that relies mainly on strength cannot break free. If there is any shortcoming in Yan Yu's martial soul, it is only its versatility. However, when her absolute control reaches a certain level, the so-called versatility is not so important. Versatility can be instant freezing control, poison control, illusion control, etc. Tang San's blue-silver grass is just ordinary control plus toxic control, but the blue-silver grass itself is fragile, and later it developed towards the poison attribute, which made it a bit out of place. The control effect was unsatisfactory, and the toxicity was not enough to be fatal. Even if the toxicity of the blue-silver grass increases in the future, it can never be compared with the green phosphorus snake martial spirit like Duguyan. When a soul master chooses the direction of his martial soul development, it is best to choose a single direction, just like the absolute control that Yan Yu pursues. Although Yan Yu's martial spirit is not very easy to control the opponent, once the opponent is bound by her tentacles, there is no possibility of escape. Moreover, the word control does not simply mean controlling the opponent. Controlling the entire court is even more important than controlling the opponent. Yan Yuer controlled the tentacles and swung the huge body of the barbarian dragon back and forth. The ground was broken, rocks flew everywhere, and several trees were knocked down. This made the other members of the origin team feel a chill in their hearts. Even a powerful barbarian dragon that was 6,000 years old was controlled by Yan Yuer and could not move, and could only be slaughtered by her. You must never compete with Yuer in the future, several people made a secret decision in their hearts. After about a few minutes, the barbarian dragon was knocked to the ground and was dying. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, and he even used up the strength to self-destruct. Lin Luoquan took its life without hesitation. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb this soul ring, which was about 6,000 years old. According to the maximum age of soul rings in the Soul Master world, when a soul master breaks through to the 40th level of soul sect, the maximum age of the soul ring he can withstand should be 5,000 years. The one that Lin Luoquan absorbed was 6,000 years, which exceeded the age limit by about a full 1,000 years. Lin Luoquan knew it, and so did everyone else. But they were not worried. Because Lan once taught them a lesson about the lifespan of spirit rings, they knew that the upper limit of a spirit master's ability to absorb spirit rings was not fixed, but was directly proportional to their physical fitness. Lin Luoquan had trained in Lan's Gigzu domain for 3 months, and had been in the 40th level realm for a long time. Now his physical fitness was no less than that of an ordinary soul master. It was very easy for him to absorb a 6,000-year-old soul ring. 3 hours later, Lin Luoquan slowly opened his eyes. He had completely absorbed the spirit ring. His soul power level also directly increased to level 43, this is the soul power he had accumulated before. As expected, this is a spirit ring that I absorbed across the years. It is so helpful to me. Lin Luoquan felt the surging power in his body and his tone was extremely excited. His 4th soul skill is called Earth-Shaking Dragon Fist, which is an ultimate power-type soul skill. His own strength increases by more than 3 times, and then explodes out with condensed soul power. If there were the assistance of the 2 sisters Mu Shui and Mu Ling, no soul master of the same level as Lin Luoquan would be able to take on this punch except for a defensive soul master. Even a defensive spirit master would be seriously injured and fall to the ground if he was not careful. It can be called one-punch man. Lin Luoquan had already begun to look forward to the scene of facing soul masters of the same level one by one in the soul master competition. By the way, let me say this, although I am a sea soul master, I also know a little bit of martial arts. Hearing about Lin Luoquan's new soul skill, Lan nodded with great satisfaction and spoke slowly. Good. There is still half a day before dark, let's see if we can find a spirit ring suitable for Yan Yuer. Lan's words made everyone a little confused. The teacher seemed very anxious to leave Sunset Forest, as if something happened. They had never seen the teacher like this before. It was like he had never seen Lan smile before. This transformation seemed to have happened only after they came to the Tiandu Empire. Immediately, Lan and his group searched for another whole afternoon, but unfortunately they did not find any suitable spirit rings, and the deeper they went into the forest, the fewer spirit beasts there seemed to be. It's getting dark. Lan looked at everyone and slowly said, let's not look for it today. Let's just rest here for one night. Is teacher? As soon as Lan finished speaking, a chilly wind blew, and gusts of green mist slowly drifted around. What is this? Mu Shui looked at the green mist in front of her, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. When Lan saw the green mist, his pupils shrank slightly. He quickly said, everyone gather around me. Don't touch the green mist. It's poisonous. Hearing is poisonous. Everyone immediately ran to Lan's side. Lan's mind moved, and he circulated his soul power, slowly pushing the poisonous fog to both sides. What comes into view is an inconspicuous cave with stone steps in front of it, which clearly shows that someone lives there. Everyone walked into the cave with doubts. The cave is very dark and has only simple living furniture, stone beds, stone benches, stone chairs, etc. Suddenly, Lan noticed a dark wall with an obvious gap on it, which seemed to be a stone door. At the same time, two figures appeared outside the cave. End of this chapter. Chapter 47, titled Douluo. Grandpa, why did you kneel down to him? Chapter 47, titled Douluo. Grandpa, why did you kneel down to him? Words, thanks to the big boss for the reward. Outside the cave, Douluo stood side by side with a white-haired old man. The white-haired old man had a gloomy face, and a sharp light flashed in his old eyes. Okay. No, the poison formation I set up outside the cave has been tampered with. The white-haired old man's heart suddenly tightened. There is a treasure garden hidden in this cave, which contains countless natural treasures and even a magical spring that can suppress the snake venom in his body. Suddenly there were bursts of noise coming from the cave. A ruthless look flashed across the white-haired old man's face. I want to see who can break my poison formation. I hope the matter of the medicine garden won't be discovered. Inside the cave, Yang Hao lay on the stone bed and stretched. After a busy day, I can finally take a break. Handy. Lin Luoquan looked at Yang Hao and shook his head. This is someone else's bed. No wonder Xiao Chen said you are thick-skinned. He is absolutely right. Hearing this, Yang Hao first tilted his head to look at the stone bed under his buttocks. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he said, this cave is shabby and has been in disrepair for a long time. Maybe no one has lived here for a long time. It's a good opportunity for us to spend the night here. Yang Hao just finished speaking. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice was heard from outside the cave. Boy, whose cave did you just say was in tatters? The white-haired old man slowly walked into the cave. Everyone's eyes fell on the white-haired old man. Strong fishy smell. Lin Luoquan and others all frowned. When Yang Hao saw the white-haired old man, he immediately got off the stone bed, scratched his head and looked embarrassed. No, I mean the decoration of this cave is really unique and primitive. The owner of this cave has really good taste. Douluo snorted coldly and quickly glanced at everyone in the room. Why are they a group of children? Douluo looked at Lan, then he shook his head. Although this white-haired man is older than the other children, he is only about 30 years old at most, and it is impossible for him to break his poison formation. This only means that they must have another powerful elder. Is it? Douluo suddenly remembered something. His peripheral vision occasionally strayed towards the stone gate, and a cloud of poisonous mist faintly condensed in his palm. Grandfather. Just then, Douluo suddenly walked in. When she saw Yang Hao and the others, her eyes widened and a hint of anger flashed across her face. It's you. Why are you in my grandfather's cave? When Yang Hao saw Douluo, something suddenly occurred to him and he said in shock, it's you. You're the one with the afro from the Tiandu team. Hearing the three words afro, it was like a switch was turned on for Douluo. You. Don't you have an afro yourself now? Douluo pointed at Yang Hao's afro. Yang Hao stroked his afro, looking intoxicated. I kept it that way on purpose. Don't you find that the afro suits me very well? Shameless. Douluo couldn't help but curse out loud. Lin Luoquan, Wei Chen, and Xiao Luo all nodded, indicating their agreement with Douluo's words. They think so too. Douluo listened to everyone's conversation, looked at Douluo and asked doubtfully, Yan Yan, do you know them? Douluo nodded and gritted her teeth and said, last time in the Soto Great Fighting Arena, our Tiandu team was defeated by them, and they also did my hair. Douluo sneered after hearing this, so it was you who made my precious granddaughter cry. This is really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. I will not bully the weak. Hurry up and let your elders come forward, otherwise you will not be able to leave this cave today. Lin Luoquan slowly said, if you want to see our elders, you have to see if you have the strength. Lin Luoquan's words instantly caused Douluo to laugh. Strength? No one has said this to me for many years. Next moment Douluo spread his hands, took a step forward, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the soul rings under his feet rose one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 soul rings, titled Douluo. The expressions of Lin Luoquan and others suddenly changed. The white-haired old man in front of me is actually a titled Douluo? No way, so unlucky. Yang Hao held his head. Douluo's eyes fell on Yang Hao and he said calmly, since your elder won't come out, I will force him to come out. Boy, let's start with you. Douluo is quite vindictive. It was you who just said that my cave was in a shabby state, right? Yang Hao felt like crying but had no tears. He is extremely unlucky today and it is hard to talk to him. Douluo took a step forward, and his body instantly passed through the gap between Lin Luoquan and Xiao Luo and came in front of Yang Hao. Grandpa, teach him a lesson quickly, he's the one with the most bad mouth. A hint of pride flashed across Douluo's face. Douluo waved his hand and grabbed towards Yang Hao. In panic, Yang Hao shouted, Teacher, save me. Next moment a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Hao like a ghost. Douluo's hand was held tightly by Lan, and he could not move forward at all. Douluo looked at Lan standing aside with an expression of extreme shock. What a powerful force! I can't even move my hands? Suddenly, a cold light flashed across Douluo's face, and a tiny green snake crawled out from his clothes and fiercely bit Lan. My snake is a top grade 9 section jadeite. Once bitten by him, this kid will turn into a pool of pus in no time. The corners of Douluo's mouth raised slightly. But the next moment, what happened made him dumbfounded. There seemed to be a flash of stars in the depths of Lan's eyes, and the 9 section jade was just swept by Lan's gaze and fell directly to the ground. What happened? Before Douluo could react, Lan punched him and sent him flying. Douluo quickly retreated backwards. Grandfather! Douluo hurriedly supported Douluo. A solemn expression flashed across Douluo's face, are you a titled Douluo? Although Douluo couldn't believe it, from everything that had just been shown, he was sure that the white-haired man in front of him was definitely a titled Douluo. This was the first time he had seen such a young titled Douluo. Douluo beside him opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. Grandpa, you said he is a titled Douluo. How can this be? Douluo didn't say anything, he took back his previous contempt. This guy might have discovered the medicinal garden behind the cave. We must not let the matter of the medicine garden be exposed. If he lost the spring water in the medicine garden, he would die from the poison within a year. The third soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Soul Enchanting Formation. Douluo's body instantly disappeared in the green mist. A flash later, his body appeared in front of Lan, and his fist fell towards Lan's face. Lan's face always remained calm. Just when Douluo's fist was about to touch Lan's nose, the word Gigzu was heard. Douluo's body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and he knelt directly in front of Lan. Seeing Douluo kneeling in front of Lan, Douluo's eyes widened immediately. Grandpa, what are you doing? P.S. Yesterday, a big boss gave me 8,000 rewards for updating the book. Thank you all the book friends for your continued support. Thanks to Pedrolino_ed for the 15,000 reading coins, thank you very much. End of this chapter. Chapter 48, Magical Herbs Everywhere, Ice and Fire 2 Yin-Yang Eyes. Chapter 48, Magical Herbs Everywhere, Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Douluo had an extremely strange expression on his face. He pushed his soul power to the extreme and tensed his muscles, but no matter what he did, he couldn't move an inch, and couldn't even use his soul skills. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, pressing him down. Damn, who is this white-haired man? He suppressed me with just a glance. He is definitely not an ordinary titled Douluo. Douluo's expression was extremely solemn. Even the 2 level 95 Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall cannot do this. Could it be that his strength is above level 95? I hit a brick wall today. Lin Luoquan, Yang Hao, Xiao Luo, and the others all looked at him with admiration for Lan. The mouths of the 2 sisters Mu Ling and Mu Shui grew into big O shapes. Teacher, this is too awesome. Suppress the titled Douluo in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid there are not many people in this world who can do this. Douluo raised his head with difficulty and looked at Lan, his eyes flashing with a complicated expression. Today I admit defeat. You can kill me or chop me up as you wish, but I only ask you to let my granddaughter go. She's still young. Hearing Douluo's words, Douluyan rushed towards Douluo. She wanted to catch Douluo, but was blocked by an invisible wall. Let go of my grandpa. Yan Yan. Lan's eyes twitched slightly as he watched the grandfather and grandson parting ways. Originally, he just wanted to use Gigzu to test Douluo's strength. He didn't expect Douluo's strength to be so weak. He felt that he was not as powerful as the previous Snake Spear and Thorny Pig. Can't even withstand a Gigzu. He can be called the weakest titled Douluo. Lan's mind moved, and he returned to Gigzu. The pressure on Douluo's back disappeared instantly. Grandfather. Douluyan immediately rushed over and hugged Douluo. Douluo looked at Lan with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you let me go?" Lan didn't say anything. Originally, they accidentally broke into Douluo's cave, and that kid Yang Hao slept in someone else's bed and said in front of him that the cave was shabby. No wonder Douluo wanted to attack him first. But just now Douluo obviously wanted to keep them here, as if he was afraid that they would discover something. There must be a secret in this cave. From the moment I entered the cave, Lan's deep-sea breath trembled slightly, as if he had discovered some incredible treasure. Moreover, Douluo has repeatedly set his eyes on the stone gate at the back. It should be there. Lan turned around and slowly walked towards the stone gate. Seeing this scene, Douluo sighed slightly. After all, paper cannot contain fire. Lan pushed open the stone door, and what came into view was a paradise-like scene, with colorful exotic flowers and plants everywhere, and a pool of water in the center, but the water was half red and half blue, and there were 2 medicinal herbs growing in the center of the pool. Wow, what a beautiful place! I never thought there would be such a paradise behind this cave. Yan Yuer looked extremely surprised. Everyone looked around curiously. When Lan saw the herbs scattered all over the ground, some scattered memories emerged in his mind. He walked to a golden chrysanthemum, with a look of surprise on his face. Is this the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? Immediately, he shifted his gaze to the side. 8-petal fairy orchid, snow white swan kiss, narcissus jade bones, and gorgeous tulip are all rare treasures from heaven and earth that can only be found once in 1,000 years, and they are the finest fairy herbs. It is extremely difficult to find any of these magical herbs. I didn't expect there would be so many here. Even though it was Lan, his heart was also in turmoil at this moment. A long time ago, Lan was sent out to carry out an exploration mission, which included the 4 single attribute families. The Po clan is good at making medicine and is proficient in pharmacology. When Lan was trying to find out the news about the Po clan, he accidentally read an ancient book, which recorded in detail various kinds of immortal herbs, as well as their effects and how to take them. Suddenly Lan's gaze fell on the 2 magical herbs, one red and one blue, in the red and blue spring water. This is Star Anise, Mysterious Ice Grass and Fiery Apricot. At this moment, the restlessness of the breath of the deep sea reached its peak, and it expressed a strong desire to devour the 2 magical herbs in front of it, and when Lan saw these 2 magical herbs, he already knew that this was the legendary Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, a natural treasure pot. Every magical herb in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire has the miraculous effect of improving the qualifications of a soul master and increasing soul power, and there is no side effect at all. Among the immortal herbs, the star anise, mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot are the most top-notch ones, which can greatly improve the physique of the soul master and are immune to cold and heat. 4. Lan. Among these magical herbs, only the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot grass can improve his physique to the greatest extent. If Lan takes these 2 magical herbs, his physical fitness and soul power will definitely be improved qualitatively. Suddenly Douluo walked to Lan's side, a hint of request flashed across his face. Sir, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have acted rashly. If you like the herbs here, you can take them all. But can you leave this spring water to me? I have my own reasons. Lan looked at Douluo, who was standing beside him, and said calmly, to suppress the snake venom in your body. Hey! Hearing Lan's words, Douluo's face instantly showed a look of shock, and he said in a trembling voice, how did you know that? He never told anyone else about the poison he had been poisoned with. A strange look flashed across Lan's face. Just now, when he was fighting with Douluo in Shandong Lan, he had touched Douluo's body. The meridians in Douluo's body were cold and extremely disordered. It was obvious that he was poisoned. His granddaughter Douluo was probably more seriously ill than him, otherwise the poison she released would not be so terrible. I have a cure for your snake venom. Suddenly, Lan spoke. Hearing Lan's words, Douluo's body trembled violently, and a look of excitement flashed across his face. Are you telling the truth? Lan nodded slightly. He didn't lie to Douluo. The fundamental reason why Douluo could use his own snake venom was that his martial soul was a beast martial soul. The power of the beast martial soul came from itself. Douluo's attack was mainly poisonous, so naturally he would bring the toxin to himself, which was equivalent to using himself as the carrier of the snake venom. But if his martial soul was a weapon martial soul, he would not have this worry at all. What he lacked was a carrier. It is definitely not possible to create a martial soul out of thin air, but spirit bones can be created. Douluo took a deep breath, his face extremely serious. As long as you can treat the snake venom in our bodies, I, Douluo, will do my best to help you whenever you need me in the future. Although I am not good at single combat, when it comes to group fights, I have never been afraid of anyone. Douluo can be said to be the weakest among the titled Douluo, but he is very good in team battles and can beat his opponents until only the titled Douluo are left. After hearing this, Lan said softly, no need to ask for favors. We were wrong to trespass into your cave, but you also attacked my student, so let's call it even. I will only take the magic herbs that I need. After I take them, I will tell you how to treat snake venom. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Lovesickness Red, Will the Little Ghost Like It? Chapter 49, Lovesickness Red, Will the Little Ghost Like It? Hearing Lan's words, Douluo also looked embarrassed. After all, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are the lifeblood of him and his granddaughter. If the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire are gone, neither of them will live long. This made Douluo feel touched. Lan could have killed them directly with his strength and taken the medicine garden for himself, but he did not. Looking at the touched expression on Douluo's face, Lan remained calm. He can't just kill people in front of so many children, right? He also has to maintain his image as the perfect teacher. What's more, Yang Hao is a bad-mouthed guy. First laugh at Douluo's afro, then scold Douluo for his broken cave. A complete saint who is seeking death. Then, Lan collected all the immortal herbs he needed, 7 of which were picked for Lin Luoquan and the others. With the talents of Lin Luoquan and the other 7, as long as they did not die young and had good opportunities, the probability of them becoming titled Douluo was very high. If there is also the help of fairy grass, the talents of the 7 of them definitely surpassed those of the 7 guardians of the Sea God Island. They could even touch the realm of the legend. Lan is also cultivating confidence and forces for himself in disguise. After all, he has the title of Lord of Gigzu, so he cannot be without some confidence of his own. Lan looked at the acacia heartbreak red in his hand, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Lovesickness is red, the king of flowers. It also has a king-like status among magical herbs. However, this flower is selective about its owner, and only those who recognize its owner can take it. Either way, since you are going to meet the little ghost, give this flower to her as a gift. But will the little ghost like it? Ahem, that one. Douluo looked at Lan and smiled, as if he was hinting at something. Lan put the acacia heartbroken red into his pocket and said directly, "Your snake venom comes from your martial soul. Because it is a beast martial soul, you are poisoned by your own poison. The solution is very simple. Just absorb the soul bone and guide the snake venom into the soul bone. This way, you can complete the detoxification without affecting your poison skills." After hearing Lan's words, Douluo suddenly realized. I see. But if too much toxin is absorbed, will the soul bone be unable to bear it? After hearing this, Lan said calmly, "Theoretically, this is possible, but don't worry. With your current strength, a high-year-old soul bone is enough to carry your own toxins. You can slowly look for it later." Douluo sighed slightly, his eyes fell on Douluo behind him. "How hard is it to find soul bones? I do have the Medusa's soul bone, but I'm afraid my granddaughter won't be able to survive until then." As soon as Douluo finished speaking, Lan directly took out a 10,000-year-old soul bone from the soul guide and threw it into Douluo's hand. "This is the soul bone of a 50,000-year-old ghost tiger. Give it to your granddaughter to absorb. It will be enough for her to use throughout her life." Douluo looked at the 10,000-year-old soul bone in his hand with a confused look on his face. A hint of disbelief flashed across his face. 50,000-year-old soul bone. Just give it to him like that? This 10,000-year-old soul bone was dropped by Lan when he killed the ghost tiger. The age of this soul bone is quite good, but it is also a left leg bone. Lan already has a 100,000-year-old left leg bone of the evil killer whale, so naturally he can't use it. Besides, Lan felt that soul bones should not be in short supply on Poseidon Island. If he was short of soul bones in the future, he could just get them from Poseidon Island. This is what the sea god said. Sea God Island also belongs to him. It shouldn't be excessive for him to take things from his own home, right? The key is, every immortal herb Lan took away is far more valuable than this 10,000-year-old soul bone. There is no comparison at all. Well, the magic herbs I took away are more valuable, far more than this 10,000-year soul bone. Since I promised to treat you and your granddaughter's snake venom, I will naturally not go back on my word." Lan did not intend to conceal the value of the magic herbs. Douluo took a deep breath after hearing this. He said in a serious tone, "Thank you very much. Even though these magical herbs are priceless, he doesn't know how to use them, so they are just wasted. It would be better to exchange them for something useful." Now, Douluo has silently kept this kindness in his heart. Then, Lan walked to the front of Binghuolianji. He looked at the 8-angle black ice grass and the flaming apricot at both sides of the spring. A hint of blue flashed in his narrow and deep eyes. The shadow of the breath of the deep sea appeared behind Lan. 9 soul rings slowly rose up under his feet. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, and red. Teacher Lan's martial spirit is actually a shark. And Teacher Lan actually possesses 300,000-year spirit rings. Lin Luoquan and his group were not very surprised to see Lan's breath of the deep sea. After all, they had already guessed that Lan was a sea soul master. But when they saw the terrifying spirit ring configuration under Lan's feet, their eyes widened like bells, as if they had seen a ghost. 300,000-year spirit rings. How can this be? And the spirit ring configuration, how did he absorb spirit rings beyond his level? Douluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. As a titled Douluo, he doesn't even have a 100,000-year spirit ring, but Lan alone has 3. Now Douluo finally understood why he was no match for Lan. Even though Lan is a sea soul master, the gap created by the 300,000-year soul rings is too huge. Even if there were 2 more of him, they would never be Lan's match. Lan's mind moved, and the breath of the deep sea opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 8 aniseed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot directly into its stomach, completely ignoring all the extreme heat and cold. Lan naturally knew how to take these 2 magical herbs, but his martial soul was the breath of the deep sea, the incarnation of Gigzu, and could even swallow the sea. Even without the use of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he could easily absorb it, and there was no need to go through so much trouble. Sure enough, the breath of the deep sea was madly absorbing the medicinal power of the 2 magical herbs. Boom, it was just a moment. Lan's soul power bottleneck was suddenly broken, level 93. Lan felt the changes in his body. His meridians, tendons, and bones were undergoing crazy transformation. His physical fitness was at least twice as strong as before. It is indeed the legendary magical herb. A look of comfort flashed across Lan's face. After absorbing the magic grass, Lan prepared to leave with Lin Luoquan and others. Just as Lan was about to leave, Douluo suddenly called out to Lan. "Sir, may I ask your name?" "Lan." After leaving this word, Lan led everyone away. And Douluo has already memorized the word Lan firmly in his heart. Douluo had a bad reputation throughout his life and was cruel and ruthless, but he always repaid favors. Douluo didn't know that it was his desire to repay his gratitude that changed the original trajectory of his life. In the next 3 days, Lan led everyone to find a soul ring suitable for Yan Yu in the Sunset Forest. It came from a towering ancient tree that was about 5,000 years old. The towering ancient tree had extremely strong control and strength, which perfectly met Yan Yu's requirements, and also gave Yan Yu an extremely perverted soul skill. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. The palm is no longer the cold shark blade, but her little hand. Chapter 50. The palm is no longer the cold shark blade, but her little hand. Yan Yu's new soul skill is called root transformation, and its function is very simple, which is to make the tentacles of the octopus harden. The degree of hardness changes with the soul power injected by the soul master. At first glance this soul skill is mediocre, even useless, but that is not the case. According to Yan Yu's actual test, the tentacles strengthened by the root transformation were extremely difficult to break even for Lin Luoquan, who was at level 43. Lin Luoquan's attack power and strength are already outstanding among the soul sect. If even he can't be defeated, the rest of the soul sect can forget about it. The tentacles of the octopus are soft and boneless. Although they are excellent in control and strength, they are always slightly inferior in defense. If they encounter top-level martial arts such as knives and swords, the tentacles of the octopus can be easily cut off. But now there is the root of change on the surface. It only increased the hardness of the octopus's tentacles, but in fact it also greatly increased Yan Yu's control ability, and even made up for the shortcomings of the tentacle's own lack of hardness. Just imagine if Yan Yu uses the root transformation after controlling the opponent, the controlled person can basically be declared out of the game. After all, the tentacles of the octopus are extremely difficult to break free from, and after being strengthened and hardened by the root transformation, it will be difficult for his teammates to rescue him by cutting off the tentacles. Not only that, in actual combat teams, the origin has a wider range of uses. The thick tentacles of the octopus are intertwined together and can even form an airtight wall. After being strengthened by the origin, it is completely an iron wall. Originally, Yan Yu not only had excellent control, but also had certain strong attack attributes. Now with the soul skill of root transformation, her role on the defensive end has also been greatly improved. Without any exaggeration, this simple soul skill is enough to make the origin team's strength reach a higher level. Originally this was just a simple hardening skill from the towering ancient tree, but on Yan Yu it could be called a perversion. Moreover, the effect of this soul skill is not limited to this. There is still a lot of room for development. Lan was so satisfied with Yan Yu's new soul skills that he was completely beyond his expectations. It seems that the talents of these children are even higher than he expected. As for the magical herbs selected from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, Lan still needs to consider it carefully before giving it to Lin Luoquan and the others. Magic herbs can certainly improve aptitude and increase soul power, but the prerequisite is that they must be used in the right place. If a soul master takes magic herbs that are incompatible with his own attributes, it may even backfire. This concerns a lifelong matter and cannot be taken lightly. After finding a suitable soul ring for Yan Yuer, Lan prepared to take everyone to Wuhan City. This is also the place he has always been thinking about. Little devil, here I come. One day later, Wuhan City. Wuhan City is a force that belongs only to the Wuhan Hall and is independent of the two empires. However, whether in terms of environment or status in the minds of soul masters, Wuhan City is not inferior to the capitals of the two empires. There are soldiers from Wuhan City patrolling the streets at all times. The city is so dignified and decent that one can't help but fall in love with it. When they first arrived, Lan first took Lin Luoquan and the others to find a hotel to stay in. Not far from this hotel was the largest fighting spirit arena in Wuhan City. In the hotel room, Lan looked at everyone and slowly said, "I have something to take care of. You can just wander around Wuhan City. I'll treat this as a few days off for you. You are not allowed to start a conflict with others without my permission. Do you understand?" Is teacher. Teacher, can we go to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to participate in the soul fighting? I heard that there are more powerful soul masters in Wuhan City. I also want to see the geniuses in Wuhan City. Lin Luoquan looked extremely serious. The other students also looked at Lan with excitement. Seeing his students so enthusiastic and active, Lan had no choice but to agree. You can participate in the fighting spirit competition, but you can only participate in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 fighting spirit competitions. And you need to cover your faces during the soul fighting process and not reveal your identities. Do you understand? The situation in Wuhan City is different from the two empires. The situation is complicated and undercurrents are surging. Lan doesn't want Lin Luoquan and others to be involved in some things. Is teacher. With Lan's permission, Lin Luoquan and the other 7 immediately left the hotel and headed towards the Great Fighting Spirit Arena. And Lan also rushed in another direction. Pope's Palace. Lan had been making arrangements in Wuhan City for 3 months, and he knew all the routes here very well. Coupled with his current strength as a titled Douluo, he entered the Pope's Palace very easily. Lan found Qian Rongxiu's room with his past memories. Lan stood in front of Qian Rongxiu's door and hesitated for a long time, raising his hand and lowering it again and again, as if he was worried about something. Finally he knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. There was a crisp knock on the door. But there was no movement for a long time. A hint of dimness flashed across Lan's eyes beneath his white hair. Isn't the little ghost here? Lan put down his hand and was about to turn around and leave, but the door opened by itself. Lan looked slightly surprised and walked into the room. The decoration style in the room is pink, full of girlish atmosphere. Same as before. Lan walked to the desk where Qian Rongxiu often sat. The sunlight outside the window shone through the gaps between the leaves and fell onto the table, forming dense spots of light. Suddenly, Lan's eyes fell on a piece of drawing paper on the right. On the pure white paper was a picture of a black-haired young man with a long blue scarf around his neck. A little blonde girl stood to one side of the black-haired young man. Lan immediately recognized that the people in the picture were him and Qian Rongxiu. But he in this picture is a little different from him. In the picture, he was smiling, his eyes curved, giving people a gentle and harmonious feeling. In his hand, there was no longer a cold sharp blade but her little hands. Lan was slightly surprised. This is how Qian Rongxiu sees him. He is not the murderous, bloodthirsty, and cold-blooded assassin. Instead, it was an older brother who suddenly broke into her dark world. It is the light that illuminates the world. Lan's expression gradually became dazed. Original. In the little devil's heart. It turns out to be like this. Below this painting, there are many other paintings. He and Qian Rongxiu always appear in these paintings. Inseparable. Until the last painting, there was a piece of crooked text written below it. Zioxiu will never forget Big Brother. Zioxiu also hopes that Big Brother will never forget me. This moment Lan's heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly trembled. Original. She drew so many pictures just to remember what he looked like. She was afraid that one day she would forget what he looked like. To meet again someday in the future, I recognized him at a glance. End of this chapter.